Hi, Chris Dawes here. I've stepped away from the commentary box for a change and I'm in front of the camera because this time I'm talking about my business, Open Doors Training. Founded by myself as a project of passion because I felt so lucky that I get paid to do the things I do now. Commentating, hosting awards, voiceover artist, TV, radio, podcasts, live shows, you name it, all of those things are an absolute privilege. Especially when I came from someone who was paralysed by fear when I had to present at university and when I first went into business after graduating. But thankfully, I got accused of making IT entertaining when I was in my sales and marketing role. I know, not that easy, but I'm proud of that one. And that's what really was the trigger, enabled me to carry on with all the different things I do now. I want to now help others open doors that they may not yet know exist. And you never will know exist unless you put yourself in a position where you can be heard. Whether that's in business, in public sector, in sport, all of it is the same. If you're silent, no one will know you exist and how good you are at things. You've got to put yourself in a position where you open those doors, at least so that you can knock on the doors and they know you are there. So that is what we do here at Open Doors Training. It's not about creating blueprints of presenters or media darlings or whatever it may be. It's about unlocking you. Instead of being the contained version of you, we want to get 110% of you. You probably exaggerate it by 10%. I'm sure I'm not like this when I'm at home on the sofa. The wife would kill me. But it is about still being you. And that is what we work on within all of our training. So come on over, opendoorstraining.co.uk. Let's have a conversation to see how we may be able to assist you going into, hopefully, a better year in 2021. Well, welcome to Castle Combe Circuit. So good to see you all piling in. And whilst we may well have some good visitors in the 750 Motor Club here, I'm just going to very quickly give you an insight into the kind of things that we're going to get to enjoy here, because this is the montage of the Castle Combe Racing Club stuff. My name is Chris Dawes. I'm going to be in the commentary box here, and I will introduce you to the rest of the team as soon as this video finishes playing. Well, if that doesn't get you in the mood for it, I don't know what will. But let's bring in the rest of the team over at the old Paddock commentary box. Let's bring him in. It's Ian Sowman. Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello, Chris. How are you doing? It's good to be back at Castle Combe. My first time here in 2021, and looking forward to today's 10 races. It should be good, as you've already teased there. We've got some 750 Motor Club content for you this weekend, and as many of you would know, my regular gig, as it were, is as one of the main commentators with the 750 Motor Club. And this weekend we've got the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup, and we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well, which regularly race with 750 MC, joining the Castle Combe Championships this weekend. So should be plenty to look forward to, Chris.
Yeah, well, we got 3 of the MX-5s, 2 of the BMWs, and good grids in both of them, to be fair, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we're just one short of capacity in the MX-5s. I think 41 cars qualified, and think about 25 in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which is not bad considering they only had their first round of the championship 9 days ago at Silverstone. That was a delayed start to the season for them, leaving a relatively short gap. But to get mid-20s is still an excellent grid.
No, absolutely. And some stunning cars. Right, so that's Ian Sowman's over there. Let me bring in the interviewee, another 750 Motor Club dude. It's Josh Barrett. Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello, Chris. Hope you're good.
Warmer and drier and less windswept than you. Sorry, mate.
It's starting to get a bit windy now, and the weather apps don't look very good. So fingers crossed we can get everything in. The good thing is qualifying went well, so we can start the racing early.
We are indeed, yeah. I'll let you go and get out of the wind and what have you for now, because you'll be back and forth enough times. Josh, we'll catch up with you with the interviews, mate.
Speak soon.
So, yeah, he's down there in this. It's very windy. It is cold. It's dry at the moment, actually. So I was telling Porcupines about that. But it is not looking promising. So they're going to be starting racing at 15:15, which is good. Let me just quickly, actually, I'll do a favour there. I'm going to bring in, because thank you for all of you, the comments coming in. Joe Coffin waving from YouTube. Hello, mate. JP, have a great day, Chris Dawes and everyone at the track. Thank you, mate. Mike Cotton had his birthday on Thursday, so happy birthday again for that, mate. The big 80. Looking at the weather, glad I'm on the sofa. You're not wrong, mate. Even if it stays dry, it's just windy and cold. So wish we could have been there, says Safi. I know, I can understand that. Morning, Gin Master from Post 3, says Baldrick Bryan. Hey, I haven't got any gin with me today, that's for sure. Craig Shield says, morning from Post 1. Can we please sort the wind out? Sorry, that's Ian Sowman's fault. He was supposed to sort that out. I can see him chuckling in the box over the other side there. Tom Murray, first time marshalling this year. If you see me at camp, I'll be waving. Top class racing on its way before the heavens open. Dilly dilly, Orange Army in all weathers. Good man. Good to see Tom Murray is down there, a young marshal. Tracy Plumridge, fantastic. Thanks for letting us in. More than welcome. And your boys have got the front row locked out in the saloons as well, haven't they? The Prebles. Can actually hear your excellent commentary as the speakers are on down here at camp. Welcome, guys. That's good. I see you just lounging back there on the grass banks down at camp. And I look a bit further around. That's good if you're able to hear that. My old school buddy, Stacey Woodhouse, good afternoon. Chris James, looking forward to some great racing. Good luck to Alex Kite in the Saloon Car Championship. Of course, we're going to get plenty of support for the different drivers. Great to see this. Michelle Walsh saying, go on then, James. JDB Performance buffed on. And I just bumped into him. Good to see James back here racing. Mark Cowley, been looking forward to some racing. Can't wait to be there. Hopefully, the end of this month, we'll have you all back, and we genuinely can't wait. Morning, guys, says Jamie Luscombe. Hi to Dawsey, great to be watching racing today. Big thank you to all the team that makes this happen, says Eileen Rutter. Eileen, thank you very much. Lovely comments, much appreciated. Alfie Gendel, a young superstar racer. Hello, everyone. Looking forward to some amazing racing, and we look forward to seeing Alfie out racing in years to come. Got a friend of a friend racing in race 7 in car 74. So that's in the Formula Fords. Well, we hope your friend of a friend does well. Can I just quickly work that one out? He's over there. Have you worked out who that is they're referring to yet, Ian? I haven't yet.
No, not yet. Getting my entry list out. Have you got
Alicia
there?
Hamlin. Alicia Hamlin,
right.
that'll be.
Excellent.
So good luck to the friend of a friend.
I'm going to just quickly try and get through these messages because I'm going to need to take us through the grid. Stuart Tinker-Taylor, good afternoon, Chris, from my wind-free front room from the Camp Softcore. You're being proper softcore now. Fuffers rule. He does love the Formula Fords. Post 11, Tower Corner today. Looking forward to racing. Bit chilly. It certainly is. Louis Baldrick is excited to be able to watch Mayday Madness in my PJs. Louis, enjoy it, my friend. I know you've got your picnic all ready. We'll see you back here soon. And I dare say I'll look down and see you cheering. But enjoy your day, Louis. And it's good to see that you are watching as well. Looking forward to this. Can't wait, says Andy Fishlock. Dilly, greetings from Quarry Out, bit breezy and now raining. It is. It's on the window up here. Have you got it there, Ian?
Not yet. At the moment, it's dry, but I reckon that could change any time.
I think so. You don't want to be in an open top car. Oh, wait, the Mazda MX-5.
Oh, dear. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to get the word, although they're out 3 times, so they will, won't they? Their last race in particular is not going to be good. No. I don't envy them. Sorry, James Harvey says, morning, Chris, looks cozy in there. Hello, mate. That's James Harvey that I was commentating on in the NASCAR sim race, I think. Morning from my warm sofa in Scotland. Best of luck to Huggins in the 750 Mazdas. From Sarah Huggins. Jay Rayfield, got you on this afternoon, Chris. Happy days. Welcome, Jay. And there we go. Craig Shill says the wet stuff is falling, so it's spread around the circuit. Dave Luck says, wish could be there, but tickets booked for next meeting. Good. We look forward to seeing you. Remember, it's advanced tickets only for the end of May meet, sadly. Fergus Campbell, wishing everyone a great day, watching the stream from Surrey. Can we get a shout out for Marcus Bailey in the Mazdas? Old but gold. Don't shoot the messenger. That was nothing to do with me. Michelle Walsh, we're all watching James JDB Performance buffed on flat out for the win. I think he said he was taking it steady because he's been out for a little while and he's just getting himself settled back in. AD King, great stuff. Can you wish Ollie Jackson good luck in BTCC next weekend? Consider it done. Wendy Hignall, good luck to everyone today in Saloons and Hot Hatch. Charlotte Elston says, looking forward to seeing Marcus Bailey in number 54. Our very own Emma Strawford, pasty, chips and motorsport. Greetings from the media centre, Dawsy boy. And I'm waving down to you, Em. I'm waving down. Peggy Spackman, sadly, her other half, Ross Parker's not out with his engine in pieces after the last meet. We're here. Good afternoon. Good luck all. You managed to wrestle the TV away from Litland then. Caroline Sutton, good luck to Mark and Nathan Sutton. Go, boys, go, from Lily, Hannah, and the wife/mum. Ken Davies, wish I was there. Sod the weather. Can't wait for 31st of May. Booked. Thanks to for the live stream. More than welcome. Thank you for being part of it. Let me just actually bring that one up. I'm going to mute it for a second but it enables you to see what's going on as well. Mark Osland, looking forward to some great racing this afternoon. Race really windy in the paddock, says Carl Ward. And good luck from various other people. Nick Pontin says he can't wait to be on the banks as well. Daniel Williams, morning, Dawsy and crew. Good luck, everyone, especially the Spiller boys. Absolutely. But we need to get you through this grid. Let me make sure I've got the correct one up now. We've got a bulletin board that we're able to watch now as well, which is good. Have you seen that yet, Ian?
I've not seen that. Well, I did see it yesterday, but obviously there wasn't too much on it yesterday. But
no, it's filling up now.
Not logged on today. I'll do that now.
Yeah, it's filling up. Right, so we've got an amended grid for this one. Let me... I'm just trying to work out if I could potentially do a share screen. Let's go with that. Let's just see how this one works, because I haven't done this the other times.
Always dangerous trying something new.
It is.
There you go.
It does. Blimey, technology does occasionally work. Let's just do that, fit it around here, get to the front of the grid. So on the front row, I don't know, did you want to take us through this grid with any context of the people, or is it just as well for me to whip through it?
You carry on whipping through it, because there's a lot to whip through, and I'll perhaps add a bit of detail in a minute.
Okay, fabulous. First row, 71, Ben Short took pole position. Alongside him, number 1, last year's champion, Ben Hansey. Second row, 93, Ben Abbott. 43, Declan McDonnell. Third row, 77, Steve Foden. 58, Michael Combe. Good to see him out racing the MX-5s again. Fourth row, 54, Marcus Bailey. 92, Jordan Johnson. Row 5, 34, Ian Cameron. 9, Ian Tomlinson. Row 6, 55, George King. 777, Courtney Milnes. Row 7, is 72 Matthew Short, 67 David Abbott. Row 8, 26 Ryan Lovelock and 230 Thomas Holland. Row 9, Matthew Pennefather Neil in 21 and 25 Daniel Watkins. Row 10, 89 Paul Monteith. Is that right, Ian? Monteith?
Yeah, Monteith.
Monteith, thank you. And 94 Liam Cochrane. 11th row, 88 Bobby Andrews and 14 Lloyd Huggins. 12th row, 38 Peter Griffin and 141 James Winstanley, which is an addition to the entry list that we had. 13th row, 66 Hayden McDonald, 13 James McCann. 14th row, 23 Stephen Rees, 42 Daniel Grist. Row 15, 22 Adrian Johnson, 46 Nicola Favo. 16th row, 96 Sam Moody, 11 Stephen Robinson. Row 17, 78 Charlie Brisker, 98 Alex Lewington. 18th row, 191 Philip Andrew Barrett, 214 John Goldsmith. 19th row, 53 Stephen Reed, 51 David Rickards, 70 Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, and 90 Andrew Robertson on the 20th and penultimate row. And on the 21st, after losing all their lap times, was the number 61 car of Jake Dormer. So that's the grid, Ian. It's a busy one. I've got to get my voice back just after reading that out.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very busy grid. 41 cars, I think, we have out of a maximum of 42 that we can have here at the on the Castle Combe circuit, and as at Donington Park, a very busy field as well. That was the opening round of the championship for the 5 Club MX-5s. A couple of 3 weeks ago, and it was on the Easter Monday that we had the opening round of the championship. We had a couple of guests racing then. One that brought a lot of views to the 750 Motor Club live stream on that occasion was Jimmy Broadbent, YouTube star and sim racer extraordinaire who was getting license signatures before he went on to race in Britcar this season in the Praga. And also Mike Epps, the former British Touring Car Championship driver who was coaching Jimmy and also won the second race on the road. But then there was a technical infringement which meant that he was not credited with the win. So in actual fact, in the end, at Donington Park, the wins were shared between Ben Short and Mike Combe, and it's Ben that lines up on pole position. Well, actually, the first of 3 Bens on the grid here this weekend. Ben, the 2015 and 2017 champion in 5 Club. Ben Hansey, who's won it for the last 2 years, 2019 and 20, and Ben Abbott, third on the grid, who's yet to win the championship. Had some strong results in the 2019 season, but sat out last year with an injury. So those are the first 3 drivers on the grid, all called Ben, not confusing at all. And then we've got Declan McDonnell lining up on the outside of the second row of the grid. Declan, who is a little bit further back in the championship coming into this weekend. But he's been a champion with the 750 Motor Club in the past in low cost, and before that he was a champion in Mighty Minutes as well. So he's got lots of experience under his belt. And Steve Foden, he was second in the championship last year. He lines up on the inside of row 3 next to Mike Combe, who won last time out. So should be in for a very good race, Chris.
I don't think there's ever been anything but that with Mazda MX-5s, to be fair, isn't it? They're just such exciting things. Certainly something I'd love to have a crack in. They look really, really good fun. Always bumper grids, as people were sort of steaming in, making that comment. By the way, just a quick comment. Thank you in advance for Keeley, that's downstairs doing the tracking the action. Greg's off working somewhere else, so Kevin's brought his daughter in this time. Thank you very much in advance, Keeley, and have a fantastic day. Everybody I know will appreciate and it will be a lot better. Just suddenly seeing your message. Oh, start delayed for some reason. I'm just trying to get an understanding why. So yeah, carry on, Ian. I'm going to find out why.
Yeah, I was just having a look around when you said that typical city car stranded on the green flag lap, but there's nothing in my sight, which, by the way, for those of you not aware, I can see the cars basically as they turn through Quarry and then all the way through the S's, through Old Paddock, down through the right-hand tower and into Bobby's. And actually, you get a reasonable view across up to camp as well at the moment. But yeah, nothing in my sight. So hopefully Chris will have found out what the reason for the delayed start is. I suspect, though, it is something to do with someone being stranded on the green flag lap, perhaps.
Apparently not. It's something to do with TSL, but I don't know any more than that. So
they're still having their lunch, probably, aren't they?
It is. I mean, I don't know whether it was actually we were going for 12:15, and of course they've tried to sort of get it forward because it does suggest that we got inclement weather, to say the least, coming in. So it was trying to make hay. Well, the saying's make hay while the sun's shining, but it's make hay where the rain's not too hard, I think, more than anything. I was just trying to make sense of I just got your message.
Yeah, I had a message from someone saying that the sound had gone, but then came back on, and I think it may have been connected with when we shared the screen to put the grid up. So
I see.
May be the issue. So I don't know if anyone else had similar issues, but certainly I had someone WhatsApp me to tell me that was the case.
Oh, apologies. I'm hoping. Let me know in the messages. Did you all hear me read out the grid, or did it go silent for you? It should have still worked, but it may be that because I didn't share audio from that, I'm hoping it didn't block us out. So apologies if you didn't hear us while we were reading the grid. I'm sure people will comment now letting us know whether we did it. So it is, I need to remove, I don't need any grid shared whatsoever. All good, apparently. So that's all right then. So maybe just for somebody, it flicked off momentarily.
Okay.
Hey, listen, we've got to make this work when the weather goes bad later, Ian. You do realise that?
Yeah, this is when we're at our best.
Exactly. And that's fine. Yeah, heard it fine. So that's cool. Wicked.
Excellent.
That's good. It just was a localised issue. Keely's showing off now, getting all the different angles down there. Look at that. What a fabulous camera angle that one is. And you can get an idea from that fence. Look at the fence and see the level of wind that we've got here. Now, Ian, I don't know whether you heard this from anybody, but I was hearing stories that this wind is a tailwind as they go up Avon Rising towards Quarry, and it was actually pushing them up into the air as they go up over the crest of the hill and pushing them deeper into the corner quicker than they wanted to go in towards one of the hardest corners in the country. Not what you want.
Not necessarily. I can well imagine that's the case, just looking at the trees and the direction of the wind at the moment. The thing is, I reckon that could change as the day goes on. We know we've got this front coming through, and that could change the wind direction, of course. So that'll be something that might be different from qualifying to the race as well. If the drivers have got it into the head, they might need to brake a little bit earlier for Quarry or something like that, because of the wind. That might change a bit later on. We'll have to see. But certainly it is quite breezy down here, and only expected to get more so.
We got a rallying safety car now that looks like it's a new safety car as well. How sexy is that car? Crikey, that looks like that's got some speed on it. Appropriate today with the Dave Allan Trophy, of course, that it's a Honda Civic. And that's got back to the front. So it looks like we're going to go through the process again. And I think it was down to the fact that it was scheduled for the quarter past. And something with TSL that once it's got a schedule, it kind of has to stick to it, I guess, for the start of it. Not sure. Never heard of that before, but right. So here we go on another green flag lap on this bumper grid, and as we did say earlier, it is pole position for Ben Short, 120.306. Ben Hansel, 120.657. Those two actually got a little bit of a gap, probably just over half a second quicker than the third place car as it stands. Then there's about half second. There's actually more gap between the cars lap time wise, Ian, than I was expecting at the moment, but I bet that doesn't translate into the race.
No, it probably won't do, because the MX-5s do lend themselves to often very good, close, slipstreaming racing. They, of course, the 1.6 litre, 16 valve engines, very limited modifications. They run on gas or Mazda suspensions, but really there's not a lot that you can do to these cars, which of course are now around about 30 years old in some cases. There was originally a Mazda-backed MX-5 Championship briefly in the UK, which I think was around about 1990, 1991, something like that. But then Alan Robson, who's the man behind 5 Club, which runs this series, he was one of the instigators of the rebirth, if you like, of MX-5 racing in the UK, probably a good 15 years or so ago now. And 5 Club has been very successfully run with the 750 Motor Club for about 7 years, initially just as a series of races and latterly as a championship, and it's always been pretty competitive. So we look forward to a good race here, although I think Ben Short, tough to beat. I think I read he's done 8 races here at Combe in the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup. He's won 4 of them and been on the podium in the other 4. So he'll be tough to get out of the podium places, I think.
He is. Well, they're bringing themselves round to the grid. We're going to get this Mayday madness back underway. Yeah, be thankful that says let the show begin, not begin, as it normally does. But left off the hyphen this time. It's just a coffee in here for me, just to keep warm. But we're coming round onto the grid. Just going to mute that mic, but we'll leave it on because it's just picking up a bit of the speaker there in the background. We've actually turned on the speakers so that some of the marshals can hear us, which is good. It's going to take a while to grid up, to be fair, because there's plenty of them. It's going all the way around the corner, so I think the rest of these ones at the corner are probably paying more attention to the backs of the cars rather than the lights as much as anything else. Right, in they go. The green flag has been waved. We're going to get this Mayday madness underway. 5-second board goes up. This is a 15-minute race. I'm just looking to make sure I can see the lights, waiting for the lights to come on. 1 light, 2 lights, on comes the 3rd, the 4th light, the 5th light. The engine notes are risen. Off go the lights and off go the field. And it's a fabulous start by Declan McDonnell in that black and day-glow pink and yellow car, trying to get into the lead, but not managing to just yet. Ben Short's got the inside line, though, through Folly. Surely he's going to make that count as they go screaming through there. Up Avon Rise with the wind right behind them, pushing them all in there. And we need to make sure that they've got everything warm enough over Avon Rise in towards Quarry Corner. No puffs of smoke at the moment. And it looks like it is our pole sitter, Ben Short from Ben Hansey still.
Yeah, that's right, Chris, as they head down towards me. And it was Ben Abbott in 3rd place. And despite that good start, Declan McDonnell in 4th position as they turn their way through. In fact, he's now gone down to 5th place because Mike Combe, who's racing here for the first time in 8 years, didn't get any testing in. He has now moved up into 4th position. In 6th place, it's the number 77 car as well. That's Steve Foden. So probably the 6 top drivers, you would say, in the championship this year, filling the first 6 places at the moment. They've all got through Old Paddock without incident. Down towards Tower they have gone. Ben Short is about 4 car lengths ahead of Ben Hansey, the champion from the last 2 years, then, as they head through Bobby's for the first time in this 15-minute race.
Wow, what a great camera angle that was, seeing them coming out of Bobby's and really on the edge of adhesion. Down towards camp they come for the first time in this 15-minute race. And it's really, it's the front 2 have managed to break away. And whilst, yes, the 71 white car with the red check, Ben Short has kind of got the nod at the moment. It looks to me as though Ben Hansey, there's a reason why he's got the number 1 on his car. He's trying to minimise that escape as much as he possibly can. Abbott and Combe's just done a brilliant job there. As you say, he's up into 4th place in that 58 car. You said that he's got to get used to it. Well, I think he's getting used to it pretty quick, Ian.
Yeah, looks like it because it's right on the tail now of Ben Abbott, who's in 3rd place as they head down Farm Straight into the S's for the 2nd time. But out front, Ben Short just starting to stretch his legs a little bit from Ben Hansey, I would suggest. 3rd Abbott, 4th Combe, then 5th and 6th right together. That's McDonnell and Steve Foden. Then there's another 2-car fight going on for 7th and 8th position. That's Marcus Bailey in the number 54 car. And number 92 is Jordan Johnson, rather than his father, Adrian, I think is also in the race. They've headed through Tower Corner for the 2nd time then. No real changes, though, among the top 6 just at the moment, Chris. It's Ben Short still leading.
Yeah, it looks as though Foden's putting some huge pressure on McDonnell, though. That 43 car, the black car with the day-glow pink and yellow flashes on it, they got the fabulous start, but he sat there in 6th position now, car number 70, in 5th position, car number 43, with Foden, the white car number 77, all over the back of him. Through Camp Corner they go. That's the closest fight in that top 6 as it stands at the moment. Combe's assault on the 3rd place has just temporarily stalled, although he's still in striking distance. But 77 Foden took a very tight line there through Camp Corner, was trying to find a way through the on the number 43 McDonald, but wasn't able to do it there. And I think as they go round, not quite managed to do it through Quarry. No,
he's not. So for the moment, still in 6th place is still Steve Foden behind Declan McDonald, who, as we say, very experienced. He's also raced Formula V in the past as well. He's been successful in the Citroen C1 24-hour race as well, but he's under a lot of pressure here from number 77, Steve Foden. Mike Combe has now got up to 3rd place. That happened at Quarry, I think, at the expense of Ben Abbott. So he has moved up into the podium positions, but Abbott's still piling a lot of pressure on him now. He's got probably a 2.5 seconds to make up on Ben Hansey, who's up ahead of him in 2nd place, and he in turn is about a second behind Ben Short.
Well, suddenly that lead is massive. Did you say that was the case up by you then?
No, it's about a second past me.
I would say this is, we'll wait and see what it is. It's going to be a very significant gap now between 1st and 2nd. What's it gone up to now? Yeah, 2nd and 3/4. So suddenly stretched out, but 3rd and 4th still glued together. Combe may have made the move on Abbott, but that purple 93 car is coming back at him. Doesn't like the fact that he's lost the podium paying positions. We all love the P's. And up over Avon Rise, not managing to make a stand. And I think the 77 Foden car's got himself up the inside in towards Quarry. Up into 5th now goes Foden.
Yeah, he's done it. He's gone through up into 5th position, but that was a good lap from Ben Short, a 1:21.020. He's got his sight set on the lap record, which is held by Ben Hansey, 1:20.85. So he's only less than 2/10 away from that now. He's pulling out a lead over Hansey. Combe number 58 in 3rd, 93. Ben Abbott 4th, and Steve Foden just starting to put a bit of daylight between himself and Declan McDonald now. And equally, Marcus Bailey has broken away from Jordan Johnson. And yeah, on that lap, he did close the gap a little bit to Steve Foden as well. So Marcus Bailey, a man on a move as well in 8th position, or 7th position, I should say.
So they come down towards us now for the 4th time. I know that a lot of people are sort of saying, it's a shame we can't hear the cars. I know it would be lovely, but please understand we've got cameras dotted around this circuit, almost more like CCTV style cameras, just to try and bring you some free coverage as best we possibly can. But I'm glad that it's given you an insight and enjoying the racing here as they cross the line for that 4th time. Short, Hansey, Combe, Abbott, and yeah, as Foden has made the move past McDonald, the 43 car is looking as though he's trying to come back at him as they go up Avon Rise. The black with the day glow flashes, trying to find a way back into 5th, but I don't think he's quite going to be able to do it. As you would always expect, Ian, fights up and down through the full length of this field. I think you're always going to find a race somewhere, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely right. And just to mention to James Winstanley, you mentioned him, the additional runner. He's the 750 Motor Club's communications and marketing manager. First time out in the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup. He's running in 25th position at the moment as we watch the first 4 cars come past me, and they are a little bit more spread out now. So the closest battle actually looks to be that for, I think it's 9th and 10th, and that is the 55 car of George King, who's trying to get the better of Matthew Short. That's Ben's father. So that's the closest battle at the moment. There's a 5-car battle just coming past me as well, another 3-car battle past me as well, but Ben Short out front is extending his lead, Chris.
Yeah, it's down towards us. I'm just loving that camera angle. We see him coming out of Bobby's, and they really push it hard on that exit there, sort of running the risk with the track limits, but just keeping himself as sweet as they can do. There we go. We got car noises coming in the background. There's shout. As again, still McDonald, number 43, trying to make a comeback into that 5th place up Avon Rise. Is that side by side, or is that an optical illusion? It looks like he has got himself side by side. Now the left-hand kink over Avon Rise. He's going to be on the outside of the Quarry corner. Not going to work. Trying the old switcheroo. I think he's got to settle still in 6th place.
Yeah, so McDonald is still 6th. He moves to the right-hand side of the circuit, tries to get alongside Steve Foden as they come down to the S's, and the two of them are side by side down into the inside, into the S's goes. And Declan McDonald does come back through now into 5th position. So Steve Foden's gone back down to 6th, but their battling really is delaying them. They are losing touch with the top 4 now. It is Ben Abbott just ahead of them in 4th place, and they're in danger of being caught by Marcus Bailey, who's in 7th. Jordan Johnson 8th, the 9th place car Matthew Short, and the 10th place car, George King. So that's Declan McDonald back into 5th place, but he's got a long way to go if he's going to try and catch Ben Abbott now. It's about 2.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, and plus he knows that he's going to have a challenge because in reality he might have made that move, but Foden overtook him previously, and now it's no your partner, and Foden's trying to come back at him. Combe's shaken off the attentions completely of Abbott. That gap is now up to over 2 seconds between 3rd and 4th, so that means that Mike Combe only needs to worry about looking forwards, and I would say he is. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's just done a personal best, 121.6. That's nearly half a second quicker than the second place car, Ben Hansey, so that could close up pretty soon, Ian.
Yeah, I reckon it could. There's just over 6 minutes of the race left to go. Up front, it looks like Ben Short has made this race his own now. He is pulling away from the rest of them. He was about 9/10 faster than Ben Hansey as well last time. So I think the main point of interest here is whether Ben Hansey in the number 1 car is going to be caught by 58 Mike Combe in the MCR machine. The gap was, what, 1.4 over the line? Well, it's not 1.4 now. It's probably about 0.8 seconds, I would say, as they came past my commentary position that time. So it looks like another good, solid lap for Mike Combe here. And there'll be, what, probably 4 laps to go at the end of this one, I would say. Good chance for grandstand finish in the fight for second place, I would say.
Okay, so here comes the leader down towards us for the 7th time, completely under control. As he comes round camp, across the finish line for yet another lap. Ben Hansey. Now let's have a look and see whether this has come down. 1.4 was the gap between 2nd and 3rd last time round. It looked fairly much the same. 1.2, so he's taken about 2/10 out of it. But as Ian says, we're down to the final third of this race any second now. So he's going to have to make those moves quick. I see your comment, Ian, about the fact that Foden, actually, by the way, 77, the white car's back ahead of McDonald, number 43. But there's a whole gaggle that are actually reeling them in quite scarily, isn't there?
Yeah, that time through, Marcus Bailey in 7th was 9/10 of a second faster than Declan McDonald, and it looks like all of the sort of 3 cars behind him actually lapped a little bit quicker than Bailey as well, so we're going to get a big fight for 5th position before the end of this race as well. Yeah, it's interesting. It seems that Ben Hansey was perhaps quicker in the second half of the lap because they were closer than 1.2, 1.3 seconds as they went past me in the battle for second place, so we'll see if Combe can take much more time out of Hansey this time. I would say it's no closer past me than it was on the previous lap between those 2 cars, that's for certain. But that battle for 5th place is now hotting up because you've got Foden, McDonald and Marcus Bailey now. Definitely 3 of those right together for 5th.
So as they come across the line, well, the leader comes across the line all on his own. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes left to go. That gap looks like that's gone back out. 1.2 last time was back out to that 1.4 between 2nd and 3rd. So I think that Ben Hansey has got that assault or attempted assault checked for now. Now let's have a look. Foden's and McDonald are now under huge pressure by Bailey. So the 54 car has made that a 3-car train, and it's side by side between Foden and McDonald up over Avon Rise. Foden's going to have the inside line, but I think he may have already been passed. No, he's somehow just holding off, but you called it. Bailey's with them now.
Yeah, Bailey did a personal best lap of 1:22.378 last time through, which was 6/10 faster again than the 2 cars ahead, and they really have been, not working together to keep ahead of the pack. They've been fighting with each other, have Foden and McDonald, and it has brought these other cars back into the equation as well. So it's now a 5-car train, really, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. The one that's not gone with them is George King in the 55 car. Now McDonald trying to fight back on Foden again as they go down to Tower. He initially went to the left-hand side of the circuit, then looked to the right, but actually he's lost a position. He's lost the place to Marcus Bailey. So Declan McDonald loses a place. He goes down to 7th.
Yeah, it looked like that was possibly going to be the case. Right, as I lead across the line, there's 2 minutes 40 left to go. So this possibly is the penultimate lap based on that, if it carries on as is. The gap has come back down to that 1.2, a new personal best from Mike Combe, but I think it's just going to be a little bit too late. This fight you were talking about is because Abbott 93, the purple car's on his own. Foden trying to keep Bailey and McDonald. McDonald's got a good run down the start-finish straight through Folly there. Right-hander, he's going to have the inside line up at Quarry as well, so he's really muscled himself onto what will be the inside line to try and take that back, but I don't think he's quite done it.
pick that up in a second. Ben Short, the race leader, is going to start lapping traffic in a moment. We'll just get 3 or 4 cars before the end of the race. There's probably 2 minutes and therefore 2 laps to go. Right, so what's going on? Well, it's Steve Foden 5th, Marcus Bailey 6th, and Declan McDonald 7th. So that was the order when it left me at any rate. Then Jordan Johnson and Matthew Short. But now Bailey is attacking Steve Foden, and he got past Declan McDonald here a lap ago. He's put his car on the outside line for Tower Corner, and he's sticking all the way around the outside at Tower. Is he going to get his nose ahead under braking for Bobbies? It looks like he might have done. We'll see as they head back to you, Chris, whether it's now Bailey ahead of Foden for 5th.
It looks on the camera. I think you're right. He has managed to do it. The leaders have gone through already, and I think we've got an issue with timing actually, because it's not registering them going through. But there we go. It's now, yeah, but it's missing Ben Hansey. He's definitely still there, so I'm not sure what's gone on with TSL timing at the minute. It's missing them all, but you're absolutely right that Bailey's done it, but he's not managing to pull away because Foden now is trying to come back. The cracking car, white car with like a gold stripe front to back. He's now trying to muscle himself to the inside line up at Quarry Corner. Is he going to do it? I think I can still see the red flashes as the nod, but I think they're coming to you side by side.
Pretty much. So they're heading down towards the S's, and it's Declan McDonald that's trying to sort of thread the needle and get through past both of them. He's failed to do it, so it's Bailey still in 5th position. Ben Abbott's picked up some damage by the looks of it. Not quite sure where he's picked that up, on the sort of right wing of the car. But then it's so it's now Bailey 5th, Foden 6th, McDonald 7th, Johnson 8th, and Matthew Short in 9th. But I imagine the leader, Ben Short, is already heading up towards you and towards the checkered flag.
Let me see. Where is he? Here he is. He's in the middle of these back markers, and there's no checkered flag. Last lap board is actually going out now. He gets through with 1 second on the clock. So that's a nice surprise, isn't it? I thought that with it being quite tight, they'd have thrown it. Now, Mike Combe is right all over the back of our second place car, Ben Hansey. I'm not sure what happened there. Has he been compromised by the back markers? And in fact, no, Abbott's there, so it's a different purple car. So it's the back markers, and suddenly Mike Combe's trying to make a move up towards second place as they go up Avon Rise. He's going to have the outside line at Quarry Corner this time round. So that's not going to work. Is he going to try the switcheroo? They've actually got, coming towards you now, a back marker in front of them that could come into play.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much side by side as they head down the farm straight. Combe, if anything, has got the inside line, but no, it's not alongside. And actually, the back marker, that's the 1-2-4 car. Well, this isn't a 1-2-4 car, so I'll try to work that out. Got between them briefly at the S's. It was, in fact, the 2-1-4 car. John Goldsmith got between Hansey and Combe and just delayed him. Yeah, just looking back the other way, it's Bailey with Foden right behind him now for 5th position. Bit of a gap back to McDonald in 6th and Johnson in 7th. George King has caught that pack, but it's a 6th car fight for 5th position. Bailey holding on at the moment, but Ben Short heading towards the finish line.
I just suddenly saw that on the camera, Ian, and I thought, I've got to get you to see that because that looked mental. 3 wide going down farm straight towards the S's. And here comes our leader, nearly throws the rear end round as he came on to start-finish straight, probably in celebration. Great win from Ben Short, number 71. There's Ben Hansey, hand out the top. He's delighted that he held on to that second place. Mike Combe, his hand was out the top as well, to be fair. He's delighted with his comeback through the field. 3rd place. There's the 93 car of Abbott that takes 4th place. So Ben Abbott through there. Then it's this gaggle. Now, which way did that end up round? It was Bailey, the number 54 car, that came home in 5th, ahead of 77 Foden, 43 McDonald, 92 Johnson, 72 Short, and 55 King. That was an epic race that they suddenly picked up towards the tail end, wasn't it? You called it. You could see it emerging.
Yeah.
That it was like, what was it, 3 of them, and it was going to be a lot more than that, and it did exactly that again.
Yeah, just looking at the screen, which I think needs to sort itself out a bit, but if it's right, it's saying there was, I think, 1.3 seconds between 5th and 10th. So that was a really exciting finish to the race in the battle for 5th position. Good drive there from Steve Bailey, because he did climb up the order a little bit. My tablet has frozen, so I can't say exactly where he started, but he started 5th, so he dropped back at 7th, I beg your pardon. So he dropped back a little bit and then climbed back up to 5th position. Good drive from Marcus Bailey to get up into P5, but Ben Short 5 seconds or so clear of everyone else at the end of the race. A dominant performance, as it turned out. That makes it his 2nd win of the season to go with the first round of the championship at Donington Park, and he extends his lead in the championship. But there are still 2 more races to go this afternoon for the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup. And I think other drivers as well that are in with a chance of winning things. We do have a reverse grid situation later on as well, so we'll see how that pans out, and that could make things a little bit interesting with a partially reverse grid.
As if they needed to add any more excitement,
Exactly.
But they've done it anyway. Absolutely love it. Great to see that. We got a comment in from Anne-Marie. Great to see from this perspective. Once you've been on a driving experience, and I know Anne-Marie was indeed at the Castle Combe Racing School, jump online to the Castle Combe Circuit.co.uk website, and you can get yourself out on circuit with instructors that will teach you the racing lines. And I did say to you, Anne-Marie, didn't I? I said it would be good to get yourself out there after you've done a racing experience, because you get a whole new perspective of what these drivers are doing. So fair shout. You can see that we are getting cars making their way into Parc Ferme, so we should be able to hand down fairly soon. And Josh will be able to grab interviews, although I was worried for a second and they were going in and all the way back out again watching that camera. But it looks like Josh is going to be able to grab certainly first, second, and Mike Combe's gone in there as well. So he's going to grab them. And we'll grab the interviews. Let me just very quickly, while they're getting themselves out, take you through the grid for the next race. I won't put it up on screen because I think it caused an issue for 1 or 2 others, so I'll just verbally do it. We'll put this one up. Well done, Daddy, from Louis, from MCR, Mike Combe Racing. Plenty of people, so I'm just refreshing my screen. What do we got next? We've got the hot hatches will be the next one. I should know that. I could have just looked right instead of at a timetable. But let's bring up the grid. Actually, no, I'm going to stop there because Josh has rounded them up already. And so, Josh, down to you, my friend.
Thanks, Chris. I'm with Ben Short. Ben, well done. Managed to break the toe and then pull away, really.
Yeah, it looks like the rain's on its way, and it's not as often as I'd like to get to race at the home circuit at Castle Combe, especially not with all my teammates here and stuff. And it's it's a big weekend for us. So I just wanted to sort of get the first one in the bag, use a little bit of local knowledge perhaps before the others get the chance to get some laps under their belt and pick the pace up a bit.
Yeah, a lot of time out. Obviously, you had Mike extra race then. This time you got Mike this year as well. I'm sure he's going to be up there during the course of the season. We should make some good battles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mike Combe and I have raced before, and Ben Hansey in second place there has come out the same morning. So we're all good friends. We've all raced before. We sort of know each other. And the new Avon tyres we're using allow us to be able to race right to the end, whereas before we'd have to wait until the end to have some tyres left. But the new tyres definitely will make for some better racing later in the day, I think.
And how many cars are you running this weekend?
We've got 7 this weekend. So we've also got 750 Motor Club's very own James with us. He's out today in Rosie the rental car, and we've also got John Goldsmith joining us, who I was racing the Aston Martin with yesterday at Donington Park.
Well done and good luck for later on. Again,
thank you very much.
Yeah, Ben Hansey who finished in second place. Well done, Ben. Second place there. He managed to keep Mike at bay.
Yeah, Ben got away fairly early doors, and then it was just about managing the gap back to Mike. And I thought I'd go about that peg, and then we caught some of the back markers. So this is either going to work really well for me or cost me second place. I think first bunch of back markers brought Mike right up the top of me, and then next bunch I kind of managed to slither through, and Mike got held up. But, really good race.
Oh, and you think you can beat Ben over the course of today?
It's going to be tough, probably. If it's going to happen, it's probably going to be in the reverse grid race, where it always mixes things up a bit. But yeah.
How do you like the rain that's coming later?
Yeah. So far, we've only run on these new Avon tyres in the dry. So it's going to be interesting to see how they stand up in the wet. But in the dry, they're really consistent throughout the whole race.
Well done. Have a good result there.
Great.
We'll get Mike over. Mike. Having a 10% short at the moment. He finished in third place, Mike Combe. So we've got one there if you want to wear one.
Okay. If I don't,
yeah,
well, it's probably better.
We get Mike's just going to get masked up, and then we'll have a chat with him who's returning to 5 Club. kind of doing a full season this year, Mike. And you're saying earlier, it's a long time since you've been here, Parc Ferme.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, I had a bit of a visit here when I first ever got into car racing straight after karting. So I couldn't really, from that visit, I couldn't really tell you which corners are right and left. A bit of a revisit back in 2013 when I first season out of low cost into the Mark 3s. So yeah, a bit sort of fresh this morning, and you always find that extra bit of speed when you're in a racing environment and you're bumper to bumper, which I didn't really help myself out with that in qualifying, but just happy to be out. Great fun, great drivers. Thought I was going to have Ben in that last one, but not to be.
It looks like now you've got good pace ready to go with the other two as the race day goes on.
Yeah, a lot more confident now than I was after qualifying. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. The 3 races today is a big help because I'm probably not going to be there or thereabouts in the second one, but a bit of rain, I do enjoy rain, so that might help with the whole track learning sort of situation of and the confidence side of things.
So well done on third, and good luck later.
Brilliant, thanks Josh.
So thanks to Mike Combe, who was third. Second was Ben Hampton, the winner, Ben Short.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Josh. Much appreciated. Right, so we've got the grid out for the hot hatches, which reminds me, I know that you're all brilliant. You'll remind me when I forget to do this, but the Hot Hatch Challenge Series, sponsored by Motul this year. Thank you to Motul to be on board. What a fabulous brand that is. So let me take you through this grid. I know a couple of people said about the volume of Josh's mic there. The problem is that actually it's more to do with the wind down there that is just absolutely howling. I did turn up the volume manually, and I think I've just seen that Kevin's down there to see if they can get a little bit more volume out of it. But bear with us, it's a struggle with the wind, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Right. So the grid for this, the Hot Hatches, is as follows. Pole position, the race 1 winner from the opening race meet, number 180, Jordan Curnow. Alongside him, 211, Chris Southcott. Second row, 81, Tim Adams. 28, Dave Spiller, one of the Class E minis up there on the second row with, if he can do it in a race, it would be a new fastest lap. Absolutely brilliant job. Third row, good to see him back. 34, Will Self. And alongside him, 47, Tony Cooper, who actually lost his brakes in that qualifying session. They found it was a pipe that was broken. They've got that sorted, hopefully. And he'll be, and he still put himself on the third row anyway. Fourth row, 15, Sean Govard. I'm not sure whether there was a couple of issues to iron out there, but it's good to see Sean back out racing again this weekend. Alongside him, number 10, Michael Bowl. Fifth row, 119, Darren Duffield. Number 9, Mike Wyatt. Row 6, 128, Bradley Thurston. 61, Ben Ogborn. Sadly, not there. I heard that he might not be out. And in fact, we've got an issue for another car that came onto the circuit and has now disappeared. That's the 72 car that has not made it. That's Sam Goldstraw in his Renault Clio, sadly. Looks like he's not going to be taking part. Stuart Tinker-Taylor asked the question, what has happened to Ben Oggs? Don't know is the answer. I didn't quite hear. Did you hear, Ian, or we both no, I see.
No, don't know about that.
No, sorry about that. We did. I knew that it was looking doubtful, but I don't know what the issue was. Sorry, Stuart. Where did I get to? Row 6, 128, Bradley Thurston, 61, Ben Ogborn missing. Seventh row, 987, Mark Pope in his Puma, and 50, Robert Watson. And I'll tell you more about the Watsons in a minute. Number 8th row, 100, John Barnard, 113, Sean Deacon. 9th row, 12, Lee Waterman, 53, Paul Bird. Row 10, 71, Simon Hughes, 272, Steve Kite. Row 11, 172, Jonathan Fish, 905, Gary Franks. 12th row, 29, James Dyer Buffton, and 454, Alan Giblett. 13th row, 72, Sam Goldstraw, 40, Ben Watson. 14th row, 36, Julian Ellison, 43, Peter Wilkes. And alone on the 15th row is the number 20 car. Is it definitely there? I'm not sure it is, to be honest with you. Julian Fisher seems to be missing, which will be a shame. So a couple that have sadly missed out there, but it's great to see that we've got the Watson brothers out there for their first ever race. Keep an eye on the number 40 and the number 50 Renault Clio Cup cars that are new to them. They are the sons of Doug Watson, who has been racing in our GT Championship. Sadly, he's not out in his Ferrari 458 Challenge today because he's got a bad back, but he has been looking after his lads. Now, I need to remember the ages. Robert Watson, that's in 14th, is 18 years old. Ben Watson, number 40, is 20 years old. So they're youngsters doing their first ever race. and it will be fun to see what the issue. Peggy's just also let me know on here. Fisher put on Facebook that his car went into limp mode and was looking for help. That's a shame. So that's the issue. Lots of people looking forward to. Dave Goddard is now watching us. He didn't even know this was on YouTube. We promoted it enough, Mr. Goddard. We definitely made sure, and it's been pretty much every race that we've been live down here, mate. So you've missed loads if you didn't know that we were going live. Jordan Curnow won the opening race. Chris Southcott won the second race, largely because Jordan Curnow, he's really been struggling to get heat into his tyres. And certainly the second race on that opening lap, I think it was the opening lap, he basically came out of the S's and the rear end just snapped round on him. But he did a brilliant fight back through, and he finished in third position. I have to apologise to him. I made a joke that I've made for many, many years. It's so quick. I said, drug test that car, which of course is supposed to be a good joke because you can't drug test cars. But he's had accusations. That car is so quick and he's such a fast driver that some people have said, well, it's got to be illegal. And he's gone, well, check it. It's completely legal. And it is. It's completely kosher. It is just an absolute weapon of a car and one heck of a racing driver. But I apologise for the misunderstanding to Curnow when we spoke the other day. And he then laughed, realising that it was one of my very bad but very old jokes. That's the risk, Ian, isn't it? When I tell bad jokes, they never always work.
well, that is it, isn't it? That is it.
That's my lesson learned there. But it's not, though, is it, Ian? You know I won't change.
Absolutely right.
So let's have a look at this. Jordan Curnow, Chris Southcott. Then we got Tim Adams in the 81 car. I mean, what a job there by Spiller. Absolutely flying in that Mini, and he was buzzing, Dave Spiller, getting that one sorted. And if he can do this lap time in this race, it's going to be a new lap record. Will Self, good to see him back in the red and blue 205 this time, with the 106 of Tony Cooper alongside him. Right, we've now got the last of the cars in and ready to go. Green flag has been waved. 5-second board is up. This is a 20-minute race for the hot hatches. Just single headers for everybody this time. 2 lights, 3 lights. On goes the 4th, the 5th light. The engine notes rise and they're held, and off go the lights, and Jordan Curnow gets a belter. Tony Cooper in 47. He got a great start, but he had nowhere to go and he had to slow it back down again. Will Self is diving up the inside as they get towards Folly. He's past Tim Adams. He looks like he's managed to get past Chris Southcott as well. Jordan Curnow scampering off into the distance. And Will Self got a belter, but Southcott's coming back at him on the outside as they go over Avon Rise. The 211 car is going to have the outside line. Does he make it work? Just about, I think. He's into second again, but Will Self into third.
Yeah, that's right. It is Jordan Curnow in the Honda out in front, though. Then the 2 Peugeots with Southcott, the winner of the second race a month ago. They're in second position at the moment, ahead of that 34 car of Will Self. So that's a good start up from the third row of the grid. But Curnow already putting about 6 car lengths between himself and the rest. Big field of cars still coming through now. And the one that's right at the back, actually, is the Tony Cooper car, number 47, which he said initially made a good start but had nowhere to go. So Tony Cooper's dropped right to the back of the field, and he will be one to watch as he makes his way back up the order.
Well, either that, or it looked like he suddenly went straight on at the S's, and I wonder whether his brake issue has resurfaced. Little Pope's just run wide, very wide on the exit there, but we'll wait and see whether Tony Cooper can pull back through. Jordan Curnow in the lead, Chris Southcott, Will Self, Tim Adams. Spiller is now being harangued by the little Peugeot of Sean Govard. Whatever issue that sort of curtailed his qualifying, looks like it's sorted now. That is absolutely flying, and he's trying to get past that Mini. But it's incredible to see a Class E Mini up there fighting at the front of the pack here. Spiller really is one talented driver. He's going to be racing with his dad later in, Dave Allan. What a lovely moment that'll be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good performance so far from him. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've had a change, because into second place now has then gone the number 61, it's the 81 car, I beg your pardon, of Tim Adams. And so what has happened to Chris Southcott? Well, he has disappeared. Will Self was there, but he dropped back a couple of places.
Quarry.
So at Quarry, they've presumably had an incident together then, with Self losing time as well. So he's in third place at the moment. He's got two of the cars right behind him, which I think will be Spiller and Govard. But the lead to Jordan Curnow, back to you, the big lead now over Tim Adams in second place.
Well, interestingly, the camera just showed it. It looks like Southcott's car's on the infield at Quarry Corner, so that must be a mechanical issue that's put him there. Will Self is in third position, being harangued now by Sean Govard's got past Spiller that time as he came down in towards camp. So the two Peugeots going side by side. And in fact, Govard, there's a little bit of door-to-door, I think, there as he just suddenly went to sweep right a little bit too early. He's got the move done before they got into the yellow flag zone of Chris Southcott's car. Stopped, as I say, it's on the infield, which you'd assume pulled off there. That's got to be mechanical, surely, Ian.
More than likely, you would think. Yeah, certainly. Didn't see what happened, of course.
Through? So just Curnow
he did,
through?
and I noticed he was missing from the time screen, but he is there. He is there. So Curnow is there. Adams is second. Third is Sean Govard now, up to third place. So he's got his way ahead of Will Self, and it's Dave Spiller in fifth position. Then a gap back, I think it's to Darren Duffield in sixth position in the second of the minis. But yeah, Jordan Curnow, hopefully you'll see him now, is still out there, Chris.
It is, and it's still not corrected on the TSL timing screen. Hopefully it will sort itself out soon. But here comes Jordan Curnow, your race leader. Lights ablaze for the second place. Tim Adams, it looks to me as though that car takes a lap or two to warm up as well. But my gosh, is that warmed up now. New fastest lap of the race, although we don't know because Jordan Curnow is still not showing on the timing screen for some reason. And normally it would have been put in manually by now as well, but that hasn't happened. So Jordan Curnow exits Quarry Corner. And it means we can't really interpret whether it's closing down. So we're going to have to try and use our eyes. What's that all about? I'm used to using timing screens.
I know. It's we've got to work now for our money, haven't we? But anyway, it's Curnow that is leading. I don't think the lead is going out at all over Adams. Adams really going well in that older model Civic, chasing down the race leader. Then quite a big gap back now to the 15 car in third place of Sean Govard. Then it's Will Self. Then it's Dave Spiller. Darren Duffield on his own really in sixth. Then it's the Integra next through, which is the number 10 car, which is Michael Bowles. So I think he's made up a position on Mike Wyatt already on this. The fourth lap of the race. 15 minutes still to go.
And
a spinner. Sorry, just going to say a spinner, and that is the 113 car, which is Sean Deacon in the ER Racing Solutions entered Peugeot 106. He's had a spin, but has recovered on the exit of the S's.
Yeah, he wants to because he's second in Class C at the moment, so he wants to keep that one going. I can confirm that, it's gone down again now. I know that Zoe Curnow's cheering on her brother, and definitely Jordan Curnow is in the lead. It did pop him back up to the top, but it's gone again, so he's obviously got a transponder issue. And he is still in the lead. Do not panic. He is definitely leading this race. Tony Cooper's fighting his way through, so it wasn't a brakes issue. He's up to seventh and second in Class B, but Sean Govard is the lead in Class B. I don't think he's going to get any higher in that group, really, is he?
Possibly not. No, I'm just looking in the distance to see Tony Cooper's car, which should be coming through third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Yeah, there he is, just heading into. If he's showing seventh he's showing eighth on the screen now. So type of screen sorting itself out. It's put Curnow back in. I can see Cooper now, but I don't think he's in eighth. I make him in about 10th place, just by counting the cars past me. So whether he did get up to eighth, then drop back.
Who else have we missed then? Yeah. That'll be interesting.
Anyway, he's just ahead of Robert Watson in the 50 car. So I think they are 10th and 11th, those two.
So which two are we missing then? So here we go with the now lonely Sean Govard in the 15. He's absolutely got that thing dancing around the circuit. Will Self is left in the clutches of Spiller. So Dave Spiller, number 28 in that Mini, he's starting to come back at that Peugeot this time round. Then there's the 119 Darren Duffield. So he's still going great there with Bowl behind him, Wyatt. And there's then Tony Cooper now. So it's got him crossing. You're right. He's crossing in ninth. So yeah, he's in ninth now.
Okay, but in traffic, the race leaders are getting much closer to one another. Tim Adams was 1.7 seconds behind at the beginning of this lap, behind Jordan Curnow in the 180 Civic. I would say the gap has approximately halved from that and is coming down all the time. So they're just heading out of Bobby's now, back up towards you, Chris. So it looks like we could have a fight on for the lead, although it may have just been the effect of traffic on that lap.
Another one that I hadn't realised is his first race today. Harry Cox says, come on, Brad Thurston, first race today. And he's going great guns. He sat there in, 12th overall, 5th in Class F in his Mini. Lead 2 have gone through. You're absolutely right. They are definitely closer, down to 1 second. So he's in DRS zone now, Ian. Here comes
Get those flaps open.
You can't say that, Ian.
Oh, dear. They're back towards me now, and he's not used the DRS yet anyway. He's still around about a second adrift as they turn their way right and left through the S's. And he's actually, Tim Allen's really pushing hard there, you can see. Back end of the car did step out a little bit, so possibly it was the traffic that did benefit him a little bit on the previous lap. Can he sort of continue this momentum forward, though, on a clear lap? It looks like it should be... Might get another clear lap as well after this one, looking at the gap in the traffic ahead of them. Bit further back, Sean Govard is a long way back in third now. Spiller is up to fourth, so he's got his way ahead of Will Self. And Darren Duffield is now being caught by Michael Bowles Integra in the fight for sixth place as well, with Tony Cooper now definitely up to eighth.
Okay, so he's still coming through. But yeah, Spiller moving up to that fourth on that last tour. So I told you that he was coming back and trying to do it. Lead 2 have gone through. That's now down to .976. History Terry Gallagher says, shout out to Dave Vass. I believe he's helping with the commentary team today. Can't say he isn't committed to all forms of motorsport, but he isn't, from what I understand. He's not made it today,
No,
I don't think.
He looked at the weather forecast and decided to stay at home and watch us from there. I don't blame him, to be honest, given the way it might be later on. But
exactly.
No, he's not with us today, unfortunately.
Will Self's got back ahead of Dave Spiller again, so that's Do-Si-Do, your partners. They're all having a song and a dance, but heading up towards Avon Rise again. Spiller's got some serious straight line speed in that Mini, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has. It's a way clear of the next of the Minis, which of course is the Darren Duffield's car. He's about 11 seconds clear of his nearest competitor, and it's a good fight actually going on with Will Self. Self back ahead though, so a good little scrap between these two in different classes. Of course, we've got 6 different classes in the championship, although I think only 5 of them represented today. And I'm watching some of the slower cars come past me at the moment. But then I've got the battle for 6th and 7th, which is Darren Duffield and Michael Bowles. So another battle involving one of the Minis, which spits a bit of flame out of the back of it as it heads down towards Tower Corner. Michael Bowl in the Integra can't get through, but they're both being caught by Tony Cooper, who that time through was about 1.7 seconds faster than the 2 cars ahead of him.
Well, the leaders are making their way towards you now, and they could end up getting very close to each other, because that's a gaggle of fighting cars that they're going to try and lap now, Ian.
Yeah, Jordan Kerno's passed a couple. He's just got to pass the 113 Sean Deacon car, which is the one that had the spin down here a lap or 2 ago. Then they've got a little gap before they've got 3, 4, 5, about 8 cars in fairly quick succession that they'll need to lap, which will probably happen over the next couple of laps. And just looking at the clock, there's still 9 minutes to go, so still plenty of time left in the race.
Well, just coming up to Quarry Corner is this fight that you were talking about, Duffield and Bowl, but Duffield got completely held up through Camp Corner by a back mark, and in fact I think the Bowls just ran wide there onto the grass, and Tony Cooper, I was about to say had closed in on both of them, has snuck past Bowl already.
Yeah, Bowl looks to be going very slowly out of Quarry Corner now, so I wonder if he might have a problem in actual fact. Yeah, I think he probably has. So it's Tony Cooper up to 7th place now, soon to be 6th. I think Bowl is going to pull off by the looks of it, but let me just look to my left as the battle for 6th heads down towards Tower Corner. It should be fairly straightforward for Tony Cooper to get through on the inside and braking for Tower. He does so. So Tony Cooper, who dropped right to the back of the field halfway round lap 1, is back up to 6th place.
Well, leaders have long gone. There goes Sean Govard having a lonely race in 2nd place, and of course leading Class B. There goes Will Self, that puts him second in Class A. So basically the top 3 are leading their respective classes. Will Self, and then Dave Spiller, who of course is leading Class E, and here comes Tony Cooper, 2nd in Class B, up to 6th place. That's a great fight back though, isn't it? You've got to say. And I bet this will be one of his favourite races.
Yeah, it will be. For the lead, it was 1.5 seconds very nearly between the top two over the line, but it's less than that now. Again, Jordan Curnow delayed a bit by back markers. Tim Adams, in his older Honda, has got a better passage through them, and they're just about to head into camp, I think, Chris.
They are indeed. They've got past most of them, but they just got number 12 Waterman in the MGZR to get past. Jordan's going to get that done on the start-finish straight. But Tim Adams isn't necessarily. That's fine. Waterman did a brilliant job, just missed the apex of folly completely to stay right out of the way, allowing the faster cars to go through. So they've done fine there. But what they're going to see into Quarry is like, what, 4 back markers at least in front of them. One of those is Pope in his Puma, and I know that he got stuck in last race.
And there's yellow flags as well, so they have to stay in behind the back markers. That means that Tim Adams is now right on the tail of Jordan Curnow. The yellow flag is for Michael Bowles' car, and they're going to be side by side. They've got the little Ford Puma just ahead of them. In the end, they both go to the right of the car, but Tim Adams now within 2 car lengths of Jordan Curnow as they go through Hammerdown towards Tower Corner for the 11th time in this race. But those yellow flags really did play into the hands of Tim Adams there, and he's got his nose almost on the boot on the hatchback of that more modern Civic. They both get past another back marker on the way into Bobby's. They'll get another 1 or 2 of them on the way out, but very much a fight on our hands for the lead with 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, they're coming down towards us now, and they've got past the debutant first and 128. Good job staying out of the way. Tim Adams just scythed through there in towards camp. He nearly ran wide there because he was determined not to get caught behind the back marker or through the apex of Camp Corner. And I know why they'd have wanted to do that. They've just split apart slightly because that compromised Adams all the way down the start-finish straight up Avon Rise. We've still got 6 minutes left to go. I know that Pitboy1989 says, you feel like I'm watching CCTV. Yes, that's because you are. You're welcome for the free coverage.
Down the farm straight come the leaders then. More back markers to deal with. Tim Adams with his headlights ablaze. And he is not able to get past the Clio at the first attempt. He does at the second attempt. That's the 100 car, which is John Barnard, isn't it? And that time through, I think Tim Adams has lost out a little bit in the traffic. It was his turn to benefit from it a lap ago, but this time Jordan Curnow has got through. And Curnow has cleared another of the back markers now as well with Tim Adams. Not able to do it by the time he got to Bobby's either, which will have frustrated him, I suggest. He's going to have another bite at it now as they accelerate away up West Way.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those tricky situations, as we always say, is that the back markers can't just suddenly disappear. And in fairness, going into and through Bobby's like that, it's a tight chicane. They can't just suddenly disappear. You can't expect a back marker having their own legitimate race to suddenly straight line the chicane or anything like that. So it was just an unfortunate time in there, and it has compromised Tim Adams enough now. The gap's up to 1.8 seconds with 4 3/4 minutes left to go, so it possibly has come apart. But looking at this gaggle coming up Avon Rise, you'll see them exiting Quarry in a second, and I lost track of who was leaders and who was back markers in that one.
Well, the leaders are already old Paddock, so I think it's going to be a mixture of back markers and maybe those scrapping for the minor places. A much bigger gap this time between the two leaders. There is now more rain starting to fall down here. I can tell you bigger spots of rain on the commentary box window. But yes, about 8 or 9 cars in this group. I'm just looking to see if there are any leaders in it. Yes, there. No, there is. I think they're all back markers on one lap or another. All of those 9 cars that have come through. I look a bit further back. Yeah, here's Sean Govard in 3rd. He's way back. And then 4th and 5th, you've still got Dave Spiller and Will Self, and they're still having a good old ding-dong for 4th and 5th, and still actually for 6th place, Tony Cooper's not got too far ahead of Darren Duffield either, so that's pretty tight as well. But leaders with just about 4 minutes to go have just gone past you again, I think.
Leaders just going up over Avon Rise, and I'm just watching. Certainly there's enough rain that windscreen wipers are on now, Ian, so this could get really interesting. 1 or 2 of them might find it a little bit too slick for their own comfort, but I still get the impression it's what I call psychological rain primarily at the moment. But I think that that's still big enough for me.
Yeah, it's not going to probably make too much difference to the track conditions just yet. And Curnow's got a problem. Curnow, it sounds like his car has just died on him, basically. The engine has cut out. It was coasting down towards Hammerdown, but that means a change of lead, and Tim Adams has gone through. Tim Adams has got the lead now. Can Jordan Kerner get the car sort of fired back up again? Or is that it? Is it game over for him? No, he's still coasting his way around Tower Corner. And Kerno, I'm afraid, looks like he's going to be heading for the pit lane if he can get back there, Chris. So it's now Tim Adams leading the race. Can that make it 3 different winners so far this year in Hot Hatch?
Well, wouldn't that make there'd have to be something poetic about that. He's coming across the line now. He's still pushing really hard and he's punching the air. He's delighted. In fairness, he'll never have been wishing anything on anyone else. Of course, don't forget that he was still leading Class A, but they're racing drivers. They want to lead overall. Just watching a great fight here. John Barnard and the number 50 car of Watson, and that is for that's for 3rd and 4th in Class F by the looks of that one. So as it stands at the moment, Barnard wants to get some silverware. Only one of those is going to get a pot. The other one isn't.
Okay, and so here comes Tim Adams then. He's down to old Paddock. He's probably got 2 more laps to go in this race, I would suggest. His engine is sounding a bit more raucous than it was earlier on in this race, I would suggest as well. So I wonder if he's got an issue. Last time through for him, it was a 1:14.8. He's done a 1:13.2, so a little bit slow. That could just be traffic rather than anything else, though. And it's basically nearly a half a lap lead now over Sean Govard in 2nd place, isn't it? And he's just heading out of Quarry now. He's pretty much on his own as well, about 7 seconds clear of Spiller and Self, who are now up to 3rd and 4th positions. And they are still in the same order, the Mini ahead of the Peugeot, pushing on nicely. But it looks like this race has been sorted. And I guess whatever happens now, we're going to have a different winner, because Kerno and Southcott won the first 2 races, and they're both out of this race, aren't they? So it's bound to be a new winner, whoever it is. Yeah,
it's a real shame, to be honest, that, isn't it? Because it was a great fight, and I know Jordan. Well, actually, in fact, when I was chatting to him, he was saying that finally he had the tyres that made him lose the rear end and he had to work through, but it made it his most enjoyable race he's had to date. So I'm sure he was enjoying being pressurised by Tim Adams. And then there's nothing even suggested it was coming, was there, really? It just happened out of nowhere. Very weird. I see, by the way, Spiller, it must have happened a couple of laps ago, but the Mini of Spiller's got back past Will Self. Now, who's that going slow? James Buffdon's got a problem, I think. Dyer Buffdon. He's pulling off on the exit of Folly, so Folly's now going to have yellows on it by the looks of it.
Okay, but it should be the last lap anyway, because Tim Adams is just making his way through Bobby's. It's going to be another tight one, like the MX-5s, isn't it? So let's see whether we get another. Oh, the spinner down here is the MG.
It is going to be checkered flag.
MG of Lee Waterman's had a spin, but the checkered flag's with you.
It is, because it's out, and in fact, I think he slowed it down to make sure. But here he comes, takes the checkered flag. Tim Adams, number 81, as you say, the 3rd victor, but he did cross the line with a little bit.
Chris, just to say, Dave Spiller all over the grass here coming out of Old Paddock, and that means he's lost 3rd place to Will Self again, and he's lost quite a bit of ground. He's got a slower car ahead of him, so it looks like a mistake there from Dave Spiller coming out of Old Paddock all over the grass, and that's handed 3rd place to Will Self.
Wow. Of course, it doesn't matter in terms of class honours, because that Mini is Class E. Will Self is running 2nd in Class A, the same class as Tim Adams, our eventual victor. Let's have a look. Where's the overall 2nd place? Here he comes, Sean Govard. What a great job, winning Class B, 2nd overall. Was Racing and Sean Govard, what a team those two are. And thumbs up, he's delighted with that one. There comes Dave Spiller, which means Will Self. Yep, he's already crossed the line. So Will Self came home in the number 34 car, 3rd overall, 2nd in Class A. 4th was 28, Dave Spiller in the Mini, winning Class E. Where's the silver Peugeot of Tony Cooper? Here he comes now, number 47, comes home 5th overall, 2nd in Class B. So he's done well to fight his way back through there. And there, 119 and runner-up in Class E goes Darren Duffield. Already has taken a checkered flag was the number 9 car, which was Mike Wyatt. He wins Class F in his car. Just suddenly quickly, hang on, I've got screens everywhere, so I'm trying to make sense of absolutely everything. John Barnard did get past Watson, so he takes 2nd place in Class F, which means Thurston actually lost out to both of those on what I think must have been that last lap. So 2nd place to John Barnard, 50 Watson in 3rd place, 4th first in Class F, and 10th overall, 128 on his first race. Well done, Mr. Thurston, in the 128 car, that being Bradley Thurston in his Renault Clio. 11th place and Class C win. He had to fight back through for that one as well. Is Sean Deacon. You called the spin there, and he fought through to come 11th overall, first in Class C, ahead of 987, which is the Ford Puma of Mark Pope. 13th place is number 53, Paul Bird. That's third in Class C. Number 40, another race debutant, Ben Watson, the older of the brothers. I think he was the one that started from the back, was he not? Yeah, he was. So he's done a great job there, fighting his way through to 14th place. 272 Kite in 15th, 16th and third in class. Oh, sorry, in Kite in that mini, the 272 mini was third in the Class E. That's the mini class. So Steve Kite picks up some silverware there as well. 12th was Lee Waterman. Despite that spin, he still gets third in Class B. 172 Fish in 17th. 905 Franks 18th. 19th was 71 Hughes. 454 Giblet. 29 is still showing Dyer Buffton. He sadly stops just at the exit of Folly here. Another debutant here, not his first ever race, but debutant in this car, 43 Wilkes. So a great addition to see him in a car that we've seen here before, but Peter Wilkes now owns it. And 36 Ellison is your final finisher. But that was some big names that we lost in that one, wasn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to lose both of the two winners from the opening meeting, Jordan Curnow towards the end, Chris Southcott relatively early on in that race, that was a bit of a surprise and a bit of a blow for those two. Sure, it could have been a good race. Also involving Chris Southcott as well, if he'd survived that. But we did see some good action nevertheless. It was tight between the first two. Good battle as well between Self and Spiller, which eventually resolved itself in favour of Self on the last lap when Spiller went wide over the grass. And a great drive by Tony Cooper as well, up from the back of the field to finish fifth in the end and second with Class B behind Sean Govard as well. That was a good drive from him, and he was lapping in almost the same lap times as Sean Govard as well by the looks of it. So, apart from that, it would have been Tony Cooper well up the order as well.
Right. And I think already Josh has managed to herd the cats, and he's got some interviews.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I've got Tim Adams, who took the win, Tim. You chased Jordan for a lot of that race.
Yeah.
So,
I was just giving it everything again, and I'm just so grateful and just to get the win, even though they both broke down. You know, I feel like I gave him a right fight. Kept Jordan honest, especially around through the lap traffic. He made quite a few mistakes, as did I, so it was a bit nip and tuck then. But yeah, just bring it on. I want Southcott and I want Curnow next race. Yeah.
I think you got the fastest lap as well, 1:13.2. What quicker you went in qualifying?
Yeah, qualifying was a disaster. I didn't get a clear lap at all, so yeah, it was not a good session. But, yeah.
There's bits of rain at the end of the race. Did that affect you at all?
Yeah, I think halfway through it was it got pretty slick, but sort of sideways moments, but managed to hang on to it. Going over a sort of a Avon Rise was a bit sketchy at one lap, but no, it's all good. Yeah.
Looking forward to the rest of the year.
I am, yeah. It's a rocket car that Josh Harvey's built, so I'm just grateful to be able to pilot it. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Second was Sean Govard. Yeah, you're a bit behind the top run. There's only one of them finished, so best of the rest, I guess.
I didn't know that. I was concentrating on just finishing today. I had quite a good start. First lap, I knew that I had to sort of get in amongst them, so I think that's what I did. I settled them a little bit. And then towards the end, I had a fuel leak. I could smell it in the cab, and every corner around there was just a little bit of a misfire, and I could smell it coming through. And I was sort of like in the middle of, do I pull over or not, just for safety reasons. I managed to get it to the end, so yeah.
Obviously, your car, I think, got a bit of a smaller engine than most of the other ones up the front.
Yeah, it's not, it's what you do with it, I suppose.
Yeah,
so if I see something in front of me, I've got, I have to go.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
And then in third, just at Willow. So in third place was Will Self. Will, we had a real battle for that position.
That's Will.
Oh, so get Will over. Will, you had a real battle there with Dave, I think, for third. You just about come out on the last lap.
Yeah, I got really lucky to be fair. Mega race with Dave throughout, and then on the last lap, he got caught up behind the back marker. And unfortunately, ended up putting him on the grass a little bit. But yeah, no, absolutely awesome race. Wasn't expecting to turn up for the entries there was, and finish as high up, that's for sure.
And I imagine that was a really fun battle to have as well.
Yeah, mega. Definitely one of the best races I've had up there. Yeah, good stuff.
Well done. And coming back for the rest of the season now?
I'm not sure at the moment. I've got a few bits I'd like to do to the car, try and make it a bit quicker, try and get right up the front. But yeah, that's definitely convinced me. Definitely towards coming back a little bit longer.
But that's, I guess, good with quite open regulations. You can do lots with the car how you want to.
Yeah, you can. I'm a bit limited financially myself, so I mean, engine-wise, it's fairly standard. But yeah, we have a battle with some quick balls. Got stuck in.
Well done on third place.
Cheers.
With third place, also second was Sean David, and winner was Tim Adams. Still a bit of rain in the air, Chris, as the next cars come out onto the track.
Thank you very much, Josh. Oh, we seem to have changed to the wrong one. Let me actually, let's put that up there. And we don't even need to really see us, Ian, do we? To be honest, let's put the.
They'll be turning off in the droves, won't they?
Oh, you're not. You've changed microphone. You're on to like the laptop microphone now.
No, I think that's what I've done. That's, having some lunch. And I'd forgotten that Mike was up there.
That's the point. Yeah, I need to think of that. Just quickly to put up, thank you very much for the compliments that are coming in for Keely downstairs that's doing the camera work. Keep up the great work, Keely. It really is being noticed and appreciated. And thank you for that. And I know that we got one or two people saying, can't see why no spectators today. Just seen in the snooker, it's inside and full of spectators. We know. We agree. The circuit tried to fight it, but had no luck. So please do not shoot the circuit or anybody of the organisers. They didn't understand it, but we have no choice. It is what it is. So I hope that this is the next best thing. So thank you for those comments. Right, quickly, the grid for this one. I need to bring it up now. I say paperwork. We're having to do this paperless these days. So then refreshing yet another screen to make sure we haven't got an updated grid. That's not refreshing. So I don't know why I'm not getting the...
Shall I go through it, Chris? I've got it in front of me.
Please, mate. Please.
That's all right. So pole position is number 47, Niall Bradley. This is the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, by the way, if you've not figured that out from what's on your screen. So 47, Niall Bradley on pole position, and alongside him will be number 28, Brad Sheehan, both of those in E46 M3s. Second row, you've got the number 2, BMW M140 of former British Touring Car Championship driver Rick Kerry. And next to him, number 61, Lee Pearcey, another M3, this one on the E36, so the older shape. Third row, 26, Paul Cook, and 80, Mike Eustace, both in E46 M3s. Then you've got the first of the M2 class cars. The first 6 are all M1 class cars, the most powerful ones on the grid. You've got 67, Adrian Williams, and number 7, Wayne Lewis, who leads the championship after the opening meeting of the season, even at Silverstone 9 days ago. So that's 67 and 7 on row 8. The fifth row, on row 4, I should say. Fifth row, 25, Ben Pearson, and 59, Jim Benson. Those are the first 2 cars in Class 6, which is for 6-cylinder cars. Row 6, 83 and 1. That's Gary Burstow in the M2 class, and Kevin Denwood also in the M2 class, last year's champion. Row 7, 21, Andy Abrams, and 30, Dan Harborough. Dan in the, I think, only E30 BMW on the grid, and for my ability, that's the best looking car out there. Row 8 is 66 and 77. 66, Mark Colmer in the E36 M3, and Paul Travers in the 325 Ti Compact. Row 9, 76 and 37, that's Stuart Pyrewell and Cavan Granger. Row 10 is 19 and 8, Rob Lyons in Bill Redrop. Then row 11, 10 and 23, Clive Watson and Thomas Singleton. And the final 3 cars, so row 12 is 31 and 68, Paul Laramie and Gareth Thomas, and 60, Carl McMillan on his own on row 13. Those are the 3 cars that make up the Cup class for BMW 325 Ti Compacts in very sort of standard specification. That's really the budget way into the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And last year's champion from that class, Clive Watson, has moved up into the 6-cylinder class for this season. So I should be back with you now, I think, Chris.
Yep, absolutely they are. Lots of people are clearly looking forward to the BMW Car Club. I mean, it really is an array of some incredible machinery out there. I mean, they so beautifully presented, so powerful sounding as well as looking, and they will race these things hard. And is there anybody out of position that you know of, Ian, that can look at this grid?
Not desperately, I don't think. I think it's probably more or less as I would expect it to be. Paul Cook is one to watch, certainly. In the M1 class this year, switching up from M2 last year, he missed the opening meeting at Silverstone with engine dramas, I think it was. So we didn't see what he could do there. But we had a great race last time. Brad Sheehan coming through from the back of the grid after failing to finish race 1 to get within a second of Niall Bradley, who did the double win at Silverstone.
Well, 5 lights are on, engine notes are up, off go the lights, off go the field. Great start from the 61 car there of Lee Piercy, possibly slightly early or absolutely on point. They'll probably have a look at that, but he's not managed to move any further forward because the second phase... and I was looking to the left, and we've had a big impact here on the start. Number 66 is the front end is all stoved in on that, and there was... actually, that's from quite high up, isn't it? The blue and oranges one. Which one's that?
Is that Jim Benson, number 59, might be
right? He's got going
there
again. He's got going again, but the 66 car is stopped on the start-finish straight side on. Now, this is either going to be red or safety car straight again. Safety car by the looks of it. Yep, safety car is going to be out.
Okay, so it's
we don't know yet.
Yeah, Niall Bradley it is that's leading past me in the 47 car from the 28 car of Brad Sheehan. So the first two on the grid, they do now see the yellow flags in the safety car board, so they'll get the notice of that before they get to get back with you. I think it might well have been Jim Benson that was a bit late coming past me as well.
Number 1, apparently, Denwood was involved, according to Josh.
Ah, right. Okay. So, yeah, that would also make sense colour-wise, wouldn't it? So,
yes.
Yeah. And, of course, he's the reigning champion from last season. Another driver to have switched up a class compared to where he was last year. He was in Class 6 last year, moving up to M2 for this season.
Yeah, I didn't even see what happened. Now, the front end of the 66 car is stoved in, sadly. I mean, everything's fine. I mean, it's just as in the damage is on the front end. Driver was out instantly, and he stood down there with his hands on his hips behind the barrier here in front of me. I didn't see whether maybe Denwood didn't get away and he just then went straight into the back of him. Let's have a look. There's Denwood. Well, can't even see any damage on his car, to be honest with you. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
The other car that Josh thinks might be involved is the number 30 car of Dan Harborough as well, which is the
there's one
30.
that's come into the pits as well, Ian. Let me grab my binoculars to tell you which number. 37.
Which is Cavan Granger in his Class 6 car. So it's really the sort of right in the middle of the grid by the looks of it. So he was on row 9. Kevin Denwood was on row 6. So it sort of looked like it's row 6 backwards. So the ones that haven't come through at the end of the first lap, Paul Cook, Mark Coulmer and Clive Watson also didn't
Mark
make
Coulmer
it
was the
through.
one here. Mark Coulmer was the one with the damage to the front end here.
Yeah. So it looks like Jim Benson wasn't involved at all, so ignore what I said earlier on. But yeah, Denwood, he was delayed. Cavan Granger was delayed, certainly. Dan Harborough's just gone past me. His car looks in reasonable fettle, and he crossed the line in 17th, having started 14th. So he lost a little bit of ground, but not a lot. So it looks like the three that we've didn't come through, and I don't know if they're all involved, Cook, Coulmer and Watson, in the number 10 325 Ti.
Well, Granger's now coming down the pit lane. He sort of got out of his car just by the Avon Bridge, and it, almost as if he was going to have a look at something to work out whether he's going to go into the paddock or into the pit lane. He's gone into the pit lane, but he stopped having a chat with some people, so I'm not sure whether he was going to call it a day. But pass, not sure. I don't know whether they're going to try and get that car out, but the flatbed's now sort of hoiking the number 66 up onto its low loader, and that hopefully should be out of the way. I mean, fingers crossed, Ian, that's bodywork damage. The wheels are turning as they're sort of, towing it back up onto the flatbed, so they might be lucky to get that one back out for their second race.
Well, fingers crossed if that is the case. Interestingly, as it's been loaded onto the flatbed, Mark Combe is now shown as having completed a lap. So whether it is literally straddling the finish line is on the lorry.
It pretty much is, to be honest with you. It is that close, but yeah, he's definitely not circulating, that's for sure. Or he's doing it driverless.
It's the modern way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cook and Watson then are the ones that didn't come through at the end of lap 1, and Combe, of course. So we should have 22 cars, hopefully, in a position to continue with the race.
Now,
it's a 20-minute race. Sorry, Chris. It's a 20-minute race. 15 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out. There was what looked like a driver that no helmet on and a face mask on already, and he came over to actually have a little bit of a word with the 66 driver, Mark Combe. I wouldn't say it was excessively cross, but it didn't look overly friendly either. So I don't really know, because I can't see. It's not Granger. I don't know where he came from or who he is, but it's as though it's someone that's not out there. By the way, we did lose, came out onto the start line and then pulled back into the paddock was the number 10, Clive Watson, so didn't even take the green flag lap, sadly. So, yeah, that one disappeared right from the get-go. Which is a shame. At least, like you say, with it being a 20-minute race, we've still got plenty of race, and the car's up onto the low loader now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Cotton says someone drove off. That was the number 10 of Watson that did that.
Safety car's just passing me, and it's a relatively slow safety car lap. I wonder if they're just hoping that they'll be able to get going again at the end of this lap.
Yeah, that would make sense, Ian, because the flatbed's just pulling away down the start-finish straight. It's going to come in and go the wrong way up the pit exit, if you will. Granger's gone back out, by the way, in that white and burgundy car. So he's hoping
a couple of laps down, I suspect.
Okay, yeah. Right, the flatbed's moving down the pit lane. I think they are going to be able to get this going this time round, Ian.
Yeah, safety car lights are out now, so we're all good to go. One thing I noticed, Rick Kerry dropped back to, well, it says 4th on the screen. I'm sure he's the 5th car in the queue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's the 5th car in the queue. So is the timing screen not picking someone else? Actually, Paul Cook, I reckon, might be out there in the 26 car. I think he's the 4th car out there, the black car, but maybe the transponder's not working or something, so he's not been picked up. But we'll hand it back to you for the restart.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, seems to be one or two issues with TSL. The weather's getting into the system today, sadly, but they'll be ferreting away, trying to make sure that it's all as accurate as possible. So, very much controlled by the 47 car of Bradley. Now the green flag waves and off they go. The noise, the sound from these cars is just amazing. Oh, and we got a challenge possibly for the lead. Round the outside goes the white car of Sheehan, the 28 car of Sheehan, trying to stamp his authority at this restart. They've got themselves side by side. Big puff of smoke from somebody, a bit of a lock-up, but hopefully it's just a little one. They're still side by side for the lead as they come to you.
Yeah, and I think it might be Sheehan that has got it. He's on the outside line. He's going to sort of move across. Yes, he does. He takes the lead. So Brad Sheehan, who finished second in the second of the races at Silverstone a week ago, having fought through from the back of the grid, takes the lead here from the man that he couldn't quite pit last time. That's Niall Bradley. It's Paul Cook that's up to 3rd place then, although not showing on our timing screen. Lee Pearce is 4th, and Rick Kerry is in 5th position. And it's the two mostly white cars that lead the way then as they head through and out of Bobby's now onto the Dean Straight and up to you for the, well, it's about the 4th lap actually, I think, although it only says 2 on our screen.
Yeah, they're round here now, and it is Sheehan that's got the lead, but he's not got it comfortably at the moment. Round follow, I thought he was going to have a little sneaky sniffer up the inside. One that is going up the inside there is the 1 Series BMW. Who's that? I've got to remind myself which one's the 1 Series now.
That'd be Rick Kerry, that one.
It is Rick Kerry, a lovely looking car, that one, and that's actually moving back up the order for him, isn't it? So he didn't get the start he wanted, but he's just moved. Although, did he? I think he might have lost it by the time he got to Quarry again, and he's back in 4th.
Well, he's in 4th at the moment because don't forget Paul Cook, who's 3rd on the road, he's not showing on the timing screen. So he's 4th, is Rick Kerry, but he is now ahead of Lee Pearcey, which he wasn't a lap ago past me. 6th, by the way, is number 7, Wayne Lewis, and he's leading the M2 class with number 80, one of the M1 class cars, Mike Eustace, right behind him. But the two leaders are pulling away from the rest of them. Sheehan and Bradley, a good couple of seconds clear of Paul Cook, but very close to one another as they head back towards camp.
Yeah, sadly, people are reporting that TSL is down online as well. Nothing's happened. It still shows safety cars. So sadly, they've obviously got technical gremlins downstairs. But across the line goes Sheehan ahead of Bradley. Then there's a small gap, bumping over the grass just ever so slightly on the exit of camp goes the jet black number 26 car. And that was, as you say, the one that was showing as not circulated, but he's in 3rd. So fair shout. But this does get a little bit tricky with no TSL for quite a few people, I think, doesn't it?
Not least us, but we'll try and do it by eye as they come through on what I think now is lap 6. And it is, this is when we did need Dave Vass. It is Paul, still Brad Sheehan leading, number 28, but only by about 2 car lengths from Niall Bradley in 2nd. Paul Cook is 3rd, but I think he's being caught now by Rick Kerry in 4th position. Lee Pearcey is 5th. Mike Eustace now to 6th in the number 80 car. That's ahead of number 7, Wayne Lewis. In 8th place is number 67, Adrian Williams. Then it's Gary Burstow. Then Jim Benson, who is disputing the lead of Class 6 with Ben Pearson. So a very close battle between those two as well. They are heading through Tower Corner. The leaders are with you.
Dave Goddard saying Lee Pearcey believes his ex-Formula Palmer Audi driver.
Yeah, that's right, I think. Yeah,
wow,
a little while ago.
But but fair shout. He's out there in the number 2 car. No, not that's Kerry, isn't it? Sorry, the 61 car. And we kind of got Noah's Ark, really, at the moment, haven't we? 2 by 2, as we got Sheehan and Bradley and then Kerry and Pearcey. And just taking up a watching brief is then the number 7 car of Lewis. Got a grandstand seat, certainly ahead of him. And I thought the 1 Series was going to have a sneaky snifter into Quarry, but thought better of it.
2 leaders then turning their way through the S's for I think it's the 7th time now. I'm making it up as I go along. And there's still very little to choose between those two. Very good scrap going on. But Paul Cook, who I think is racing this weekend, it's not that you can see it in a tin top, he's racing with an Ayrton Senna replica helmet. And of course, it was the 27th anniversary of Ayrton Senna's death just a couple of days ago. And so Paul Cook wearing that as a tribute today. And he is just ahead of Rick Kerry, but Kerry right with him now as they are on the brakes for Bobbies, unable to find a way through yet. But watch that, Chris, as they come back towards you. I think we could have a real fight for 3rd place before much longer.
Agreed, and it's still an almighty fight for the lead, to be fair, isn't it? Sheehan in the white number 28 car may have the nod, but Bradley, number 47, that explains it. He's just done a new fastest lap of the race, 1:10.981. It's only a couple of tenths in it in terms of lap time compared to Sheehan in the lead at the moment. But round Quarry Corner, they're absolutely glued together. You're going to actually see, interestingly, about to come out of Quarry, is it's 3rd and 4th, and then a gap before 5th now.
Yeah, there is. Lee Pearcey is a little bit further behind. The 2 leaders are just coming out of the S's towards me again. 7 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. And still only about 2 car lengths between Brad Sheehan and Niall Bradley. The lap time on our screen says the best lap has gone to Niall Bradley at 1:10.981, which is a very impressive lap time indeed, down in sort of Formula Ford kind of territory for that lap time. And looking for the lap record at 1:11.04 for Mike Cutt here last September. So underneath the lap record is Niall Bradley in 2nd place.
Fair shout. And they're now picking their way through some back markers. Awesome job by the back marker there. I've got to just give a shout out there to the number 68 car of Thomas. Just completely stayed out of the way through Camp Corner, which did not impact therefore on either of the lead 2. They're still together, separated. It says by 0.424. I've got to question that. It doesn't look anywhere near that amount as it stands at the moment, but we'll wait and see. And I'm still trying to work out, it's not getting the 3rd, 4th and 5th places right on the screen, is it?
No. So it's still in the lead. I can tell you Brad Sheehan from Niall Bradley, and they've got lappery to do. Paul Cook is in 3rd still in the black number 26 car. He's looking slightly more comfortable than he was a lap or so ago from Rick Kerry, I think. And then Lee Pearcey is still in 5th place. 6th place is the number 80 car of Mike Eustace. So that's actually as it says on the screen. And then looking a bit further back, 7th is Wayne Lewis in the number 7 car, which isn't being shown on the screen. And 8th is Adrian Williams, number 67. 9th is Gary Berto. And then actually a nice little battle just coming past me now for the lead of Class 6. It's still going on between Jim Benson, number 59, that's the blue and red car, and the dark blue car, the Rutec International Racing car of Ben Pearson, number 25.
Right, 8 laps now completed. Leaders have gone through and they're quite spread out. It's over a second now all of a sudden. So I'm not sure what happened there, but here comes 26, 2 and 61. So that tells you the actual order. Ignore what it tells you on TSL. It is the 26 car of Cook that is showing as not circulating. He's in 3rd place, and it hasn't even been picked up manually, surprisingly. But that jet black car, it's hard to miss, isn't it? It looks dominant, but that 1 Series is still chomping at the bit, isn't it?
Certainly is, out of Quarry Corner down the farm straight once again. Bit more of a gap between the leaders, by the way, just came past me. Sheehan and Bradley still in the same order, though. And there are 2 back markers just ahead of this battle for 3rd place now. So Paul Cook, he's been racing with the 750 Most Club in BMW Car Club, in M3 Cup and MRT Championship for quite a while. Dives to the right of the 2 back markers. He gets past them. So too does Rick Kerry on the way down into Tower Corner. So neither particularly gains or loses an advantage as they get past the traffic there. Lee Piercy a little bit slower to get past, but he was already a little bit further behind in 5th place. So that battle for 3rd just coming back up towards you, Chris.
Well, the leaders just crossed the line as you say that, and it's gone up to 1.2. So Bradley is now lapping a second slower. Now, they did have some lappery to do, so that might have made a bit of a difference. We'll see whether he cranks it back up again. He's still got just under 4.5 minutes left to go. But that battle 3rd and 4th that you don't actually get to see on TSL because it shows the 26 car not circulating, but certainly he's really holding off that number 2 car of Kerry as they go around Quarry Corner. It looks to me, Ian, as though those 2 cars have got strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit.
I think you're probably right. Kerry sort of shows his nose there to Paul Cook as they came into the braking area for the S's, but he couldn't make anything of that. And then Cook able to sort of sprint away out of the S's and through Old Paddock. Can Kerry have another go at him as they head in towards the right-hander at Tower Corner? No, he's not quite close enough to make that work. But yeah, an intriguing sort of cat and mouse battle between those 2. They're getting away from Lee Piercy in 5th place. Well, Paul Cook, a driver that's moved up from the M2 class into the M1 class for this season. And for the Class 6 lead, it's just changed at the S's as well. And around the outside at the sort of second apex of the S's has gone Ben Pearson. So number 25, Ben Pearson now ahead of 59 Jim Benson into 9th place and the lead of Class 6.
Okay, so I'll keep an eye on that one. Our leaders were picking through back markers. I thought for a second there was a change, but it was the wrong white BMW. And all of a sudden, the number 2 car of Kerry's got a great run on Cook, number 26. Cook still has that 3rd position in the black BMW at the moment, but the 1 Series trying desperately to find a way through as they pick their way through the back markers. He was trying to see if he could take advantage of them. But let's have a look for this fight that you were telling us of. They're not through here yet, are they? I'm just trying to keep... Here we go. It's the 25. And in fact, not only has the 25 car got through of Pearson, but he's already pulled away from Benson.
Okay, that's interesting because Benson's been one of the strongest drivers in that class for a couple of seasons. As far as the battle for 3rd is going, no change really. And they have got a clear run for probably a lap or so, I would suggest. Paul Cook in 3rd, number 26, and Rick Kerry in 4th, number 2. Before they catch the next couple of back markers. So it should be a good straight fight between them. But there's only a couple of minutes or so to go.
Just suddenly looked to my right and coming around camp was a very sideways number 19 of Lions. He was right there with Abrams, our local driver, but thankfully he's stopped it before he got towards the barrier. But that was at Camp Corner. He lost it. Green flags waving on the start-finish straight, but everybody being a bit more sensible through camp. But the leader's already towards you on what will be his penultimate lap.
Yeah, and Brad Sheehan then looking to put the memory of the non-finish at Silverstone behind him, really. He's pulled away from Niall Bradley, who won both of those races here. Quite good races we had at Silverstone 9 days ago. The other driver to be involved at the front was Mike Cutt, who's not here this weekend. He had the chance to win probably both races, actually, but mistakes at crucial times cost him. And he's not here with us this weekend. leaders are back towards you. And I think Niall Bradley may have just made a bit of a mistake at Bobby's there, because all of a sudden he's dropped back quite a long way.
We've lost one of the key runners, the 83 car that was a bit further up, Burstow. So the M2 class car is out. The leaders are well and truly split apart. Sheehan is now over 4 seconds clear of Bradley. That was a 1:14 for our second place. Last lap board is out, and I don't know whether he's just decided there's no point over pushing it anymore. But the 26 car of Cook certainly still has to push, because the 1 Series of Kerry, number 2, is all over the back of him still.
Yeah, keep an eye on that then as they come towards me. Certainly Brad Sheehan well out in front of Niall Bradley. Yeah, 4.2 seconds it was at the beginning of the lap, and it's at least that now. But Paul Cook, yeah, he's still there in third position at the moment. They've cleared back Barker that they were approaching. They might just catch the Stuart Pywell. That's the sort of gunmetal grey 2 Series before they get to the end of this race. So he hopefully will keep out of the way. And it looks like Paul Cook actually has got enough gap between himself and Rick Kerry anyway to hold on to third position. But the leader should be heading back towards you.
Yeah, here he comes. Yeah, I suddenly saw that on camera, that it looked like a big gap all of a sudden between those two. But here's our leader on to the start-finish straight for the final time. Checkered flag is out. There goes the win for Sheehan, number 28. 47 Bradley takes second place, so the reversal to how they were in qualifying. But here comes the third place, and believe me, he is there, number 26. It's, as we say, Paul Cook is not showing as up there in the timing screen. He definitely is there in reality. Great third position, although he might need to fight that one out with officials if they've not registered that on the timing. Fourth position goes the way of the number 2 car of Rick Kerry, followed up by 61 Lee Piercy. And then we look for the number 7. Oh, sorry, go on.
Brad Sheehan is still racing. I don't know if he saw the checkered flag there, but he's still pushing on.
I had a feeling that he went through not really acknowledging the flag and slowing. I did suspect that to be the case. So it was definitely waving in time for him. So he just wasn't looking, or it's got a timer on that's not quite right or something. Yeah. There goes the Pearson winning the Class 6 Cup as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Niall Bradley's certainly seen it, because he slowed right down. Driver who finished second, so too Paul Cook third, and Rick Kerry fourth, and they're just waving their acknowledgement to the marshals as they go past.
Now I'm trying to work out, I've got a feeling, Sheehan's gone through again and still hasn't seen it. He's now seen the checkered flag twice, and he's still absolutely flying.
Well, he'll be wondering why. I'll be wondering why there's so many cars getting quite so slowly ahead of him then in that case, and hopefully he does get the message.
And probably knuckles wrapped, because I think you get away with missing it once, but not missing it twice.
I certainly think a virtual visit to the clerk of the course is in the offing for this one.
Everybody else is through. So a great win for the 28 car of Brad Sheehan. That gives him, of course, the M1 class. M2 goes the way of the number 7 car of Wayne Lewis. Class 6 goes to the number 25 car. Where did he start? Oh, there he is. Ben Pearson, 9th. Yeah. Okay, so he's only made up. And the Cup class went the way of the number 60 car of Carl McMillan, who started right at the back.
Just to say on Ben Pearson, it looks like his exhaust is dragging underneath the car against the ground as he went past me. So some drama there for him, probably towards the end of the race, because I didn't notice that as being a problem early on. But Ben Pearson should be something fairly minor for the team to sort out before race 2.
Famous last words.
Yeah, he said. not being of any mechanical bent whatsoever.
yeah, you and me
easy
both.
For me to say.
Yeah, we're not allowed to make comments like that.
No.
So hence we've got the likes of Sean Trainer saying, good race Paul Cook and great first in class Wayne Lewis. Apologies that, as I say, not sure what has happened in terms of the timing, all sorts of issues that were happening there that's showing Cook down as in 22nd place. Nope, he was third, definitely. We watched it happen and was fighting very, very hard. So they'll make their way towards Josh that will be able to grab those. Let me just quickly take you through the grid for the GTs. Sadly, it's not the numbers we're expecting, and that's because we've had a few accidents and mechanical dramas in testing and possibly this morning and what have you. And Ben Watson's out with a sore back, although he says it's because he's running his lads now. but his lads won't accept that. Oh, let me grab the grid up for the GTs, and I'm hoping there's no amended grid because, again, the refresh on the TSL page is taking a while, so they've definitely got mechanical gremlins there. Front row, 41, Oliver Pole takes pole position, and he said it felt fantastic out there. Alongside him, car number 1, Tony Bennett. Second row, 21, Dominic Shepherd. 56, Alan Hamilton. He is down there, but he had problems where he had his throttle sticking flat open in towards Quarry. I think he's gone and got himself a new set of underwear ready for the race. 169, Chris Everell in his Ginetta. 27, Bradley John in his Mitsubishi. Fourth row is 17, Brent Hill. 40, Jazz Sapra. Fifth row, 175, David Tyson, and 4, Adam Perrett. And then on the sixth row, 223, Alexander Baldwin. 230, Corey Wolfrey. So that is the grid for the GTs. And I'm looking down. Oh, hang on. Let's get my mouse up to the right bit. Let's bring in. Josh is down there waiting for the drivers to come to him. They're having their own briefing rather than with you, Josh.
Yeah, quick question, Chris. Did Sheehan still win? Because my timing screen has failed.
Sorry, say that again.
Let me know the top three.
Sheehan took the victory from 47 Bradley and 26 Cook, even though it doesn't say that on the screen. Although he's gradually working his way up, I notice on the timing screen. He's up now into 14th place, but I guarantee he was third.
We've got our winner now. Brad, I think he did an extra lap there, so we catch a bit late. But well done, a really close race to start with, Niall.
Yeah, really good race to start. Felt the pressure to be there, and then as the tyres started coming in, it became a bit smoother.
And did you have a few issues at Silverstone? Or?
Yeah, I had a bit of an unfortunate one. I was leading the first race by a decent margin halfway through, but the alternator to give up on me and the battery died, so the car cut out. So that was a bit of a gusser, but we redeemed it today, so that's good.
And you're going for a full championship this season?
I think we are, yeah.
And it looks like it should be a good battle all season with you and Niall.
Yeah, I've known Niall a long time before BMW racing, so we got a bit of a competitive thing anyway, so it's all good fun.
Well done, and so good luck for later on.
Lovely, cheers.
Second place. We got Niall making his way over now. Saying to Brad there, really close battle between the two of you, split for most of it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I had a really bad start. I'll be honest, I think it's my first safety car restart from being a four. But no, all credit to Brad, mid run. Seemed to get the slipstream on the first lap on the quarry, and then I tried everything I had. Then but we'll see. I think I got the quickest lap, so that leaves me level on points anyway, which is good.
And round here, I guess, really quick cars and quite difficult to overtake, therefore?
It is, yeah, it is. It's hard because the track's so bouncy. You've got to just work with the bounce, but whenever you try to go the inside or go the outside, you're always watching the other. But it's doable. But we'll give it a better run the next time, hopefully.
But now looking for a bit of a better start to try and get ahead of all this next time.
That's the plan, anyway. Yeah, we can do it, yeah.
Well, good luck for later.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just see if I can grab Paul Cook. Third place was Paul Cook. Is it a new car to you, Paul, or is it just upgraded from last year?
Yeah, it's a new class. Thought I'd go up a level and push my boundaries a little bit more. I just found it, I thought it'd be a little bit more easy on me in the first race, but it wasn't to be. It was right up me for the whole race. It's hard work.
And obviously, last time I saw you at Paddock Park, which didn't end very well, so nice to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, it's I've had a bit of a bad run, blowing the engine in practice on Friday at Donington, Paddock Park incident. So I've been a busy man at work, repairing these cars and trying to get on the grid.
And now getting used to this car, I guess, is a bit different to last year.
Yeah, it's a lot different. Next round is a double header, so getting out of one car, getting in another is very difficult. It's only different breeds.
Do you think you'll be able to go after the top two later on?
No, at this moment in time, I don't think I've got the pace to follow the top two, but it's something we can work on.
Well, good luck for the rest of the year.
Cheers, thank you.
So third place there, Paul Cook. Second was Bradley and the winner, Brad Sheehan. We got there in the end, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. Much appreciated, mate. Oh, There we go. Right. So thank you to Josh. Sorry, I'm just quickly grabbing a bit of lunch because I've not been able to have anything yet, but grabbing a quick bite to eat. I have to say as well, our pole sitter, as we went through this grid, is Ollie Bull in the famous white and orange Flirtations quality florist liveried Vauxhall Tigra silhouette. And I have to thank them because they've just brought up a wonderful gift for me of a bottle of gin, Ian. So if I start making mistakes later, you know why.
Well, initially it'll be lots of positive comments about that car and driver, and then later on the commentary will be impaired. So yeah, bribery will get you anywhere, won't it? Really,
especially when it's gin, mate. We know it. You know when it's gin. And it says to Chris for all your work on Castle Combe TV. Regards and thanks, Bernard and the team. So thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. And that will go down very well indeed. It does mean a lot. Thank you. We try to keep people entertained and to keep the family together. So, yeah, we've got that Vauxhall Tigra on pole position. Tony Bennett then in that ridiculously quick Caterham R300, although he went over and told Alan Hamilton that Alan has now broken the record as the fastest 7 car around the Castle Combe circuit. Tony Bennett had held that previously in that rocket that he's got the number 1, but he made a point of making sure that Alan knew that that has now been taken by him. But he's going to be a little bit nervous today, to be fair, because they could not find why his throttle stuck open. He suddenly went across the grass, full pelt, with the engine screaming across the grass on the infield of Quarry Corner, thinking he was heading straight towards the barrier. But hopefully they've got that resolved. But don't fancy that, do you?
That's a bit worrying, isn't it? To say the very least. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in Alan's position there, certainly, because over the grass, not being able to screw off speed, not having much control over the car, and the barriers looming large. Yeah, that doesn't sound very nice at all.
No, and apparently he turned everything off, turned it back on again, thought that he'd got it sorted, and then I can't remember where he said it did it next, possibly at one of the chicanes. Suddenly was still open and screaming on him again there. So he's hoping, but they couldn't find it. They found a screw that was in a place that could have held something open, but they were like, twice? Surely it wouldn't be there in that place twice. So a bit nervous, but we'll wait and see. We got that wonderful Audi Super Tourer as well, Dominic Shepherd alongside him, actually ahead of him in 3rd place. I just love that car. Yeah,
it's a very intriguing looking beast, isn't it, that one? It really does look the part with the big wing on the back, the diffuser on the back as well. Lots of aero there. Quite a spectacular machine. And then I think it's Chris Everall's the next car up, isn't it, in the Jeanette? And of course, Chris won the 2nd of the races here on Easter Monday after Ollie Bull won the 1st of them.
Yeah, and then Ollie Bull, John Moon was being lapped, and John just did not see him at all, and sort of like made Ollie go onto the grass, which then not only got it all up in his grill, as the kids say, but actually really in his grill, and they just couldn't take the risk that it would overheat things. But it also stuck in between the brakes and the wheels, and actually caught fire, and then suddenly welded pieces together. So they had a real issue with that, and they've been playing around with brakes. They're hoping they've got it sorted. Remember, this is a rolling start, so they're making their way down towards camp. The safety car peels in. Ollie Bull is going to be in control of this, but that Caterham is going to rocket off of this of Tony Bennett. But how long he's going to be able to do anything, it remains to be seen. And off they go, and sure enough, Tony Bennett screams in. Alan Hamilton, guess what? He's not very nervous because he's gone screaming initially. Oh, there's smoke coming out of Bradley John's car, sadly, but he's still going very, very quick. So hopefully just an overfill. But up towards Quarry they go. And Oliver Ball, I think, has got the nod, as it turns out. No, he hasn't. Tony Bennett's still got himself in front of that Tigra.
Yep, Tigra's in 2nd place then of Ollie Bull at the moment. And Alan Hamilton's dropping back by the looks of it. So I think he's got problems, unfortunately. He's dropped back to about 6th place now. So maybe there is an issue with that car. But it is number 1 then, Tony Bennett, that leads the way then. And he leads the championship coming into this weekend as well, from Oliver Ball in 2nd place. The smoky Bradley John in 3rd. Dominic Shepherd is 4th. Then it's Alan Hamilton 5th. And the rest of them going through. So it is now Bull at Tower Corner that's got the lead. So Bull has the lead as they head out of Bobby's up towards you to complete lap number 1 of 15.
Yeah, and I think he's still hoping that he can get the lap record this year. I can't remember what the lap record is for the GTs, but he's gunning for it. And they weren't sure whether they were going to get rain, and they've managed to get away with it as it stands at the moment. So through goes Oliver Bull. Bradley John's car smoking even more and more. Now, the brakes are suddenly on earlier heading up Avon Rise. So for me, that suggests, yeah, he is indeed pulling out. I thought that the body language of the driver between qualifying and this race didn't look exceptionally happy. Sure enough, he's pulling off up at Quarry by the looks of it. What a shame.
Yeah, it's smoking like a trooper, that one, isn't it? 104.959 is the lap record. Craig Dolby set that in the Volvo, didn't he? About 3 years ago, this meeting, in actual fact. So that's what Oliver Bull's gunning for. In qualifying, he did a 105.825, so about a second outside, just under a second outside of that Craig Dolby mark in the Volvo. So that's the target he's aiming at, and is leading the race here from Tony Bennett in second place.
Yeah, and the 169 Giannetta's just gone through. People spotted it on the cameras. Remember, guys, don't forget we're watching out the windows. So thank you for your messages. When they come in, if you see something, do let us know, because it can be really helpful. But it sounds like the Giannetta spun up at Quarry Corner. He's going again, but you listen to that when he comes past you in a second, and that does not sound healthy at all, albeit that he is circulating.
Here he comes. Let's get past me now. Oh, yeah, that's sounding particularly raucous, but I think it was this morning as well. So
okay.
I'm not sure if that's a particular one, but yeah, it doesn't sound quite how I'd normally expect it to be. So that's Chris Everill in the Giannetta, winner of round 2 last time out. Here is Oliver Bull then, past me again at Old Paddock in the Flirtations Vauxhall Tigre, number 41, leading the way then from number 1, Tony Bennett in second place, and there's a good 3 seconds between those now. It's just Dominic Shepherd is third in the number 21 Audi, and then fourth is Alan Hamilton, who's in a 111.543 now, and fifth is the number 17 car, which is Brent Hill in the Roadrunner, as that car's now known.
And Josh has just confirmed why that Giannetta sounds like it. It's because it's got a 6.3 litre Chevrolet LS3 engine in it. That now makes sense of the noise we're hearing here. And I was about to say, is certainly lap time wise, he's about 2/10 off his qualifying time, so it doesn't seem to be an issue with it. Alan Hamilton's really turning the screw now on Dominic Shepherd by the looks of it. That was a new best lap of the race so far for Hamilton, and he's now buzzing one side, then the next side. Dominic Shepherd's not making it easy for him. They are in separate classes, so it's not necessary for either of them to get too embroiled with each other, but as we know, that matters nothing. Side by side towards you by the looks of it.
Pretty much, weren't they? So it's Alan Hamilton on the outside of the circuit as they turn in for the S's, but does he turn in ahead? Yes, he does. So Alan Hamilton gets third place away from Dominic Shepherd, but Shepherd fights back on the second apex of the corner. He's going to be around the outside of Hamilton at Old Paddock Bend and gets back through. So for maybe 50 yards, Alan Hamilton was ahead. He's fighting back again now, though. He's on the inside line for Tower Corner. The brakes come on for both of them at around the same time, but Hamilton gets back through on the inside. So the Westfield of Alan Hamilton, the former Formula Ford and Radical driver, gets through now. He is up into third position.
Wow, although I thought for a second Dominic Shepherd was coming back at him, but not quite there, and now there is a little bit of daylight. Talking about daylight, Oliver Bull is flying. He's in the 107s, but I think he can still go further if he needs to and wants to. Second place, Tony Bennett, of course, leading Class B. Alan Hamilton is second place in Class B, but he's got a lot to make up if he wants to go any further. What's the gap? 9.9 seconds till he gets to Mr. Bennett, last year's champion. But it's good to see he's got the confidence, well, the issue sorted, and the confidence in that car as well, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Chris Everill has just made up 3 places. He's passed the sort of 3 tin tops that are towards the back of the field, Wolfrey, Baldwin and Perrott. So he has gone through into 8th place. Meanwhile, for third, that's the battle just screwing past me now. It's Hamilton in the 56 car, still ahead of 21 Dominic Shepherd, and Hamilton this time ahead, as I say, past me, and remains ahead going into Tower as well. So Hamilton staying in third place and Shepherd fourth.
So leader has already gone through, still in the 107s. Tony Bennett now leading his class. Lonely races for these guys. They won't be used to it. But Alan Hamilton, well, interestingly, it looked like he'd managed to put some daylight between himself and Dominic Shepherd in that wicked Audi Super Tourer GT. But that's kind of gone switched the other way. In fact, yeah, it was about a tenth quicker for Shepherd this time. So those two are probably going to get involved in a good fight. Leading Class D is Jazz Sapra, not in the his usual car. I think I saw there was issues they had. Where were they? Brands Hatch possibly last weekend. And so he's in a bright yellow one this time. I think he's sharing with I need to check whose it is, and I'll report back to you on that one.
Okay, third and fourth coming back past me already, having gone through. Oliver Ball leading by 12 seconds from Tony Bennett. Here's the fight for third and fourth. Shepherd again, good speed out of old Paddock for him. Challenges Alan Hamilton into the right-hander at Tower, but yeah, not quite close enough to make that work. So it's still Hamilton third, Shepherd fourth, and Brent Hill it is in fifth position on his own in the Roadrunner. And then you've got, I think, Chris Everall now up into sixth place because he's cleared Jazz Sapra's in that BMW that Chris was just looking into.
Yeah, and also Dave Goddard's put it online, but yeah, I've just established it's Sonny Gill's car because they used that to enable Jazz to get out last time, and sure enough, they're both raising it together in the Dave Allan Memorial Trophy later. But heading up Avon Rise again, Alan Hamilton under massive pressure by this Audi Super Tourer GT. Quarter of a second separated them, and it's very different lines that they took through Quarry Corner. So that Super Tourer of Shepherd is now hounding to trying to get himself up onto the overall top three.
Yeah, absolutely right. Looks looking like a very good fight here between Shepherd and Hamilton. Still raging on past me once again. This is lap 7 now of the race. They're a long way behind, sort of 25 seconds behind the lead. Oliver Bull, who I can see has just crossed the line again, but having a real good fight for position. Shepherd, of course, leading his class, is the only one in that class, and Hamilton second in his class behind Tony Bennett, who's about 12 seconds up the road.
Wolfrey in the 230 Clio's managed to get past Perrett, the number 4 Clio. Those three, as you say, they're like the tin tops in this. They're having a great fight together. In fact, I think Perrett's just about to lose out to 223 Baldwin heading up there as well. So I don't know whether that was just an unfortunate lap or whether there's a slight issue creeping in there. But up towards them rapidly now goes Alan Hamilton in that third position. I know Team Hamilton will be back home watching this one. I have no doubt they're normally cheering him on. But again, up into and through Quarry, that Shepherd Super Tourer is incredibly quick and closes right onto the back of him.
Yeah, and again, very close behind him at the S's this time. Now here, they are going to have some traffic to deal with. It is the Perrett and Baldwin and Wolfrey cars that they are going to need to lap. They're having their own scrap, as you say, so they're not going to make it particularly easy for Hamilton and Shepherd, who are going through. In fact, you've got, I think that's Baldwin just getting back ahead of Perrett there for 10th place, I think that will be, at Tower Corner. But now Hamilton and Shepherd, yeah, they both get past the first of those slower cars as they head into your site.
Yeah, I think Wolfrey's the one that's really lost out there, isn't it? That blue Clio just sort of stepped out of the way and has fallen from top of those three to now at the back. But it has split out the Hamilton and Shepherd fight ever so slightly now. But we know that Super Tourer GT can get back into the mix again. He's closed himself back in earlier. So 7 laps to go. This is, of course, a 15-lap race, not a timed race. And they've done 8 laps thus far. And it is still Oliver Ball. I still feel, it doesn't look like it, but lap time wise is that he's within himself because he's doing 107s coming down towards me now to complete his 9th lap, whereas I have no doubt he can get into the 105s. But they're trying things with the brakes and trying to keep them cool. So maybe that's got something to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, he's such a long way clear of Tony Bennett as well. There's pretty little point in pushing too hard, although as you say, does have that benchmark of the lap record in mind to try and get that at some point. Let's say 104.959, the target, lapping in low 107s today. And he's coming past me. He's not actually that far away from lapping Chris Everall, who's got himself up into 5th position now. But actually, to be fair, Chris is lapping in 109s. He's just on his personal best lap of 109. 1:53. So Bull actually only lapping about a second and a half faster than Everall, who's recovering after that early moment. Just looking to see how much further up the field Everall can go. He's lapping a little bit quick, about a second a lap faster than Shepherd and Hamilton at the moment. So I suppose might just about catch them by the end, but even that's doubtful, I think.
Well, he'll be frustrated, won't he? Because of course he got the outright race win in the second race, last race meeting.
Yeah.
And the spin or whatever it was in Quarry that has put him back. You're right. He's fought back brilliantly. I can't see him getting any further because that's 27 seconds, and he's only a second a lap quicker. So 5 laps to go. That's about as high as he's going to go. But a great fight through.
Yeah, and he's in any case up to second in Class A. He's not going to catch Oliver Bull anyway, so he's still going to pick up as many points within the class as he could do. So that's what's important to get in the championship.
Great Class D fight. Oh, and there's contact, just as I was about to call it, is that this is for the lead of Class D into Camp Corner. And I think that's compromised both of them. It's the 17275 car of Tyson, the grey Golf, different colours, I think, this time. But he just dived up the inside of Jazz Sapper in the number 40 BMW. Of course, Jazz Sapper is leading Class D Championship running at the moment. But they've just swapped places. And that was a do-or-die move from Tyson. They're a real knockout punch. Did I say that? Sorry.
Oh dear. He'll be biting the ears off Just Sapper if he's not too careful. Anyway, right, here comes the battle for third, which is split up by that Class D battle as well. It's the 56 car of Hamilton that is ahead of the Shepherd 21 Audi at the moment, and they are 10, 12 lengths between them, something like that, as they went past that time. So they're negotiating their way past that Class D battle, which in its own right has separated after that incident that you described, Chris. Looking a bit further back, Oliver Bull is a little bit closer to lapping Chris Everall now, and is lapping the one of the Clios just there as well. So probably as they come towards you this time, you'll have Everall and Bull basically together with, 2 laps of the race left to go at the end of this one.
3 laps left, wouldn't it be? 3 laps after this one. And through has gone Alan Hamilton. That Super Tourer and Westfield, they keep sort of like they're on the proverbial elastic, aren't they? And they just keep getting closer and closer. But yeah, you're right, is that here's Everall now, Oliver Bull just behind him across the line. 12 laps now completed. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because yes, it's lappery, but there's not that much difference between them, is there?
No, not at all, and that does make it a bit more difficult. You're absolutely right. 3 laps to go, including the one that they have just started. Bull does now clear Chris Everall at Quarry Corner, so he goes a lap ahead of Everall. So Bull's on lap 13, Everall's on lap 12 here. So Bull just sprinting off towards a second victory of the season, having won the opening round of the championship, obviously back in 7th place in the second race after that incident you described.
Still second in class for him, though, wasn't it? So it was a good damage limitation. And in fact, he was well off the pace, even bringing it back there, to be honest, with the issues with his brakes. So it's he's making sure, and that's why I think he's making sure on the lap times, isn't it? He's like going, well, I can't really take a chance of dropping any more. But here comes our leader to complete his 13th lap, go on to his penultimate lap this time round. He's passed Everall quite comfortably now. I think probably, to be fair, Everall kind of just knew that was the case. No point having the fight at all.
Just going back to the battle for third for a minute, Dominic Shepherd's just done his personal best lap of the race, a 1 minute 10.228. So he's closed the gap to Alan Hamilton in the Westfield, and that's been aided really by the back marker, the car of where's it gone? Brent Hill in the road run, and that delayed Alan Hamilton a little bit there. Just watching them sprint out. I think it's actually delayed Dominic Shepherd a bit there as well, so it might have balanced itself out over the course of those 2 lead cars getting past Brent Hill. But that third place battle heading towards you.
Yeah, it's just crossing the line. You're right. It's quite a significant gap between the two. I'm loving the Road Runner. It's such a wicked name and a wicked car. But that crosses the line. Interestingly, I see the Class D battle has completely split out and stayed split out. I know it did after the Dan Dare lunge by Tyson, and clearly he knew that he had to get past Jazz. He's not going as quick as we'd normally expect because he's not in his normal car. But last lap now for our leader, the 41 car of Oliver Ball. He's about to get past those two Class D cars as it stands at the moment, but he's just nursing that one home. I say nursing, he's metronomic. Look, once he's clear, he's in the 107s every single time, isn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty consistent. I mean, the lap times have occasionally gone out a little bit more than that because of the traffic, as you say, but pretty consistent. May show that he is driving within himself a little bit, as we say. I'm sure he'll tell us afterwards he was pushing as hard as can be. So it's past the Sapra, about to pass the Golf of David Tyson as well, down towards the right-hander at Tower. He goes for the final time, and as he disappears out of my view, I've got pretty much an empty track in front of me, Chris.
Well, I have just had that third place. Well, I can't call it a fight anymore. I think Dominic Shepherd's realising the opportunity is gone. Alan Hamilton's actually just putting a personal best, so that confidence return. But here comes our leader, Oliver Ball. He's going to make it 2 wins out of 3 races so far this season. Here he comes across the line. Thank you, Flirtations, for the gin. And I think you've earned that victory just with that bribery of the commentator. That's always a good thing. Takes the win. Class D winner goes through. Great job there by the 175 car of David Tyson. The Hell Performance Run Volkswagen Golf takes Class D honours just ahead of Jazz Sapra. They're 7th and 8th on the road, but Jazz Sapra still gets second, so he keeps those points ticking over in Class D. Chris Everall came through as well there, having been a lap down. 5th place on the road, but second in Class A. And I look into the distance now. Actually, the next one that's going to come is this Class E battle. And that's the great thing. The Tin Tops have been all together for a good chunk of it. And it's going to be 2-2-3 Baldwin. It's going to take Class E honours. Awesome job just ahead of number 4, Perrott. Here comes second place and Class B winner, Tony Bennett, last year's champ. Alan Hamilton was a lot closer. Who went different there? That was a slow lap from Bennett. Hopefully just taking it steady.
Yeah, what wasn't it? A 112 that time,
Yeah.
which allowed Hamilton to get within 3 seconds at the end.
Which is the Class B fight, basically, isn't it? But Class F was won by Dominic Shepherd. And that basically covers everyone. Have we lost the Roadrunner? Actually, here it comes now, very steadily. It hasn't taken the checkered flag yet. And it's going very slow. So I'm assuming that's out.
Has Wile E. Coyote been on the scene anywhere? That's the question.
Yeah, he's swallowed some dynamite. And he's in. Now, I don't think he'd have been close enough to have mistakenly seen the checkered flag from memory, but he would have been third in Class A. Darren Duffield down there with his Litlam. And of course, we lost Bradley John, and that was a very smoky. Incidentally, as well, just to add, thank you for the message. Jordan Kerno said in that hot hatch race, engine issues for him. Went on to 3 cylinders, destroyed the plug. He hopes to be out in the June race. So it's obviously too bad to be back out at the end of May, sadly. But that at least clears up that mystery, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, that's unfortunate because obviously Jordan was going really well. And just died right in front of me. So really unfortunate. And if we miss him in May, we look forward to having him back in June. When we've got obviously a 2-day meeting, haven't we?
Possibly a 2-day meeting. It might not be.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. We now turn our attention back to the Mazda MX-5s. Which is a big old grid to get through. Have you got an up-to-date grid?
Oh, I have, yes. Do you want me to go through it?
Through that? Yes, please, mate. I'll interrupt if I need to stop you for Josh, but please go for it.
Okay, front row, 71, Ben Short and 1, Ben Hansey. Second row is 58, Mike Combe and 93, Ben Abbott. Third row, 54, Marcus Bailey and 77, Steve Foden. Fourth row, 43, Declan McDonnell and 92, Jordan Johnson. Fifth row, 72, Matthew Short and 55, George King. Sixth row, 9, Ian Tomlinson and 34, Ian Cameron. Seventh row, 25 and 67, that's Daniel Watkins and David Abbott. Eighth row, 38 and 230, Peter Griffin and Tom Holland. Ninth row, 26 and 66, Ryan Lovelock and Hayden McDonald. 10th row, 21 and 61. 21 is Matthew Pennefather Neal and 61 Jake Dormer. 11th row, 89 and 77, Paul Monteith and Courtney Milnes. 12th row, 14 and 42, 14 Lloyd Huggins and 42 Daniel Grist. 13th row, 13 and 141, James McCann and James Winstanley. 14th row, 94 and 88, Liam Cochrane and Bobby Andrews. 15th row, 22 and 23, Adrian Johnson and Stephen Rees. 16th row, 11 and 96, Stephen Robinson and Sam Moody. 17th row, 191, Philip Andrew Barrett and 78, Charlie Brisker. 18th row, 46 and 98, 46, Nico Favreau and 98, Alex Lewington. 19th row, 51, David Rickards and 70, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. And then row 20, 214, John Goldsmith and 53, Stephen Reed. And on the back, number 90, Andrew Robinson. That's the grid.
Perfect timing because Josh is down there with our Victor.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Ollie, all the race winner. Looked like you had quite a lonely time out there, just doing a pace there.
From about lap 2, yeah. But the first lap with Tony was quite entertaining. He's certainly very quick off the line, swept off in front. And then I knew I had to be quick just to try and get a gap before we got to the back markers. And I sort of slid up the inside of tower, and I think Tony left me about the gap between the cone and you before the grass. And I thought, oh God, here we go. But it was fine. It was all good. And then, yeah, pushed hard and then just tried to maintain a pace and be sensible with the traffic and avoid what happened last time.
You look like you're doing 107s every lap, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you can saw my quality time, and I really push to go quicker. But that's a comfortable pace that I know I can do lap after lap after lap and not hurt the car too much or anything else. So just thanks again to the team, Flotation for helping us. You know, they've all been great with the car. We can still make it better though. So we're still working hard.
You got some plans for later on in the year?
Just keep going with this and keep tweaking, keep improving. Small changes now, nothing radical, and we can fine tune it in.
Well, I look forward to seeing you out here, I guess, in a few weeks' time back here.
Absolutely.
I see you then.
Thank you.
Well done. So in second place was Tony Bennett. Tony's going to make his way over now. In second position in the Caterham and a class win as well. He's just going to grab a face mark and then we can conduct. Second place, like Ollie was saying, you managed to make a quick start, but that car gets a bit too quick for you.
Yeah, I was lucky with the start, really. I always try and get a car or two between me and Alan because he's so quick, but Ollie's pace is unbelievable. I had no way was I going to stay up the front, but it was a great race, and it was nice to actually have a bit of a gap and not have to kill myself the whole way around. So, yeah, so it was good.
You built up, I think, about a 10-second gap, and that I guess let me you didn't. Tony couldn't catch. Alan couldn't catch you too much before the end.
Yeah, I think it was going down a little bit, wasn't it, towards the end? Yeah. But I was watching the gap, and Matt had a board out, and that was pretty handy for me. So no, it was a good race. And I'll just say a word for my son because it's on ITV4 next Sunday, racing at Thruxton in GT5. So if anybody wants to tune in and support him, John Bennett. Thruxton GT5 145 Sunday. He's only 17.
He did well last year, didn't he? Got the top 5.
He did. Yeah, he was a top rookie, and he ended the season with 3 podiums in the last 2 rounds. So hopefully he'll get a win this time. That's what his testing times are good. So we'll see what happens.
And I'm sure all the Castle Combe family will be cheering him on.
Oh, sorry.
Everybody will be cheering him on here from Castle Combe.
Hopefully, yeah, definitely. I will be, and my wife. So yeah, the family. So brilliant.
Well, hopefully that goes well, and we'll see you here later on in the year, I guess.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks. And then in third place was Alan Hamilton, who's making his way over now. Alan, you had a good battle with Dominic in the Audi for most of that race.
Yes, I was completely taken by that car. It was so quick. I was doing everything I could just to keep him back off me.
Yeah.
And fingers crossed that if I got a gap, I'd then be able to pull away from him. But he was so fast going up over Avon Rise, going into Quarry. I could do nothing about it there, so I just had to try and concentrate and just try and get that little gap away from him and try and eke a little bit on each corner. But it was so difficult.
It's such a different car to yours, like you're saying. It's really much quicker in some places.
It really is. He's got bags and bags of power. And going around the corners, you can see that downforce he has. It really does pay off, particularly coming into camp here. You can just see him closing in, and that is his mid-corner speeds are that much greater. But he's in a different class than me. I shouldn't be racing him.
Yeah.
So maybe I should have just let him go past, and then he may have dragged me up a bit further. But I just feel my car has a bit more speed than his on a clean lap. So that's why I just did my best to make sure he was kept behind me, which I did.
Once you did that, you were starting to catch Tony, but not enough laps to go.
Precisely, exactly the same story again. Like, I did have a couple of issues out there. I pulled a false neutral 4 times, which really, it just set me back a bit. So I need to maybe take the gearbox out and get that looked up, because you can't race if you're getting a false neutral. So another task.
But one on third place anyway today.
My flag's out. Hello everybody at home. Oh, Team Hamilton. Next time you'll be here, I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thanks to Alan Hamilton there. In third place, second was Tony Cooper, and the winner, Ollie Paul, already Masters on the circuit, Chris.
Thank you very much, Josh. Much appreciated. We'll see you a little bit later. So off on the warm-up lap already has gone the Mazda MX-5s. Another bumper race, 15 minutes for these guys. I mean, you've got to assume, Ian, Ben Short, more of the same for this one, because we've not got the reverse grid until the third and final race for them. So he's going to be hoping for more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. He was pretty comfortable winning the first race, wasn't he? And as he said, he's on home territory, didn't get the chance to race here that often, so wanted to make sure he got a win under his belt, which he duly did. But we had good action further back, and I'm sure we should see a bit more of that this time. Mike Combe has made up a bit of ground from where he started race 1, so he was the winner of the second race at Donington a month ago, so it could be that he is in a position to challenge Ben Short, especially if he can get a good start, but certainly Ben Hansey as well in the number 1 car, the reigning champion. And as Mike would say, it was 8 years since he'd last raced here, and that was in a Mazda MX-5 Mark III, which he was competitive in that championship for a while. But in the last few years, he's been mostly running cars for other people rather than racing himself. But good to have him back on the grid this weekend.
It is, isn't it? And I mean, I look forward to obviously Mike Combe. He's got the confidence back in the circuit that meant he was a bit further back in qualifying where we'd expect, but he's now starting up there in that second row, going to fight with Abbott, I'm sure. Then we've still got this fabulous battle that we were enjoying from a little bit further back, where you've got Marcus Bailey, 54, going to be trying to battle with 77 Steve Foden. We've got the black and day glow colours, Declan McDonald, number 43. And we don't really know if any of the others just behind them are going to be sort of trying to make sure they stay from the get-go. So it's going to be an intriguing situation. No matter what happens at the front, is that we know from at least third backwards. But I still reckon that Mike Combe's now going to give Ben Hansey a bit of a fight, because he closed in on him, didn't he, at one stage, but just couldn't get close enough early enough. Yeah,
absolutely right. So maybe this time is his chance. Obviously, just behind him on the grid this time, so we'll see what we can do from there. And there's actually pretty decent drivers who've been sort of podium finishers, race winners in the past, the likes of Ian Tomlinson back on row 6 in the number 9 car, so he's a little bit further back than you might have expected as well. So there's some quick drivers all the way through the field, really.
5-second board has been given. The eyes are now glaring at the gantry. 1 light, 2 lights, on goes the third, the fourth, the fifth. The engine notes rise. Off go the lights and off go the field. Abbott's got a good start in the purple 93 car at the moment, trying to go round the outside of Hansey. Mike Combe's just latched onto the back of the Ben Hansey number 1 car. I don't think that Abbott's going to be able to make that stick, and Mike Combe's going to have the inside line at Folly, which means he's going to be able to fend off that attack at the moment. Yep, and Abbott knows it, so he tucks himself back into the slipstream of Combe's red and white car as they go up over Avon Rise for the first time. Again, making sure we haven't got the smoke. But yeah, it looks like it is somehow the top 4 in exactly the same order that they started.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it, as they head down towards us. It looks like the first 5 have made a bit of a break. So that includes Steve Foden. It doesn't include Declan McDonald, who's, I think, back in... Well, he's 7th now. There's been 1 spinner in the middle of the pack. That is the Adrian Johnson car. And he's been collected by 2 others, including the 777 car of Courtney Milnes as well. There's about 4 cars involved. Certainly Adrian Johnson's going to go no further. The other one that stopped down here is number 25, which has got smoke pouring off the back of it. That's Daniel Watkins. So we've got 3 cars stationary here on the exit of the S's out of the race. So I suspect we will see some kind of intervention, Chris.
Well, the safety car's steadily making its way towards the end of the pit lane. It's not going to catch them this time if they're going to feel, and it's just parking up. So it doesn't look like that's going to happen this time round. So they're going to carry on round. They're certainly in race control. They're on radios. Side by side for second place. I said that Mike Combe was going to try and do something about Ben Hansey, the champion winner from last year. And up Avon Rise, Foden's now trying to get involved as well. 77, he got a blinder of a start, didn't he? And in fact, he's just moved up one place, I think. He's ahead. Well, in fact, he did it across before the line, didn't he? So it's backwards and forwards. But I didn't see who got second in the end.
Neither did I. The 66 car is the other one that stopped. We've just got a single waved yellow, which I find slightly bizarre, given that we've got a car stationary just off the racing line on the exit. I'd be thinking that's double waved yellows all day long, but there we go. And we now have a red flag. So the race is being stopped, and I think that's pretty much essential, because I wouldn't fancy being Adrian Johnson, who's still sitting in his car with cars whizzing past him just inches away. They're not now, because the drivers have seen the red flags, but before that, it was, a little bizarre that we'd only got a single waved yellow covering a car that was stationary so close to the racing line. Whether the marshal was actually just unsighted by the tyre stacks, I guess that's a possibility, and didn't spot the car that was so close to the edge of the circuit with heavy front end damage of number 92. Sorry, not Adrian Johnson, Jordan Johnson, I should say. Jordan Johnson, Adrian Johnson, his father, in the Treble 2 car. Jordan is now out of the car, and I say there's two other drivers involved, and Marshall's just going to check that those are okay. So that's the 66 car of Hayden McDonald and the 25 car of Daniel Watkins that sort of got caught up in the aftermath of that one, Chris.
It's a real shame, isn't it? So they've stopped the MX-5s sort of at the pit entry stage at the moment, waiting to see. Apologies, we seem to have lost the cameras. I'm hopeful that that's not, because it's so windy here. I'm hoping we've not suddenly found these technical gremlins that I know Ian and I joked about. Well, I say Ian and I'm dragging you down with me there, aren't I, Ian, really? But
I've got every faith.
and incidentally, by the way, one of the other things that's worth remembering, another massive shout out to our brilliant Orange Army, and of course everybody else, the maintenance crews, recovery crews, medical crews, everybody that's here. But the Orange Army out, especially in these weather conditions, and we're still having to do it just a little bit, not the full quota of Orange Army that we'd normally have. And that includes, like, sometimes we see an issue with blue flags because the yellow flags have to take priority. There is not two people, one looking one way, one looking the other. They're only able to have just the one there looking in one direction, or trying to look in both directions.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a bit more tricky. All the drivers are out of the cars, by the way, and I can see Hayden McDonald chatting with Daniel Watkins there. Jordan Johnson's just been having a word with the doctor because the medical car did stop by the incident when it occurred on the first lap, but wasn't able to do anything about it, as it were, until the race was stopped, which obviously it now has been. So there's these three cars to clear up, two of which are well out of the way, actually, up by the hedge that surrounds the solar farm, and the other one is literally, though, pretty much right on the curb on the exit of the S's. So that's the one that's going to be the problem as far as the red flag was concerned, and hopefully we'll get a breakdown vehicle to come and move that out of the way. But I suspect it will need a lift, that one, having sustained quite a bit of front-end damage.
Well, I know that some of you have understandably said it's a black screen. Absolutely. And I'm trying to understand what he means by it. But Kevin's texted me saying double restart. And I'm like, what, me as well? Can you guys still see and hear us? Or have we lost even our stream? Everybody is fine. That is not the reason why the screen's gone black at all. It is just literally that we seem to have... it all happened at the same time, sadly. I know that it's almost like seemed deliberate, Ian, doesn't it? Because, like, if we're at, say, Donington Park, the screens, the cameras go blank, don't they, when the red flag comes out?
The red button in race control also is connected to the CCTV screen that goes to, for example, the commentary box at Donington Park, so it cuts it out. So that's what we see there. But looks like just a coincidence here. Right, we do now have... 3 or 4 breakdown vehicles in attendance, 2 lorries, 2 trucks, and a couple of 4-wheel drive vehicles, a pickup truck as well. So we've got more than enough vehicles to clear all of these cars away. So hopefully it shouldn't be too long before we get racing back underway for the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup.
And thank you to everybody who've made the comments that yes, they can still see us, hear us, and not the track. That comes, as you can imagine, there's another feed going into a control down there. That's then being fed downstairs. So Kevin is currently doing a restart. The good news is you're not missing anything at all. So while they're clearing that up, now I need to run down to Little Boys' Room, Ian. Either you can talk about something, or I can throw a quick video on.
I will talk about things for a moment or two, shall I? It gives us a chance to give us some of the various notices and information that people are interested in hearing. A reminder that actually, let's do this first of all. The next meeting, we are hoping we should have spectators back with us again. So this is the Combe Challenge, Monday the 31st of May, 4 weeks today. And the content of that meeting with 4 local categories, so the CCRC Saloon Car Championship, the GT Championship, and the Formula Ford Championship, as well as the Hot Hatch Challenge. And the guest categories are the MG Owners Club Championship, the MG Car Club Sprites and Midgets Championship, and the Touring Car Trophy with TCR UK and the Volkswagen Racing Cup as well. So that should be a great highlight. They had a pretty decent field for that for the opening event of their season on the Silverstone International Circuit last weekend. So there will be a limited number of spectator tickets available for the event. Public admission is with an advanced ticket sale only. 2021 season pass holders can attend the events and don't need to contact the circuit. You should know there'll be no access to the paddock, but public will be free to walk around the track and watch the racing from wherever they choose. But the road between Chippenham Road and Quarry Corner will be closed. The food and drink outlets will be open as usual. And the price is £15 for adults, £10 for senior citizens, and children under the age of 16 go free and do not need a ticket, but do need to be with a fee-paying adult, of course. So get onto the website, castlecombecircuit.co.uk, or phone 01249 782 417. That's for the race meeting here on May the 31st. First chance to get spectators back here in 2021. Other events coming up before... Well, not before then, but during the course of the Summer Action Day, one to watch out for on Saturday, the 24th of July. Again, that's an event that we hope people can come and join us at. So there'll be lots of track time, club displays, drift demos, trade village, and competitions all around the circuit as well. So again, more information on castlecombecircuit.co.uk, with parade sessions as well, where you could take the kids out on track as well, apparently, where there is a speed limit, but it does give everyone a chance to have a drive around the circuit. Of course, there are regular track days here at Combe, but a lot of the days coming up are fully booked. So the next availability for a car track day is the 23rd of July, and then they run through August to October. And it's £175 to take to the circuit, £25 for an additional driver, and it's an open pit lane format. If 2 wheels are your thing, then the bike track days, again, pretty booked up for the next few months, but 11th of August, the next opportunity to get your bike out on track, that's £135. And you can get gift vouchers as well for car and bike track days. Again, head to the website where you can also find information about the racing school as well. And as ever, thanks to all of our sponsors here at Castle Combe as well. So we've got the individual category sponsors, Samco, who support the Saloon Car Championship, Motul, the Hot Hatch Championship, Premier Financial Planning, the Formula Fords, which we'll see shortly, and Rice Insurance, the GTs. But also we have the support of Honda of the UK Manufacturing, who they supply the circuit vehicles, including the Civic Type R safety car and the CRV medical response units. Kia Motors, who supply the Seed course car even. Volvo UK also supply vehicles, and there's also the ongoing and enduring relationship between the circuit and Avon Tyres. Wiltshire College also continue their support of the circuit as well. And Actually, I think for your next opportunity to get to Castle Combe is going to be for the car boot sale here on the 16th of May. You can get all of the usual things that you'd expect to find at a car boot sale, or maybe you'll have a stall yourself. Sellers, £8 with a car, £10 with a small van or car and trailer, £25 for a large van. Buyers getting for 50p donation to a local charity. So that's the 16th of May, which is 2 weeks ago yesterday. So that's coming up. And I think, as I see Chris is back, I've just about exhausted my commentator's notes there, Chris.
I know. I actually got back about 5 minutes ago, Ian, and I just left you carry. No, I'm only joking.
Just let me carry on. It was fine.
Well, the good news is you can all see. I know plenty of you helpfully just sort of let us know that the coverage isn't working. It is now. Just the double restart was restart downstairs. Bless him. With Kevin, and restart on the grid was what he meant to. And interestingly is that it's Kevin doing the cameras as well. So I didn't realise that. I know he was hoping his daughter Keely was going to do it, and but Kevin's doing it. So thank you very much, Kevin, doing a fabulous job. I know that Andy Fox is saying, loving the racing, Chris. Fingers crossed for us being back on Corrie with the Funky Coffee trailer. Fingers crossed, mate. Jamie Gray says, whoop whoop action days, best shows of the year. What more do you want from them? Yeah, I shall be here on the 15th. When is it? 25th for the spring action day. On the mic for that one. I tell you what, Ian, I just stepped obviously out here to go down and go to the loo. That wind is colossal out there. Absolutely incredible. It's proper gale force stuff out there.
Yeah, I'm nice and sheltered from it in here. Clearly the windows are pretty, airtight, because I'm not feeling a draft through here, although it is pretty chilly. But yeah, I can see the trees moving around quite a bit. What we haven't got yet, though, is any proper rain. He said, touching wood, because
Agreed.
that was due. Well, depending on which forecast you look at, any time between about 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock, and we've not really had any proper rain yet, have we? So fingers crossed it stays that way.
No, I mean, it was a cross between psychological rain, as I call it, and Peter Kay, that fine rain takes you through, and that's about the limit. But
yeah,
looks like the last of the cars are back. Oh, there's a couple with some crunch bodywork there, isn't there? But only as in like the corners where they've clearly made a bit of contact with each other.
Yeah, I think that was the...
Yeah.
Yeah, the last car's just been taken away as well. Marshall's getting back to post, so we should be able to get back racing fairly quickly now, I would think.
Yeah, and it looks like we're still going with, he says, just checking to make sure I'm reading it right. Yeah, 15-minute race. So it is the case. I know lots of you are there sort of talking about you can't wait to get back here at the end of May. Thanks, Peggy, for the image you shot. I know that there was an issue where the ticket ordering wasn't working because it said the event was in the past. I think from your image that might be sorted by now. But it then says, of course, what can't happen, and we love doing this, where the spectators are able to come into the paddock. You can't do that, sadly. We're having to keep paddock and spectator areas separately. But it then sort of says that the ticket includes paddock entry. That's just old text. But it will be that, fingers crossed, as long as nothing changes. Remember, we thought that we'd have spectators back by now, and they suddenly changed it at the 11th hour on us. But fingers crossed, it's sounding promising that the 31st of May, we'll have you back here, and we'll have all the spectators back racing, and I look forward to that. So I'll tell you what, Ian. I know that you prefer it when I do this, is I'll go solo layout with the cameras taking it all out. Now we do have a gap. I'm just looking. Who's that? Jordan Johnson, 92, presumably was one of them. Was that right? Yeah.
He was the one that was sort of spun around first of all and got attacked from all angles, really, and probably sustained the heaviest damage of everyone. Yeah.
That would make sense. And also 25, Daniel Watkins.
Correct.
Missing.
He was the other one that was involved, and the other one was 66, Hayden McDonald.
Yeah, so that's
from row 9.
There.
Yeah,
yeah. That.
So it's actually all cars in the first half, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, the good news is we're not hanging about. We will get going for another warm-up lap. Still at 15 minutes. You might find that they get their final race cut to 10. Who knows at this rate? But all about trying to make sure we can get as much of the racing going as possible. So off we go. Yeah, as you say, is that we've still got it dry. The wind's going to cause them an issue. I know Alan Hamilton was saying when he was out qualifying in the in his Westfield Aero, is that it really was buffeting him all the way round. You know, he could feel it just buffeting his car all over the shop, and you know, you'd imagine these guys are going to feel that as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Alan's car relatively lightweight. These will be a little bit heavier, but still relatively light compared to, I don't know, say the BMW M3s that we've seen out and some of the saloons we'll see out. So it will affect these a fair bit. It will affect the Formula Fords as well when we see those out in a couple of races' time as well, I would think. But yeah, that's something to bear in mind, definitely. And I don't know if the wind's still blowing in the same direction. It's hard to tell. The trees are moving that much. Actually, which direction the wind's coming from now, if it's still heading up behind your Pavon Rise, as it were. But cars past me on the green flag lap, Chris. We've lost 3, but still nearly 40 of them. Fantastic sight they make. An MX-5 racing, really, you know, one of the most exciting forms of club motorsport, but also one of the most affordable ways to go club racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, just to confirm, thank you, Dan Williams, R53, saying that it's still dead. Goodness me, that was suddenly some volume from the circuit there. The circuit camera was very loud. But yeah, it still says that the event is in the past on the website when you try to book tickets for the 31st. Bear with us. I've obviously reported that today, but everybody's here, so they haven't sorted that out just yet. So hopefully tomorrow that will all be sorted and that people can buy tickets until the maximum number has been bought, of course, because we still have limits. But you can't just turn up on the day. You do have to buy tickets in advance because it needs to be managed and reported and everything else. I hear that eventually we'll get back to normal, Ian, but I think that's just a vicious rumour. We want our lives back, don't we?
Whatever normal is or was, if we can remember.
True, yeah. Barbecues and gin all day, I think, wasn't it? That's what I remember from last.
Seems to suit you, doesn't it?
It does, mate. I was fine with lockdown 1. It was all right. Right, so we have the cars back onto the grid, and yep, it still says 15 minutes on TSL, so that we're going with the same amount of time. So let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars short, actually. So what's the other one that's missing? Let me just go back. Ooh.
Could be
Courtney
Milnes.
Milnes.
Courtney Milnes. Yeah. I was just about to say she was involved as well, but she did get going and wasn't stranded at the scene like the other 3 were.
Okay, but no, there's a gap there on that. Although, no, actually, possibly at the end of the pit lane, just suddenly look, there's a car that's going to rejoin from there, which would make sense. She probably come in, have a look at it, and they'll send her back out again. Green flag has been waved. We train our eyes on the gantry. 1, 2, 3 lights, 4 lights. The 5th light goes on. Off go the lights and off go the field. Another great start there by Declan McDonnell. We saw that in the first race. He's trying to split between the 77 of Foden and 54 Marcus Bailey. And certainly that means they're now about to arrive into Folly 3 wide. I think they've managed to shuffle Bailey back behind the pair of them as it stands at the moment. But basically, we're having Mazda MX-5 cubed as we go up Avon Rising towards Quarry. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 as we go round. But it looks like it's a good start from Ben Short.
It is. It's also a better start this time from Declan McDonough, who made quite a poor start to the original start of this race. This time he has got himself up into 5th position. So it is Ben Short leading, Mike Combe in 2nd, and Ben Hance is the one that's lost out because he's fallen behind Ben Abbott and dropped to 4th position. Abbott's 3rd. Declan McDonnell is 5th. Steve Foden is 6th. I think that's Marcus Bailey in 7th place. Matthew Short 8th. Ian Tomlinson 9th. There's as many as I can make out as they head past me. Yes, the Trouble 7 car of Courtney Milnes just passed me now at the back of the field. So it looks like she did start from the pit lane. Now, it looked like it might have been side by side for 3rd place there, but I don't think Ben Hansen could make it back ahead of Ben Abbott. They're heading back towards you for the first time.
Yeah, here they come towards us. So Mike Combe in that second position. Ben Hansey down to fourth. So Abbott's up into third place now in the purple 93. He's got a good exit there. Oh, and just bumps. Mike Combe did not get a good exit onto the start-finish straight. And Abbott tried to sort of like lock onto the back of him, a bit of bump draft, and it became more bump than draft that time round, sadly. But they're all still going. So it didn't look as bad as Mike Combe missing a gear, but he did not get the speed out of the corner that he'd expect, which has enabled Ben Short to scamper away a little bit further, but the trio behind him with the fourth car on the circuit at the moment is Hansey, interestingly.
Yeah, and the thing is, once Ben Short gets a little bit of a break like this, he needs no second invitation to make it good, really, and eke out an even bigger advantage over the rest. So it's Ben Short, number 71, leading from number 58, Mike Combe second, 93, Ben Abbott third, then 1, Ben Hansey, who draws alongside Ben Abbott. He's going to be on the outside line for Tower Corner, though. So can one Ben get past the other? Yes, he can, although Abbott is trying to stick it up the inside into Bobby, so Abbott holds off Hansey. All of that just allows Mike Combe to make a mini break there. He's all of a sudden got half a dozen car lengths ahead of the battle between the two Bens for third and fourth position, but it's another Ben out front, Ben Short.
Well, it's side by side, third and fourth. The inside's going to be Abbott in the 93 purple car, and he's managed to hold Ben Hansey off at the moment, so Hansey has to still settle for that fourth position as they come back onto start-finish straight. That has enabled Mark Combe to scamper away. Now, is he going to be able to do anything about Ben Short? You'd sort of say on past lap times that we were getting and domination in reality in both qualifying and the first race, no. But Mike Combe was getting stronger and stronger in that first race. So you can't discount him, but third and fourth, side by side again.
Yeah, heading down the farm straight towards the S's on lap 3 of the race. It's Abbott on the inside line this time, and he gets the place or holds on to the place from Ben Hansey. These two battling, I reckon, are bringing Declan McDonald in 5th place and Steve Foden in 6th place into the equation as well. And Hansey there pushing Abbott along on the stretch towards Hammerdown, that left-hand kink. Then the right-hander at Tower, and it looks like Abbott is going to fend off Hansey there. Yeah, Hansey just sort of staying in behind Abbott this time. But I reckon that McDonald and Foden were closing in on the cars ahead of them as they went past me that time. They're heading back towards you to complete the third lap.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It does look like the two of them are possibly trying to work together. Plus, Abbott in the 93 and number 1, Ben Hansey, are sort of fighting with each other so much that they're going to fall themselves back. What about this trio behind them that's currently being headed by 54 Bailey, ahead of 72 and 9? That's Short and Tomlinson. Those three are having a great fight. But this battle for third is amazing. Ben Hansey's, he's the one doing the bump drafting on the back of Abbott's car now as they go up. And now he suddenly splits. No, he thought of splitting towards the inside at Quarry Corner, but has decided to stay behind him and carry that speed through the corner onto Farm Straight. Maybe he's going to line himself up in towards the S's. Down to the S's they go then, and it's actually at the moment single file between the two of them, and then actually single file in the next couple as well, who actually this time I think Declan McDonald might have lost a bit of ground to the two cars in front, so it is a little bit elastic. Further back, Ian Tomlinson's trying to go around the outside of Matthew Short at Tower for, at Old Paddock for 8th position, couldn't make that work, switches to the inside line for Tower Corner now, which is the next overtaking opportunity. But I think Matthew Short is going to hold on. No, he's not. Ian Tomlinson does go through for 8th place there. The driver from Blackpool gets ahead of Matthew Short now. Meanwhile, Ben Short continues to lead. And is the gap between 2nd and 3rd coming down, do you reckon, Chris, between Combe and Abbott? Yes, most definitely. Now, which way has that gone? Let's have a look at the lap times. I think that Mike Combe may have made a small mistake because it looks like a much bigger gap between 1st and 2nd. It was 2.0. It's 3.0, and that was second slower by Mike Combe. So let's have a look to see whether that was just a one-off little tiny mistake or whether he's got an issue. Remember, he certainly looked slower a few laps ago onto the start-finish straight, side by side for 3rd and 4th. Not quite, but has he got an intermittent issue with that car? Because it's closed down even further, Ian. They're absolutely line abreast. Yeah, 2nd, 3rd and 4th together now. I knew what you meant. Line astern, I think, is what you were going for. That's the one. Right, Ben Short with a comfortable lead. 2nd, 3rd and 4th right together. They hop over the curbs
at the S's. So Combe now is going to start to feel Ben Abbott's breath down his neck, as well as the wind on his neck as well, I should think. But Ben Hansey is trying to attack Ben Abbott. So a couple of things going on here all at once as they head down towards Tower Corner. Bit of dust kicked up by Ben Short up ahead of them, but he's well clear. So that small mistake, if it was a mistake, isn't going to cost him too dear. Turning their way into Bobby's now. So you've got the red and white car of Combe, the purple car of Abbott, the white, green and black car of Ben Hansey, absolutely together, a few seconds behind Ben Short. They're fighting over second place.
It helps if I turn the mic back on again, but let's have a look. Combe, Abbott, Ben Hansey still together as they cross the line for, what's that, their 5th tour of the circuit. It is a much bigger gap, isn't it, then, between those three and the chasing pair. McDonald and Foden involved in their own fight. Bailey's now having to defend really hard. That was a very defensive line through Folly that time for the 54 car. Tomlinson, number 9, is all over the back of him. You called it a lap or two ago that he'd managed to get past Short. He's now trying to go a step higher.
And a change then for second place. Combe at Quarry Corner has dropped to the rear of that group of 3 cars. So it's now Ben Abbott up to second place. Ben Hansey to third. Mike Combe has dropped back down to 4th position as well. 5th McDonald and 6th Steve Foden. 7th Marcus Bailey, 8th Ian Tomlinson. But you've got Hansey up to his tricks again, trying to find a way past Ben Abbott, almost pushing Abbott along as they head into Tower Corner that time. Of course, any slight mistake could give Combe the chance to get back through again. This great dice is going on all the way down the order, as it's inevitable in a one-make grid of nearly 40 cars. Don't have a chance to talk about all of them. Focus on the battle for second, which is heading back towards you, Chris.
So it is still comfortable lead for Short, but let's have a look. Abbott, so down into 4th is Combe. So Ben Hansey all over the back of Abbott. So it really is shuffle that pack. And as I say, I do still wonder whether that's an intermittent issue for Mike Combe, because he's very fast with them again now. And it's almost like he kind of misses a gear, which we know isn't going to be the case naturally. In fact, he's now trying to come back at them. Up Avon Rise, the 3 of them chained together, it looks like, as they go up Avon Rise in towards Quarry Corner. Big puff of smoke. Somebody's locked up. Absolutely fine, though. It looks like all 3 are still there. No idea what order.
Ben Abbott runs out a bit wide. This gives Ben Hansey the chance to get down the inside and into second place, going into the S's. He's done it now. Can Combe follow the way through? Yes, he can. So Hansey goes second. Hansey second, Combe third. Ben Abbott drops down to 4th position. Just drifted a little bit wide. I don't know if it was him that locked up on the way into Quarry Corner, but that might explain why we're sort of slightly out of position compared to where he'd want to be on the way out of the corner. Now, Combe is trying to do to Hansey what Hansey's been doing to Abbott for the last few laps and trying to get through on the way into Tower Corner. But it looks like Hansey is much quicker through Tower, because he comes out a couple of lengths ahead of Mike Combe there in second position. He's not really got much to play for here because he's 5 seconds behind Short, so he's not going to focus him. So he's really probably just wanting to back up Abbott and Combe into their own battle over third position, I suspect.
Yeah, and I think all 3 of them kind of forced themselves off a little bit past the track limits coming out of Bobby's that time round. A good run again there from Abbott onto Combe. Not able to get himself alongside, but through Folly he goes. And you're right, it's allowing Hansey to just slightly break away, not hugely, but that's disappeared all of a sudden. Combe's got the speed at the end of the straights by the looks of it, because as he gets up there, he's now glued onto the back of Hansey. So I wonder whether there's some slight variations in setup here, Ian.
Could be. I wonder if anyone was anticipating a wet race as well by this time. They'd already made some setup changes on the car, but it's not materialised. It's always possible, I suppose. Ben Short goes past me, goes past John Elsey, who's the regular 750 Motor Club photographer, who's just below me here, kneeling down to get the best shots as the cars head through Old Paddock, and now getting a good shot at Ben Hansey is Mike Combe, because they are side by side as they head down towards Tower Corner. Combe on the outside line, though. Can he go all the way around Hansey, who we know is fast at that part of the circuit? And again, Hansey's bravery through Tower Corner pays off, because Combe can't live with him there. So Hansey holds on to second place. Combe still in third, just ahead of Abbott. Then a gap back to Declan McDonald and Steve Foden, who are having a great fight over 5th and 6th position.
Yeah, all the while our leader's just about to cross the line now. Ben Short, number 71, dominating this race. But this fight for second, third and 4th is absolutely electric as Ben Hansey, number 1, crosses the line. Mike Combe this time gets the good run onto the start-finish straight, and he's trying to find a way. He's carrying with him the 93 car of Abbott. Up Avon Rise they go again, just sticking together, even like a snake. As one zigs, the other stays zigging. There's no zigging and zagging. They stick together, matching each other. Round Quarry they go, still somehow in the same order at the moment.
Yeah, good fight going on between there. I noticed that 21, Matthew Pennefather Neal's got his rear bump hanging off, and 38, Peter Griffin going slowly into retirement as well. Ben Short goes past me. He's still leading, but he's leading by a comfortable margin as well with a best lap of 120.516. Then it's Hansi second, Combe third, Abbott fourth. And they are not quite as intensely battling for that position as they were a lap ago. So let me just look back to see the fight for seventh, where Ian Tomlinson, number 9, still unable to find a way past number 54, Marcus Bailey, and Matthew Short's in there as well. And in 10th place at the moment is the number 34 car of Ian Cameron, somewhat on his own at the moment by the standards of this race.
Looks like 38 car of Griffin's pulling into the pits with an issue, sadly. But here comes our leader. On to the start-finish straight. What do we got left? 2 minutes 43 left to go. So a good couple of laps left to go. Ben Hansi, Mike Combe under big pressure. Big tank slapper from Abbott then as he came round camp just a little bit squirrely all the way through the corner, but got it tidied up before he got towards the grass on the exit on the start-finish straight. It means he's lost ground at the moment. So it's just the two of them. So Combe doesn't need to go defensive. This could be bad news for Ben Hansi.
Could be, couldn't it? As they arrive at the right-hander at Quarry Corner, then back into my view. Short already out of the S's as the next group heads towards that chicane. And it's Hansi still holding on to second at the moment from Combe and Abbott. For fifth place, Declan McDonald looking a little bit more comfortable now with at least a car and a half length over Steve Foden. And then the next group of 3 cars having a good scrap. I'm watching the fight for second then as it goes down towards Tower Corner. But Ben Hansen's already in second, and he is quicker than anyone through Tower Corner, so no one's going to get past him there. And again, he goes out of Tower Corner with a bigger advantage than he went into it. So he's doing really well at that part of the circuit. And a bit further back, just looking to see the fight for seventh going through as well. It's still Marcus Bailey holding off Ian Tomlinson there. Leader Ben Short, back to you. And he's probably got either 1 or 2 laps to go. It's going to be a tight run thing.
Last lap board is indeed out this time. Okay. Ben Hansi is very, very closely followed by Mike Combe this time. Round Camp Corner, Combe goes. Has he got the run? Yes, he has. That means he certainly hasn't dropped away. I don't think he's posturing to make a challenge at this point. There's certainly no gap up the inside at Folly, so they are sticking with each other. Abbott has managed to reel them in a little bit more this time, but up towards Quarry, they'll have seen that last lap board. Are we going to get a Dan Dare lunge this time round? They're certainly going either side of the circuit, different lines through Quarry Corner, but Ben Hansi, number 1, just about holds on to second place at the moment.
Right in the toe is Mike Combe as they head towards the S's for the final time then. Ben Short already past me. Combe uses quite a lot of curb on the second apex of the S's that time. Not sure it does him all that much good though, because I think he loses the length because of that. And does this give Ben Abbott a chance to mount an attack for the final podium position as they head down towards Tower Corner for the final time? Not particularly. They go through in exactly the same order as they went in. So it's Ben Hansi on course for second place, but Ben Short on course for a second win today.
He is. He's so close to putting a lap on a big gaggle of cars here, but he's not going to get involved with that one. Those cars go through. Checkered flag went out possibly a bit early there. Hopefully those back markers didn't see that flag because it's Ben Short takes it. But look at this. Oh, Mike Combe's looking towards the inside, but thinks better of it. Oh, and in fact, Abbott got the good run, nearly managed to take advantage of that sort of failed attempt by Mike Combe. He just thought, could I throw one up the inside here? Wasn't quite able to do it. He held on to third, though, but Ben Hansi does indeed take second. Ben Short with the dominant victory by 9.2 seconds in the number 71 car. Ben Hansi, number 1 in second. Third, number 58, Mike Combe. Fourth, 93, Ben Abbott. In fifth place was held off Foden, did McDonald. So 43 in fifth place. Sixth was the 77 car of Foden. He says, just quickly trying to remember, because I just suddenly realised they're not all called Ben, are they?
No, Steve Foden.
Yeah. I was just got used to. I was going to say Ben every name then. In seventh place, number 54, Marcus Bailey. Eighth is the number 9 car of Tomlinson. I thought he was going to get Bailey in the early stages, but Ian Tomlinson settles for 8th position. 9th is the 72 car of Matthew Short. 10th is 34 Ian Cameron. Then it's the 230 car of Thomas Holland in 11th. 12th, number 67, David Abbott. A lot of families racing in this, isn't there, by the looks of it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, love that. 13th, Jake Dormer in the 61 car. 14th, number 89, Paul Monteith. 26, he says, then flick to the earlier page, Ryan Lovelock in 15th place. 16th is the number 55 car of George King. Now, George was up higher, wasn't he, in that first race?
Yeah, he was 10th in race one, I think, wasn't he? So
yeah,
he may well have got caught up in. Well, no, because then we had a restart, didn't we? I was going to say he got caught up with the incident on the first lap, but yeah, we had a restart after that. So that's can't be the explanation for it.
We'll see. Lloyd Huggins, 14 in 17th. 18th is the 141 car of. Now that's the addition to the program, isn't it? James Winstanley. 9th is number 13, McCann, and rounding out your top 20 is the number 88 car of Andrews. So I'll keep an eye on the camera to see when Josh grabs the drivers, and I'm going to just quickly refresh so that I can have the next grid for you. Of course, the 750s are out later. And what is it that are reversed in? Is it the top 10 that are reversed?
It's a random number, I think between 6 and 10 that gets reversed, if my memory serves me correctly. So we will find out exactly which position gets pole a little later on.
Alan James says, can you see the rain coming from up there, Dawsey? Alan, obviously, who is very much with the Honda manufacturing for Honda UK, or whatever way round that they say it, ready for the Dave Allan Memorial Trophy. Just quickly flicking down. So what have we got up next? It is the Samco Sports sponsored Saloon Car Championship that is next. So if I grab the amended grid, and Ian, I don't know if you've seen it, it is an amended grid for the saloons. And I think it's basically because actually, I can't click on it there. I've got to go through the TSL bit to see this one because they've got the wrong link on the new bulletin board for that one. So let me click on there. Chris Southcott, interestingly, the car allowed out there, but I think he went out on slick, certainly on the wrong tyres anyway. I think different to what he's allowed to do in, say, the hot hatches. But the grid will be, he says, I'm going to quickly whip through it because, Josh has got someone. Let me bring Josh in now. Josh, over to you, mate.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I've got Ben Short, another win, Ben. A big gap, probably one of the biggest gaps you're going to have.
Yeah, car's absolutely spot on. We've got some new help in the team as well who have helped us develop a bit more on the suspension side of things. And at least it would appear in the cold conditions, the car's really, really good at the moment. And I'm guessing with Ben finishing second from the same morning, then it's sort of working for all of us.
And possibly wet later, how does that affect you?
Well, I haven't driven one of these in the wet in quite some time. I really enjoy driving in the wet, but I'm also aware that both, Ben Hansey, Mike Combe, and Steve Foden, I think, are all also very quick in the wet. So it'd be interesting to see what happens if it does rain.
So we've got the reverse grid draws. We've got number 6 to 10 in the bag, and we're about to find out how many.
I always end up picking number 10, which isn't ideal, is it?
Number 8. So we're going to have 8 cars reversed. How does that affect you, Ben? Do you think P8 you can win that?
I'm not as good at the reverse grid as some of the others around me, to be fair. I seem to be a little bit too cautious in the opening laps, but if it's wet as well, I think it'll be a complete lottery as to how that pans out for everyone involved.
Oh, I hope it goes well for you.
Thank you very much.
In second place was Ben Hansey. Ben, the second again, but that race was quite competitive.
Yeah, I said to Mike to go out of the car, I think that's probably the hardest race I've had in quite a long time from my memory. And I think Mr. Short owes me a beer or two because I think I gave him an easy life holding up the other two.
Absolutely. I think you were at the back of the three of them was out at one point, managed to pick your way through.
Yeah, after whichever start it was. I didn't get the best start. They all run up the inside of me and I found myself up behind Ben. I had a couple of goes at trying to get back at him and he was fighting really hard and I could see the other two getting away. It's like, need to work together to catch up the other pack. And then he got caught napping a bit, and Mike and I slipped by.
And with a big slipstream round here, I guess it's quite hard to stay in front.
It is, and I could see Mike continually sizing me up, and he had the legs on me down the straight, but I think I was just making it difficult enough, and he was hoping I was going to make a mistake into quarry.
Well, P7 later, so good luck coming through the field.
Yeah, that'll be exciting, especially if the weather makes it interesting. But reverse grid is always great. We spend all day finding out who's the quickest. It could get a bit processional, but
especially today with Ben. Well done. In third place was Mike Combe. We'll get Mike over. Mike. Third place again, Mike, but that was quite close with the two Bens.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I thought if I could just hang on to Ben Short, I'd probably have a bit of a fight with him, but he's too quick around here. I need a lot more practice around here to even think about that. So it made a good race for me. If I sat in second, it would have secured second sort of comfortably, but I had a few messy laps just trying to think I could hang on to Short. But I should have been a bit more cleaner and thought about second more. But no, it was a great race. I'd rather be in a race than not in a race, and it was nice and clean as always. And just thought I could have had the better of Hansi in this one, but no, just didn't use my experience very well.
Looked like whoever was second, they wouldn't lose one place; they'd lose two places in that battle.
Yeah, that's it. The toe's so strong around here. It's when you get the run, the car behind you's always got a better run than you have. So it's always when you're in a three-car fight, the strongest car sometimes is the third car in that sort of train. But yeah, it was good. I don't know what the weather's going to do today. I thought it'd be raining by now, but it's not. So we'll see what the third race sort of brings and try and go at least one better.
Yeah, we know you're starting sixth, so you got the other two behind you this time.
Yeah, I think Ben's driving brilliant as expected around here. So I think it's probably a bit too much to ask, but we'll give it a go. We'll try as much as I can, and at least I can try and defend, which is probably more than I have done in the other two races if I find myself in front of them.
Well, good luck for that.
Cheers, Josh.
So that was third place, Mike. On the second was Ben Hanson. The winner again, Ben Short, and already the saloons are on the circuit, Chris.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, they are. So let's whip you through this grid. Pole position goes the way of Gary Preble in 91 with a 110.794. If he can do that in the race, it's a new lap record. Alongside him, his brother, 66, Adam Preble. Second row, the two Audi TTs, 197 Alex Kite, who had oil and steering issues in qualifying. So hopefully they've sorted that. Alongside him, 33, Tony Hutchings. Third row, 12, Harrison Chamberlain, 86, Kevin Bird. Fourth row, 80, Graham Puckett in his Mini, and James Keeping in number 3. Fifth row, 21, birthday boy. Happy birthday, Ben Hindle in number 21. Alongside him, number 10, boy band, Michael Good. In sixth row, 1, 2, 3, Pete Elliston. Champ, number 1, Mark Sutton alongside him on that sixth row. Seventh row, it's Dad Good, 18, Roger Good. 88, James Blake alongside him. It looked like we were missing who should have been on the 8th row, number 9, Jake Olden. He had an oil leak in the race last month, but he's not there, sadly. 41, Anthony Weeks. He had a bag of neutrals, but they've got that sorted by the looks of it. And then on the 9th row, 27, Ray Ferguson. And interestingly, I see 211, Chris Southcott isn't out there. It was sort of like a cheeky little entry, and he's not gone out there this time. He got penalised to the back for being on the wrong tyres, and he's thought better of it, and is not out there. But this will be interesting, Ian. As I say, Gary Preble actually got what would be a lap record for the saloons if it was in race.
Yeah, absolutely. That 110.794, about a tenth of a... Well, no, actually, 110.830. So it's only 0.04 of a second faster than Simon Thornton Norris's lap record, which, of course, is from Class B.
I thought Adam had the lap record.
Adam's got the Class A lap record, but that's not as fast as the Class B lap record, which is obviously therefore the overall lap record as well.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, because I was chatting to them, and of course you can probably imagine the banter that was going backwards and forwards between the two brothers.
Absolutely.
And trying to make sure that he doesn't take it away from him. Good to see that Adam's out there. Of course, that has been one or two issues with that Astra. Certainly qualifying was as far as he got in the first race weekend, which is bad news because, of course, that was a double-header. Spits of rain on this window, but nobody's really covering themselves up in front of me. But that wind is just colossal. It really is. People are struggling to stand up. It sounds like I'm exaggerating, but I promise you they are. I promise. Right.
Oh, I believe you. Those with the lower centre of gravity, such as myself, should be okay.
5-second board is shown. We're going to get ready for this 15-lap race. Again, the engine's blipping already. We haven't had any lights. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights. Now the 4th and the 5th light goes on. Long hold, off go the lights. Adam Preble gets a great one. I think that he was all ready to go and he just went on the B of the bang. Gary Preble was very steady away. So it's now, I think it's Hutchings that's up into second. Alex Kite struggled to get away there as well. Oh, we've got a spinner. Who's that? It's Mike Good. Boyband has a moment onto the infield there. The Vauxhall Corsa's trying to find his way back towards the circuit. He's got his passport. He's finding his way back now. But it is Adam Preble in the lead.
Yep, looks to be that way then as they head out of Quarry Corner down to the S's for the first time. So a bit of drama there for Mike Good. Let's see if he can come back from that. But it is then the Astra leading of Adam Preble, number 66. Second is number 33, which is Alex Kite. No, it's not 33, is Tony Hutchings, isn't it? Beg your pardon. So he's made a pretty good start. Alex Kite, it is down in 4th position behind the car of Kevin Bird. So quite a shake-up at the beginning of that race, I think you'll find. And Gary Preble back in about 7th place, I think. So heading back towards you for the first time. It should be Adam Preble out in the lead, but a bit of a shake-up behind that.
Yeah, well, Gary Preble is now starting to work his way through. So if it was an issue off the start, it looks like he's got himself back up to speed. Kevin Bird in that 3rd place under growing pressure from Alex Kite in the TT, Gary Preble in the Seat. What a miracle that is for Kevin Bird. But that Nissan 200 is a very rapid piece of kit. But Adam Preble trying to stretch his legs at the front of the field. Tony Hutchins sat there in second. That's something we've seen for many a year, is those two having great fights. But Preble's got the nod, but look at this fight for 3rd backwards as it comes towards you, Ian.
Yeah, it should be good. Obviously, you've got Gary Preble who's going to try and blaze his way through that. It's a blaze of light towards me. I think they've all got the headlights on. It's a bit gloomy out there, isn't it? But it's Adam Preble leading, Tony Hutchings in 2nd, and Kevin Bird 3rd. 4th is still Alex Kite in the GMS Grant Motorsport car at the moment. Then it's Gary Preble in 5th. Be interesting to see Gary Preble try and find his way past Alex Kite. I'm sure he won't make it easy. Alex Kite hugging the inside line at Tower Corner, forcing Gary to try and go the long way round if he's going to go anywhere at all. They're both trying to find a way past that Nissan as well of Kevin Bird. So out of Bobby's they go. Adam Preble out front, I think, still stretching away.
Yeah, Dave Goddard making comments about the Nissan 200 class of saloon, but Renault Clio in the GTs, they can race where they choose to. They're entitled to race in the GTs, Dave, and there'll be something about turbos and all sorts of other things that determine what they can do and where. But at the moment, it's the same as we've got some in the hot hatch can't race in the saloons, but could race in the GTs. It's good stuff here. We like to mix it up. But across the line, you're right, their lights are ablaze. And Jamie Peters-Ennis messaged that it is raining out there. You can certainly see it, but it's obviously a bit more significant now.
Yeah, maybe more so over that side of the circuit than here. There are a few spots of rain on the window, but it doesn't look like anything too much just yet. Marcus Pye reminds me, by the way, Chris Southcott went prepared on this race because it was a retirement from the earlier hot hatch race with an engine issue. Back to this one, though. We've got Tony Hutchings being caught now, I think, by Kevin Bird. Gary Preble has found his way past Alex Kite, I think, up at Quarry Corner. So he's up to 4th place now. Kite down to 5th, and a gap back to that Graham Puckett Mini Cooper in 6th position. 7th is the McGann of number 12. That's Harrison Chamberlain. And then 8th at the moment is the 21 Corsa, which is Ben Hindle, and he's got 2 of the cars right behind him.
Yeah, Ben Hindle is leading Class C at the moment in that 21 car, so he was going to want to keep James Keeping in car number 3 behind him, because that is the fight for the lead in Class C. So that's an interesting one. Up into 3rd place goes Gary Preble. He's up past Kevin Bird as they came in towards camp. Job done. He just scrubbed off a bit of speed, though, as he came on to start-finish straight. I was worried that Bird was going to come back. Alex Kite is now going to go round Kevin Bird, and that was a late read. There was a tiny bit of contact between the two of them, but thankfully nothing untoward. And it was Alex Kite has got through. So Kevin Bird's down to, 5th place now. But Gary Preble is on a charge.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th together. Adam Preble still well out in front. So there's some, good, quick, quality cars at the front field. And Tony Hutchings is on the grass. I think Tony Hutchings must have a problem, though. He's coming over the grass at quite a pace to rejoin. So he's gone behind the marshal's post at Old Paddock and rejoins in 5th. all of which means that Gary Preble now moves up into second place. There is a bit more rain, so I just wonder if that caught Tony Hutchings out. Sent him onto the grass, and I thought, well, now I'm here. Quickest way to rejoin is behind the Marshals post and back on at Old Paddock. Anyway, it's lost him a few places. Gary Preble up to second place as a result, and Kite third. They're both chasing after Adam, who's about 6 seconds up the road, though.
Oh, and he's just running wide here at camp. This is proper slippy now. As he came around camp, he just nearly went exit stage left, but he dragged it back to the circuit. But you're absolutely right. This is more than psychological rain now. These guys are absolutely tiptoeing. There comes Hutchins just sort of like switching around on himself there as he came around camp corner. This is looking a bit lively out there now, isn't it?
Certainly is. Mike Good, after that incident on the first lap, he's making his way back up the order and eventually might get towards Weeks, who's in the lead of Class D. Anthony Weeks in the Class D lead. Of course, Mike Good and James Keeping, the joint championship leaders, on 22 points going to this weekend.
Keeping's past Hindle, so that's the Class C lead change that time round.
Okay, so Keeping's into the Class C lead. Can Mike Good therefore get into the Class D lead as well? That's the question. Now, as far as the overall lead is concerned, Adam Preble still well out in front, but Gary Preble now trying to close the gap, and it will depend how well these cars are set up for these slippery conditions that they're now faced with. They started in the dry. They knew that the rain was always going to be a threat at some point this afternoon. It's arrived, well, not quite in the middle of their race, but towards the start of their race. So what was the correct setup now might not be.
No, absolutely not. Well, Adam Preble. Now, the thing is, they were putting themselves onto wet settings, but I think they may have sort of thought, well, we better change our mind again, because it just, like you said earlier, Ian, is that there was alleged talk of it, but it wasn't coming. And they may have gone back again. Adam Preble certainly is taking it steady. Interestingly, by the way, I don't know whether Anthony Weeks had a little mishap on that last lap. Yes, he will have done 1:41, which means that Mike Good is most definitely in the lead of Class D. He's all the way up into 11th now.
He certainly is, yes, just coming past me. And look how the lap times have dropped off. Adam Preble did a 1:20, but Gary Preble did a 1:16, so it's nearly 4 seconds faster than his brother. Gap down to 2.4 seconds at the beginning of the lap, and it's not 2.4 seconds now. It's probably not even 1.4 seconds as they come past me on lap number 6 of this race. By the end of the lap, Gary Preble will be challenging Adam if he's not past him by that point. Down to Tower Corner they go. Gary on the inside line. Can't make the move there, so he stays in second place for the moment. Still, Alex Kite third, Kevin Bird fourth, Tony Hutchings fifth, and then the mini of Graham Puckett sixth. But the two leaders, the two brothers together, heading up towards Camp Corner, Chris.
Well, their dad, Brian Preble's here. You'll be down on the pit wall. It's his birthday this week, and this is not a birthday present he would really like to see in these conditions, is that these two fighting with each other in very slippery conditions. Preble round the outside. He's got to have that done. I think Adam knew that it was only a matter of time, because he does not look comfortable out in these conditions. So I would suggest that he's either gone back to a dry setup or chose not to change it to wet. Gary certainly was at one stage. And to me, that looks like he's a lot more confident and comfortable as he comes through here, because he's still lapping in the 1:18s, and it's only a matter of time. So that bad start or issues off of the start line isn't really an issue for him anymore, is it?
Seems that's not the case, as they are picking their way through the traffic now. I say traffic, these are the cars that are sort of disputing 12th, 13th, 14th position, something like that, including Mark Sutton, of course, the reigning champion, the number one car in the MG ZR. He's now been lapped. So too has Good Senior, Roger Good, number 18. He has been lapped as well by the two race leaders. And Kevin Burr's had a big spin in the Nissan coming out of Old Paddock. I think he must have just hooked a wheel over the slippery green painted section on the exit of the corner. That's pitched him back to the inside of the circuit, spun around on the grass. He's not hit anything or come close to hitting anything, thankfully, and he'll rejoin the race. But yeah, a scary moment there for Kevin Bird in the Nissan.
So I also spotted on the camera that go around Tower is that it was a real hang that rear end out from Adam Preble, the number 66 Vauxhall Astra, but he sort of powered it through anyway. 8 laps still to go, 7 laps down. So, hopefully they're going to sort of just understand these changed conditions now and work out the way to drive around them. So Preble from Alex Kite in third. There goes Hutchings now, of course, up into fourth place with Kevin Bird's spin, who is coming down towards us now. Hopefully, yep, he's still carrying on, so he's happy.
Yep, looks that way as we've got Gary Preble coming through. He's shortly to lap Mike Good, who's our Class D leader. So if it stays this way, Mike Good and James Keepan will still be tied on top of the championship, I think. Just looking, yeah, they've both got fastest lap within their classes as well. So they'll both pick up, I think, the maximum 11 points from this race to stay on 33 points. If it remains this way, there's still another half of the race to go, of course, so it might be a little bit premature in saying that. There's Tony Hutchings in fourth place now, isn't it? Now Kevin Bird's had that spin, goes past me. Bird is still fifth ahead of the Graham Puckett Mini.
Yeah, and Peggy Spackman reminds me is that Adam Preble said on the Combe TV show on Thursday, this is his first, not quite as Peggy said, it's not his first ever race in the wet. It's his first ever race in this car in the wet. He's never taken this massively powerful Vauxhall Astra around the wet. And that is quite a staggering thought, isn't it? You'd almost think that he's been in this Astra for long enough now that he'd have had at least one go, but it isn't. And as Peggy says, you can certainly see that it's he's just not totally comfortable with it, because that's a lot of power under his right foot, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is, and it will be a completely different driving style in these conditions, and he'll be learning about that lap by lap by lap, won't he? Whereas the other drivers out there, so Gary and Alex Kite, who's catching Adam now, I think, he was over a second faster last time through, will have had some experience in these conditions in this car, I would think. So they're past me, and a great traffic jam heading into my site as well, which includes Tony Hutchings. He's about to lap Mark Sutton as well. Sutton, who is third in Class C at the moment, behind the Hindle and Keepin cars. Keepin, of course, in the lead of the race, as far as Class C is concerned.
Well, here comes Gary Preble, crossing the line, the 91 Seat, still comfortably in the lead of this race. Now there's Adam. Now let's have a look. What are we talking? I was going to say that looked like he was a bit quicker. That gap is 5.3, but he's now down into the 20s. He's lapping the same speed as his brother, so he's getting used to it. He's realizing what he can do, and he was 3/4 of a second quicker than Alex Kite that time round. So, watch out for everybody else, because Adam Preble's getting used to these conditions.
Yeah, what we're on lap 10, so 5 laps to go at the end of this one. Is there any possibility that, having got a bit more confidence in these conditions now, that he could start to close the gap on Gary again? That would be interesting if that was the case and it boiled up into a finish. But look how sideways he is. I'm not sure if you could see that. I think you perhaps could on the cameras. Yeah. How sideways he was through Old Paddock that time. It was really spectacular stuff, right on the limit of adhesion. But he got the car through the corner okay. He's got the car through Tower okay as well. He's pushing hard, even in these conditions. Be interesting to see what his lap time is this time through.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that'll be the quickest way around the corners, but we call him Drift Boy now. So Drift Boy Preble is most definitely become a drift racer, and that gap has most definitely gone up between him and his brother Gary, as Gary's picking his way through these back markers through Camp Corner, and through he goes to complete his 10-lap, 2/3 race distance. The gap now is up to, not a lot up, actually. That's only 2/10 more. It looked a bit of an optical illusion there. And in fact, that was a steady lap for Alex Kite. So I wonder whether his steering is just playing up a little bit, or whether the oil issue has returned now. He's got 5 more laps to go. And Tony Hutchings in a very lonely fourth position, in the 33 car.
Yeah, and if Kite does have any issues, then he's got 22 seconds in hand, I think, over Tony Hutchings. So Kite can afford to, drive within himself. You could slow down 2 or 3 seconds a lap and still bring the car home in position. As we're watching Adam Preble pass the number 123 Golf of Peter Elliston, one of another of the Class A cars, of course, but actually now a lap down. And so Adam Preble clears that car. Alex Kite is going to be the next car through. Tony Hutchings is very lonely. He had that drama down here early on, possibly just as the rain took effect. Not sure what the weather's doing just at the moment. If it is still raining, or perhaps if we've got a break in the rain and the track might just be not drying out as much as not getting any wetter.
Yeah, I was just trying to work that out as well, because there's actually a number of the cars that don't have their windscreen wipers going anymore. Now, they may have that, I forget what you call it these days, rain off or whatever, that you can put on your windscreen that makes it just flow off. But you'd still think that there'd be some of them would have it going. So I wonder whether it has just abated. Certainly enough to not be an issue. But Adam Preble, gone through that time. It's over 6 seconds now. But I think that even he knows that he can just drive within himself as well, can't he, for that second place?
Yeah, absolutely. If he is confident and that he doesn't need to or can't catch his brother, then he may as well just bring that car home, because it's not had the happiest reliability record, has it? That car. So I think getting it to a second place finish, rather than putting anything on the line, would be a welcome result, really. Just looking at that Elliston car, it's actually a good scrap that he is having. It's not for a class position, but it's for overall 9th position with number 12, which is Harrison Chamberlain in the Renault Megane. So that's a nice little scrap going on as well. That's down through Tower Corner. It's the black Megane and the black and red Golf that are doing battle there.
And as soon as you mention it, good old Kevin downstairs flicks onto that, so I can see exactly what you mean. Yeah, through the S's. You certainly see on that camera it's raining there, isn't it? So I think if it did abate, it's back again by the looks of it. Certainly the window, harder to peer out of it, suggests exactly that. As Adam comes through in that second place, he's now lapping consistently a second a lap slower. So I think that he's just making sure he can't challenge for the lead. We've got 3 laps left to go, but he also knows that Alex Kite's not able to challenge him as it stands at the moment. So just making sure, thinking of the points after a disastrous opening race day, making sure this is a good haul.
Yeah, absolutely. The Preble's not featuring in the points table, I don't think, coming into this weekend. So here is Gary past me now, number 91. Adam is just about to lap Ray Ferguson's brick wall, which is the livery on the MG of the building contractor, and he has lapped that car. Kite is about to do the same. Yeah, it's sort of settled down now, hasn't it? After a pretty intense first 5 or 6 laps, it's just settled down into a bit of a pattern now, this race. I'm not too sure where the next position change is going to come from, but there are only 2 laps to go at the end of this one.
Yeah, there are indeed. And I know that the second race on the opening race day is that the battle between Gary Preble and the Mitsubishi Colt was just incredible. And Gary sadly had an issue that he still finished, but it was nursing it home quite a long way down the order, sadly. But this time he went the opposite way, wasn't it? What did he say? He's down in something like 7th in the early stages, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah. Which I was worried that it was an issue more than anything, but he seems to have sorted that one out.
Certainly does. It was 9th place and 6th within class that he finished last time out. So that's what happened to him last time. And he's coming through again, lapping Mark Sutton for what I imagine must be the 3rd time actually. As he comes past me once again, he's on his penultimate lap now. Is Gary Preble, of course, having won all of these races at Castle Combe, more than anyone. Successful last year in 750 Motor Club Hot Hatch Championship, winning many races there as well. I think racing with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well this year in the Honda. But here in the Seat, going very well.
He is indeed, comes toward us, ready to start his final lap. Definitely raining harder because we've even got spray coming off the circuit now. I'd imagine it's the same for you at your side, Ian, but it's a lot more than psychological rain. But across the line goes Gary, 121.5 still lap speed for him. Adam coming through in that second place. Again, in the 121s, matching his brother's time, 8 1/4. Alex Kite, a bit too far back to be able to do anything about it, and he's driving with himself. There goes Keeping, the number 3 car. Let's not forget, he is leading Class C now, dominating it. And he's going to have himself looking, well, him and Mike Good were leading the championship from memory as we came into this event.
Yep, it's going to be exactly the same, I think. The two of them tied together after this race meeting as well. Just a single header, of course, on this occasion. Double header for that opening meeting of the season. Gary Preble comes past me for the final time. He's actually just lapped the car in 6th place, Graham Puckett's Mini. So he'll have lapped everyone up to and including 6th. So just 5 cars will finish on the lead lap, which will be the 2 Prebles, Kite Hutchings and Kevin Bird, although Kevin Bird is quite a long way down. So Gary Preble is back on his way towards you for the final time.
Yep, I look into the distance first. Kevin Bird is just about to go around camp and definitely tiptoeing in that Nissan after a great start. As soon as he got too wet, it looked tricky in that car. But here comes Gary Preble for the final time. He rounds, and he takes it very steady there, and he's just sort of weaving from side to side, celebrating that victory. Here comes Adam round camp. He's got to be pleased. He said, as we say, Peggy, thank you for reminding me that he said it's his first wet race in that car. And he's done all right. He got to grips with that, struggled in the early stages, but soon worked it out really well. Alex Kite, another third place. So Alex is doing well. He came into this leading Class A. He's got himself a good haul of points there again this time. Not the win that he may have hoped for, but considering it was uncertain whether he'd even be able to start the race, he's done particularly well there. Next comes Hutchings, Tony Hutchings, number 33. He's going to finish in 4th position. Bird's going to be the last one to take the checkered flag because he was only just ahead of Gary Preble, but he's going to be in 5th place. 80, Graham Puckett in the Mini comes home in 6th place. Then in 7th, it's the winner of Class C, James Keeping, car number 3. Behind him, Ben Hindle, birthday boy, number 21. Great bit of silverware there, comes home in 2nd in Class C. Elliston, number 1, 2, 3 in 9th. 10th is the number 12 and Class B winner, Chamberlain. 11th, is number 10, boy band Mike Good. So he keeps up his points haul in Class D to sort of keep the pressure on James Keeping. Anthony Weeks, number 41, comes home in 12th place, 2nd in Class D. In 13th place is the number 88 car of Blake. That gives him 3rd in Class C. 14th, number 1, Mark Sutton, champion from last year. 15th place, number 18, is Roger Good, and then Ray Ferrari up Ferguson, number 27, comes home in 16th place. So that's it. A great race there. Kind of, it's spiced up and then almost spoilt to some extent, I think, by the rain, wasn't it? It made it interesting and then petered out, really, didn't it, sadly?
Yeah, it did for the last 5 laps, didn't it? It sort of quietened down a little bit, but there was moments of interest there, certainly down here. Tony Hutchings and Kevin Bird finding and exceeding the limits. And I think ultimately, yes, I think possibly the lack of confidence that Adam had in that car in the wet conditions initially ultimately cost him. But maybe if he gets these conditions again next time, he'll know how to drive it, maybe get the setup a little bit different, and we could see a real good fight between him and Gary. But Gary obviously ran out, sort of 9-second winner this time around. But as ever in Castle Combe Saloons, it's all about what happens in the classes, isn't it? And James Keeping and Mike Good both having perfect records so far this season, and they'll be the two to watch, I suspect, in terms of the overall championship battle for the rest of the year.
Now, this is going to be interesting. Next race up is going to be our very own Formula Fords, and Josh Barrett's messaged us to say that for the Formula Fords, the first car on the wets is Paul Barnes. Everyone in front are on dries. And, I mean, they've got tread on them, aren't they? Because, of course, they're treaded tyres. Yeah. But that's why we haven't. Josh didn't say slicks, but it's not going to be ideal for them, is it?
No, it's not. And I wonder if there'll be a few of them sitting in the assembly area now thinking we ought to be changing these. I don't know if there's any sign of drivers and teams trying to make a late change or not, where drivers are able to change tyres, of course. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Could play into the hands of some of the drivers in the older cars as well, which can run those tyres. So we shall see how things transpire in the Formula Ford race. But certainly, I would think there'll be setup changes going on. But looking at the rain now, it is set in. It's not a passing shower. It is going to be wet, certainly for the rest of this race and probably for the rest of the afternoon as well.
Well, the wind was so strong then, I thought someone was drilling through the wall here, but I can assure you they're not. That's the wind burrowing through. Poor old Josh is down there in the assembly area waiting for the cars to make their way out. Just very quickly as he's rounding them out, front row for the Formula Fords, 26, Felix Fischer took pole position on his very last lap of qualifying, just out qualifying by a tiny margin, 110.536 for Felix, 110.577 for Oliver White in 94. Second row, number 1, Luke Cooper, the double champion, alongside him, 81, Ben Mitchell. Third row, triple 1, The multiple champion again, Adam Higgins, 23, Nathan Ward, dominating Class B. Fourth row, 43, Kieran Atwood, 28, Tom Hawkins. Fifth row, 40, Matt Hallam, 5, Paul Barnes. Sixth row is 33, Richard Higgins, 76, James Colburn. 41, Alex Walker, 27, Sean Macklin. 960, Bob Higgins, 84, Steve Bracegirdle. Ninth row is 91, Bob Hawkins, 69, Alan Slater. 74, Alicia Hamlin, and 7, Michael Phillipson. On the final row, 60, Paul Morecambe. 47, Richard Earl. And I can see that Josh has got our race winner.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I got Gary. It's another Castle Combe. I'm back at Combe and you're back winning, Gary.
Yeah, it was an awful start. Literally bogged it on the line, and everyone, I'll just repeat it last time, and not quite sure we can't hook it up off the line, but yeah, thankfully the rain came, and I took a last-minute decision to come off the Nankangs and put on my old trusty 52s from last round that I know can take a little bit of rain, and I just we had information that it was raining in Bristol literally just before we came out, and we took the gamble. We knew the Nankang wasn't necessarily as quick in the dry, but we thought at some point in the rain would come, and yeah, it paid dividends. It was absolutely brilliant.
At one point, I think you were 4 seconds quicker than Adam when you were catching him.
Oh, really? Yeah, I could see him coming, and every time I hit the brakes, I could literally say I was taking chunks out of him, and so I knew he was struggling. And the trouble with the Nankangs is obviously as soon as they lose temperature, where they're predominantly slick tyres, it's basically running around on slicks in wet. It just doesn't work.
You went right round the outside at Camp Corner. Presume you haven't done that too many times.
Yeah, it doesn't normally pay off, to be fair. You normally end up on the grass, but I thought I had loads of grip. I was just praying that Adam wasn't going to stick his toe in and run me wide, and thankfully he gave me enough room, and yeah, that was it. Once I got by, it was quite easy and quickly to be able to pull away.
Well done on it. You get dried out.
Thanks, mate. Cheers,
Adam. Yeah, Adam Pebble in. Adam, it was looking so good while it was dry, but then the rain came.
I know, yeah. I knew when the rain came, I had no chance. We're on the AR1s, and they're not great in the rain. A couple of close calls.
Yeah, you were on the grass, I think, one lap.
Grass, sideways were everywhere. Just the point of how fast you keep pushing it. And I literally on the edge a couple of times. I see Gary come, and I thought, there's not much I can hold off. Just let him go, kind of thing. But
yeah, obviously, good respect between the two of you when you were side by side.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I just knew he was going to go around the outside of me, but it was good fun. There's only so much I could hold him. We had some different tyres, maybe a little bit different, but it's good fun. I enjoyed it. I was hoping it wasn't going to rain, and it did.
You managed to keep Alex at a gap. He was sort of 2-3.
Yeah, my dad's telling me to slow down, and then the next thing I look in my mirror and I see a white TT coming, so I thought I need to go a little bit quicker now. When you realise no one behind us, I don't keep pushing it, but you try to and still make mistakes. Very slippery it is on the hour ones, but it's really good fun.
Let's hope it's dry for the next one.
Yeah, definitely.
Well done in second anyway.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers, buddy.
And then in third was Alex. Alex Kyton, who took third place in the TT. Alex, third place. Then you made you got stuck again behind Gary at the start.
Yeah, we sort of. Everyone sort of like jumped the start a little bit. Adam had a bit of a roll. I had a little bit of a roll. Dipped the clutch back in, and the lights went out. Oh, here we go. So, and then I don't know what happened to Gary. I think Gary had a similar thing, and yeah, sort of got stuck behind him. Got round, got with Kevin, battling him for a couple of laps. Gary got past me, then we both got past Kevin, and it was it was turning out to be a good race, and all hell broke loose with the weather. So, and yeah, it was just one of those. It was just getting so slippy out there. It was never worth trying to catch up with Adam and Gary, but it's sort of like back off and take the points really.
Because you were sort of catching Adam, and then he found more pace, and that was the sort of
that's it.
anymore.
I sort of like got to one point. I turned the high boost power button on to try and catch him down the straights, and it just wasn't working. I nearly ended up in a big one rain folly, but it is what it is. So happy with third place.
So well done, getting to the end.
Thank you very much.
So there's our top three. Chris, Formula Ford's already out and tackling. I think I sent you a message about lots of cars on dry tyres, which is an interesting choice.
However, there's no such thing as dry tyres on the Formula Fords. Just
not
to explain,
but the less tread than some of the others have got.
All it means is that they're not new, basically. So thank you for that, Josh.
There's Paul Barnes a bit further up, and he's got the deeper treads, which are the wet tyres. So watch out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And as someone, a Formula Ford expert, was reporting, that basically means that he's got brand new tyres on. So he's got the full tread. The others are not. They're sort of well used and things like that. But yes, it means there's less places for the water to go. So Felix Fischer, as I say, took that pole position. He, of course, got no points in that opening weekend. He was involved in a pure racing accident, someone else's incident that he had to dive to the grass to avoid going up into quarry on that on the opening weekend, and didn't get it fixed for race number 2, sadly. But we will try and get him. He'll be trying to get himself back out and into the points, and he did that on his very last lap. Oliver White got the double victory, so he'll be hoping for more of the same. Luke Cooper's got a setup that he's going back to that could see him actually have the advantage coming out of the corners that he was used to. He tried something different and it didn't work, so he's going back to it, I think, this time. But of course, the wet weather's going to put pay to all of that. Ben Mitchell was the other one involved in the incident with sort of Oliver White and Felix Fischer. No one really to blame. It was just one of those things. They went 3 wide and it never works out particularly well. So Ben had an issue. Adam Higgins is still trying to get that car improved in 111. Nathan Ward then in the number 23 car. He's dominating Class B and he's got a great new sponsor, the Lightning Consultants. He's seen the light and he's got a new sponsor on board. He's a bright spark, is he, Nathan Ward? Is that enough? I was going to say innuendos. It's not innuendos, is it? But
no, for change.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure we can think of more puns on light as we go along. Yeah.
Yes, but welcome on board, therefore, to the Lighting Consultants. Hopefully, you guys are watching this feed, and you're going to see your boy do well. He's certainly looking strong in that Class B, isn't he? What's the next Class B car? Is Paul Barnes, which we have to keep an eye out. That Solely Motorsport run. Solo Heat sponsored Paul Barnes. He starts in 10th compared to Nathan Ward's 6th, but if he's got the most amount of tread on that tyre, he could be sat pretty in this one potentially.
Yeah, could be. Absolutely. And just to clear it up, so for cars built after 1993 or 1993 or after, so Class A cars, effectively, they have to run the ACB 10 Avon tyres, whereas cars in classes, the older classes, can have a choice. They can also run the ACB 9, which are generally thought to be a better bet in wet conditions. So that's what could come into play. So we'll see what happens here. It could be that some of the cars, that didn't qualify so well, I think some of the older cars might come to the fore a little bit. We'll see how things work out, because it is definitely very wet here now. Down Old Paddock. We've not quite got rivers running across the circuit or anything like that, but it is definitely wet. There's spray being kicked up even on the green flag lap, and they've had 2 green flag laps, of course, to get used to these conditions. Number 60, Paul Morecambe, just goes past me, just the mirror to get the best view of the one car that's behind him on the grid, which is Richard Earls Van Diemen RF85. But yeah, it should be an interesting race. I know that Luke was saying to me, it sounds like you had a chat with him as well, that they have done something different with the setup, but not had a chance to test it or race it in the wet conditions yet. So a little bit of an unknown quantity.
Exactly. And Fergus Campbell makes a comment. Can Chris Ryan let us know which or how many generations of Higgins we have in the Formula Ford 1600s? Is it really the Bob Higgins? It absolutely is. The answer is it's still 2 generations, because Richard and Adam are Bob's sons. Adam, of course, has won the championship twice. Is it twice or 3? And Bob's won it 3 times.
So you're not sounding sure of yourself.
I know, I've done that terrible thing that I tell myself I have to stop doing, where I suddenly question myself, which undoes all my hard work.
Adam Higgins won it twice, in 14 and 13, and Bob won it in 92, 83, 82 and 81, so 4 times.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, because he did the hat-trick, 81, 82, 83. So 4 times Bob Higgins, 2 times Adam Higgins. And Richard is at the moment dominating Class C, although he's keen to sort of be able to work himself. It's just good to have Richard back, because he hasn't raced for a little while, but see if he can get himself in a Class A car at some point. 5-second board is on in this very, 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 very wet race. And we wait. It's going to be squirreling off this line, isn't it? That's for sure. 4, 5 lights are on. Long hold. Off go the lights. Off go the field. Paul Barnes gets a steady start. Felix Fischer has got a very steady start. Adam Higgins was trying to get alongside him, but Felix looks like he's probably dropped down to 4th, so he's going to be kicking himself for that. all that work for the pole start, and he's now deep in that spray. I've got to say, look at that as they're going up Avon Rise on the camera as well. It does not look fun for the cars behind, and it means I've got no idea who's in the lead. It looks like it's a red car. That'll be Ollie White's got himself into the lead. So from the front row, he's done well.
Yeah, and it looks like it is possibly Ben Mitchell up into second position then. Luke Cooper seems to have lost out. He is in fourth place. Nathan Ward is up into third position as well. I wonder if Nathan actually has gone for the ACB 9s, which he'd be entitled to use, I think, in that class as well. Anyway, they are heading on down towards the right-hander at Tower Bend, and it was Oliver White leading from Ben Mitchell in second place. He was in action as well at Donington Park over the course of the weekend. And then is it Felix that's now in third position? We'll get them as they come back towards you for the first time. Anyway, if it's the red car, it should still be Ollie White that's out in front.
It is. Yeah, it is, and it's quite good that we can tell them out, because it is the bright red that's Ollie White in the lead. Then it's that Dayglow orange nose that we've often seen Josh Fisher piloting, and that means it is, of course, therefore Ben Mitchell that is in second place. Nathan Ward, what a great job in that third position at the moment. Felix Fisher is now trying to make up a place. He's trying to get up the inside of Luke Cooper in towards Folly. It's so difficult to see as they go through this spray heading up Avon Rise, but it looked to me as though Felix was trying to move back up into fourth place, but this wet has really neutralised the difference as well, hasn't it, between the A and B classes?
Yeah, and the other car that's going well there is the 111 car, which is Adam Higgins. They're in sixth position. Luke Cooper trying to get up the inside of Felix Fisher into the S's, but he can't make that work. So it's two for the lead in Ollie White, number 94, and Ben Mitchell, number 81. Then the gap back, and then four cars for third place, headed at the moment by the Class B car of number 23, Nathan Ward. From 26, Felix Fisher, 1, the reigning champion, Luke Cooper, and the treble 1 of Adam Higgins as well. The 28 car of Tom Hawkins is 7th. Then it's Richard Higgins in 8th place, up 3 places from 11th on the grid. But the drivers are finding these conditions really difficult here, including Paul Barnes, who's making no progress whatsoever. He's dropped 6 places, in fact, from the start.
Yeah, that hasn't worked out at all, has it, then? That's interesting. But look at that. Bob Higgins is up into 13th place overall in that Class D car. Absolutely amazing. But Ben Mitchell is trying to keep Ollie White very honest here, although I think he just got a bit quashed up as he came through camp. Felix Fisher is now about to dive up the inside of Nathan Ward. So whatever the issue was for Felix off the line, he's got that sorted now. He's up the inside of Nathan, so up into third on the road. Makes no difference to Nathan. That's why you didn't see a fight from Nathan. He's leading Class B. That's the important part for him as he now goes round Quarry Corner. Although saying that, Ian, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because the overall championship is not points scored in the class. It is overall. So that was, tempting probably for him to try and hold on to it.
Absolutely right. Yep, it's based on overall finishing positions. There are separate class points as well for the class championships as well. As Ollie White, who won the opening 2 rounds of the championship on Easter Monday, comes past me in the lead from Ben Mitchell in second, Felix Fisher third, fourth being Nathan Ward, fifth Luke Cooper, and sixth Adam Higgins. You mentioned the progress made there by the Mackin of Bob Higgins up into 12th place in car 960. I don't think that's his age, but he is relatively venerable these days. That could even be running on the Dunlop tyres, I think, in that class as well, possibly, because it's such an elderly car relative to the rest of them out on the grid.
And talking of Higgins, Richard Higgins is now up into 6th place leading Class C. He started 11th on the grid, so that he's flying as well. The Higgins are loving this. Bizarrely, I'm not sure what's wrong with TSL in this particular race, but it's showing that Adam Higgins is not come through. Well, he certainly has, and he sat there in a very good position. So hopefully that will get manually put up there fairly soon. So it'll actually mean that Richard Higgins will be in 7th, not 6th, once his brother is put into the place that he is.
Got a spinner down here. That is the 74 car, which is Alicia Hamlin, who has spun, but she's got going again and rejoins. That was on the exit of the S's. So we've got the leader coming past me now. That's Ollie White. And I think the third place car, Felix Fisher, is now closing in on number 81. That's the car of Ben Mitchell, the Van Diemen RF99. So it's the Ray chasing after the Van Diemen. We've got a Swift out there towards the sharp end as well. We've got the Medina of Ollie White in the lead, the Thurman of Adam Higgins in 6th place. There are lots of different chassis manufacturers represented on this Formula Ford 1600 grid, which is absolutely tremendous to see.
Here comes Ollie White down towards us, past the back marker that threw me for a second there, but that lead is quite significant. New fastest lap of the race last time round for Ollie. Are we going to say, oh, and Ben Mitchell's nearly ran wide there. He looked like a dog trying to change direction on a kitchen floor as he went to turn right through Camp Corner, and he somehow just about managed to get it before he went into the patio door, as I watch my dog doing with and trying not to laugh, honest. But he's still going. But I think he's going to find himself this time massively into the clutches of Felix Fischer after that sort of scrabbling moment through Camp Corner.
Okay, let's see what happens there. We've got the leaders heading towards us. There's some back markers to deal with on this lap as well. I think that's going to be Richard Earle, 47, and Paul Morecambe, number 60. They're in 21st and 20th positions, respectively. So it's Ollie White with a big lead here now over Ben Mitchell in 2nd place, but his car just sort of skating around as he struggles to find grip as he gets back on the power coming out of old Paddock. Then there's Felix Fischer. Then there's Nathan Ward, and then there's Luke Cooper. Lap times in the sort of 124s, 125s, so a good 15 seconds slower than what they would have been doing in the dry conditions that we had this morning when Felix Fischer did a 1:10.5 for his pole position lap.
So here I got thrown in because I just suddenly looked up as the red car all on its own went across the line, but that clearly wasn't. Now, who's that? Is that a back? Yeah, it's a back marker moving out of everybody's way sensibly. And here comes Ollie. Now, where's Ben Mitchell? We've lost Ben Mitchell. There goes Ollie White. There goes Felix Fischer, Nathan Ward, Luke Cooper, Adam Higgins. And now here comes Ben Mitchell.
Oh, I suspect that might be a spin at Bobby's or something like that.
Oh, and he's gone very wide again down here. So he is really struggling with that car. I said that, I called it, didn't I, last time through Camp Corner with the dog metaphor. He did it again down here. So I think you may be right. That would be at Bobby's would make sense. That's where we'd both miss it, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't see anything go on at Tower, so that's probably what happened.
Spun at the chicane. Thank you, Formula Stewart. They obviously saw that on the footage there.
It's a good job somebody's watching, isn't it? Ollie White comes past me in the lead. Felix Fischer 2nd. 3rd, Nathan Ward now up into the podium paying positions. 4th is number 1, Luke Cooper, who's not really having the happiest of races. Then it's the treble 1 car of Adam Higgins. Then Alex Walker is now up inside the top 6 in the Kevin Mills Racing Run Spectrum. 7th is Tom Hawkins, and then 8th, Ben Mitchell. Really, it's about hanging on in very difficult conditions in this Van Diemen, which doesn't seem to be handling that well in the wet.
Of course, don't forget, guys, that as in Ian and Josh, we need to be picking the driver of the day, and this is the final race where somebody could basically be auditioning for that role. So we need to keep an eye on that one. Through goes Ollie White. 6 laps now completed. Felix Fischer back up into 2nd place. Nathan Ward, brilliant job, still holding on to 2nd. The lighting consultants backed Class B dominator, and as it's not just Class D this time, he's doing a great job. There goes Walker. Number 41, Walker's moved up a place now. Did we lose Adam Higgins, or is it just the timing glitch? It's the timing glitch, so he's still there. Mitchell, Hawkins, Atwood, and then Richard Higgins in 10th place.
Yeah, we're still only on lap 7, aren't we, of 15 in this race. And as Ollie White comes past me again, he's put a lap now on the number 91 car, which is Bob Hawkins in the Springbridge direct-entered car. Luke Cooper a bit close to Nathan Ward this time, I reckon, although as they came across the line last time, actually Nathan was a little bit faster, but Luke's made up a bit of ground in the first part of this, the 7th lap, I think. And what of Ben Mitchell now? He is... Yeah, he did a 1:27 that time, so he's lapping much more slowly. Actually, on the previous lap, Felix Fischer did the best lap of the race, didn't he? 1:23.252. So closing in slowly on Ollie White in the lead.
Just watch the 69 car of Alan Slater. Again, another one that's looking very twitchy as he's about to be lapped by the race leader soon through Camp Corner. I mean, it just looks like ice round there. It's so wet. Luke Cooper, I mean, it just shows you that to see that Luke Cooper there up behind Nathan Ward, but he's just not able to pounce on that Class B car. It shows how well Nathan Ward is doing and how tricky it is for these Class A cars. And I just missed a recovering 41 car there of Walker is about to be passed surely by Mitchell because he no real power down the straight because he's recovering. I think it was from a near moment coming through Camp Corner, but I don't envy them trying to take on Camp Corner in these conditions.
Or indeed any of the other corners for that matter.
True.
Anyway, Felix Fisher going past the back marking number 69 car, which is Alan Slater's Nike. Second place now is Felix Fisher, as I say. Third, Nathan Ward. Fourth, Luke Cooper. So those have gone past me now. And Alex Walker, now in the number 41 car, has been caught again by Ben Mitchell. It was a slower lap that time from Walker, a faster lap from Mitchell. So Mitchell might get himself back up into the top 6 here.
Yeah, that was the recovery from the moment down here at Camp, or near moment from Walker. Through goes the 94 car of Ollie White past the 84 Steve Bracegirdle. He looked like he was going fairly steady there at the moment, but our second place car definitely isn't going steady. He's just lapped another second quicker than Ollie White this time round, 3.8, 7 laps to go. If he keeps that going, he's going to catch him soon, you know. But how much is Ollie keeping in reserves, because there's no point taking undue risks?
Yeah, well, certainly his last lap was a second slower than his best lap, wasn't it? So he's got something in reserve, one would suggest. But he will be seeing that bright orange helmet of Felix Fisher in his rearview mirror now, will Ollie, who this season is focusing on the Castle Combe Championship, which is good to have him down here doing that. He's also going to do the Formula Ford Festival and Walter Hayes Trophy at the end of the year as well.
Defending the Walter Hayes Trophy.
Indeed, he is this time. I missed the event last year, as many people did, because it was behind closed doors. But yeah, a great shame that we couldn't be there to see Ollie win the event. But yeah, we'll be looking to make it 2 from 2 this year.
Sadly, the number 60 car has obviously had an issue. He's pulled it into retirement. So Morecambe was wise to just pull it into the pits and retire that one.
You didn't think you could slip that one past me, did you? I mean, that was... I could sense that there's sort of slight nervousness in your voice as you wonder whether you should trot that one out.
I know, yeah, that was a bit reserved, that one, wasn't it?
Well, we need someone to bring us sunshine, don't we? So...
How many more laps or time, says Julian Lambert? The answer is that we've still, I think I said last lap, 7 laps to go. We've now got 6 laps to go.
Yeah, 15-lap race. When we have double headers, they're just 10 laps, aren't they? But in single-header races like this, it's 15 laps. Now, the gap has continued to come down. Last time it was about 3/4 of a second. And actually, it was 3 seconds at the start of the lap between Ollie White and Felix Fisher. Now, I don't reckon it is 3 seconds now. They've just lapped the number 5 car of Paul Barnes. Nathan Ward is just lapping Alicia Hamblin. And so too is Luke Cooper, and so too is Adam Higgins. So those 3 have got themselves together as well now. So we just need to keep an eye on this battle for third, but also the continuing erosion of the gap between White and Fisher out front, because Fisher's doing a good job of reeling in the Walter Hayes Trophy champion.
He is, most definitely. I was just checking to make sure that was them, as I've got the drilling noise from the wind all of a sudden, although in fact, I tell you what was interesting, that point, the reason why that was a struggle going through camp for Felix that time round, there's standing water there, you know. That was a real struggle for them. Now, unsurprisingly, someone who's loving this, and you called it early on, and he seems to be doing it even more, 111 car, the grey car of... Adam Higgins is all over the back of Luke Cooper, heading up Avon Rise. Luke Cooper, of course, was trying to get past Nathan Ward. Part of him probably knows he doesn't need to do too much, although he does, doesn't he? I keep forgetting. It's not just the class points, is it, in the Formula Fords? He does need to get past Nathan to give himself a fighting chance in the overall championship.
That's right. Yeah, needs to do that. Lead gap dropped by another sort of 7/10 last time, 2.289 seconds between White and Fisher as they crossed the line at the end of lap 10, 2/3 race distance. So that continues to come down. Meanwhile, Ward in the older model Swift and Cooper in the newer model Swift are about to lap another Swift, Paul Barnes. They've got Higgins, as you say, Adam Higgins, right behind them as well. And we've had a spin up, and that is Alicia Hamblin again, I'm afraid, having had another moment at the exit of the S's, but again, she rejoins.
Well, we've also had Alan Slater had a moment down here. I think that's possibly his second, or it might be his first, and the others were close ones. But here goes our leaders about to put another lap. Alan's not enjoying these conditions, but it is good to see him back out in that Nike. Leader's gone through. Let's see. That was suddenly a personal best. That answers the question. Ollie White's just matched the times by Felix Fisher. Brum Racing says a Fisher would be good at reeling someone in. And that's so I'm not taking the blame for that one, okay? That wasn't me.
You've got your script writers sending them in for you now, obviously. Right. Ollie White's coming back towards me again. The gap was actually about the same, to within a thousandth of a second last time, the same as on the previous lap. So I think Ollie White is, I'm not suggesting he'd fallen asleep, but I think he's realised that he just needs to push on a little bit now to try and keep Felix behind him. He did his personal best last time through, did Ollie White, so I think possibly he's doing what he needs to now. Alan Slater's just been lapped by number 23, Nathan Ward, who's still there in third place, Class B leader, of course. Class C being led by Richard Higgins, as we've mentioned, and Class D by Bob Higgins, so we could have two of the three Higginses winning their classes today, but not Adam, because he is fourth in his class, fifth overall.
Yeah, and I mean, as I said earlier, is that he's still working on that Ferme car, working on it this year just to try and sort of drag it up through and get rid of any sort of little niggles with it. And it's getting quicker and it's getting more reliable. Through that time, it's only 0.2 quicker for Felix Fisher in the 26 car, sat there in second place. What are we down to now? 3 laps left to go. And he's tried his best. But again, that last lap round sort of showed to me what we suspected might be the case, is that Ollie White has something in reserve if he needs to do something about it. Nathan Ward still leading Class B in third overall, which is fabulous run, and I know he'll love that one. Number 1, Luke Cooper in fourth place, 111, Adam Higgins in fifth.
Yeah, and Ollie White just lapping Bob Higgins there as they come past me. The gap, I think, has come down again. It was 2.135 seconds at the start of the lap, but I reckon it might be about a second and a half now as they head in towards Tower Corner for the 13th time of 15, so 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Nothing really giving in the battle for third. I think in these conditions it's really difficult to overtake, isn't it? With so much spray. So we've not really seen a move made by Luke Cooper or by Adam Higgins at this stage of the race. The 81 car of Ben Mitchell did get back up to 6th, and 7th is Alex Walker, 8th is Tom Hawkins, then distance back, Kieran Atwood and Richard Higgins 9th and 10th.
As our leaders go through to start their penultimate tour, and suddenly new fastest lap of the race goes to Felix Fisher. He still smells blood, 1.640 back, 2 laps left to go, but it was only half a second quicker this time round. Is he going to try and give it some kind of Dan Dare lunge on the last lap? But I'm not sure. Again, you just sort of think, well, if Ollie wants to, he could just find enough to keep it closed down.
Yeah, sharks smell blood, don't they, in the water? And to go back to the Fisher thing, never mind.
I've dragged you down now, haven't I?
Yeah. But definitely Fisher is closing in on number 94, Ollie White, in the lead of this race. They've got Hamblin to lap, and they do that on the way down towards Tower Corner. Looking to see what's going on third, fourth and fifth. Not an enormous amount, to be honest with you. It's Nathan Ward, actually, with a bit more daylight between himself now and Luke Cooper. So I think the main question is whether maybe Adam Higgins might try something towards the end of the race to try and get through. Of course, he doesn't feature really in the points table, whereas Luke Cooper's second in the points, just behind Ollie White, 6 points behind Ollie White, coming into this meeting.
Well, here they come, ready to start their final lap. Still, Ollie White, just got a little bit crossed up as he took the apex very tightly there. And of course, often they want to avoid the apex in these terrible conditions. But in fairness, Felix Fischer was a tenth slower that last time round. So it's not looking like he's going to be able to do something. Ollie White just needs to keep his powder dry, which is difficult in these wet conditions, but he'll try his best. Nathan Ward still holding on to third. Luke Cooper, I mean, for me, it just looks like he's not prepared to take a risk, doesn't it? He's just not throwing anything up the inside of Nathan Ward.
No, he's seems to be settled back really into that position. Now, probably deciding, maybe wisely, that discretion is the better part of valour. He's hoping to be racing at Donington Park next weekend in the National Championship as well. So I guess doesn't want to jeopardise any damage to the car ahead of that. Might see this year as a good opportunity for a crack at the National Championship as well. Leaders have gone past me again for the final time. I'm still a second and a half or so between Ollie White and Felix Fischer. It looks like White is going to get it done. Having said Cooper was content to sit fourth, he's close to Nathan Ward this time as they head down towards Tower for the final time. Let me just talk you through Tower corner. Yeah, no challenge made by Luke Cooper there, but the leader should be almost back at the checkered flag.
Yeah, here comes Ollie White through camp for the final time. Certainly a lot closer between the two, but it doesn't make any difference because checkered flag goes to 94. Ollie White punches the air. Felix Fischer, thumbs up. He's pleased with that one. At the end of the day, that's the front row, albeit in reverse order, but Felix's start doesn't matter now. He's still got himself up into second place. Here comes Nathan Ward, third overall on the road in that Class B car. Wins Class B as well. He definitely punches the air into light. Luke Cooper in second. Adam Higgins got very close at the end there in the 111 car. Comes home in fifth. Where is Ben Mitchell? Here comes the orange-nosed Ben Mitchell. Number 81 comes home in sixth place. Then we have to wait a little while because Alex Walker, car number 41. Here he comes now. Great result in the Nationals at Snetterton recently. He gets seventh place here. Then it will be the red number 28 car of Tom Hawkins that we keep an eye out for next. I think this is him coming down now towards us. He says just peering through the gloom. He's about to put a lap on Paul Barnes. Yep, there he goes. So Tom Hawkins, number 28. There goes Kieran Atwood, number 43 in ninth place. And then we wait for the white car, number 33. Richard Higgins is going to take Class C honours. Great job there. He's got Matt Hallam was behind him and he just ran a little bit wide there. But Matt Hallam in number 40 does come home in 11th. We've already had coming across the line Sean Macklin, number 27. He takes second in Class B. 13th place, number 76, is the C-Class runner-up. And that, of course, is James Colburn. In 14th place and the winner of Class D, 960, Bob Higgins. Paul Barnes, number 5, comes home in 15th and 3rd in Class B. Steve Bracegirdle, 84, the Wayne Paul racing car, 3rd in Class C. 17th, number 7, which is Phelps. Where did... not Phelps, sorry, that was someone else commentating on Saturday. Phillips, I was thinking someone else. Michael Phillips that came home in 17th place. 18th, number 69, and 2nd in Class D for Alan Slater. 74, Alicia Hamlin in 19th place. 20th, number 47, Richard Earl. And then we lost 91 Hawkins and 60 Morecambe, sadly. But what a fantastic race that was. Unsurprisingly, Lucy, Nathan's better half. Well done, Nathan. I'm glad he enjoys racing in the wet. It's nerve-wracking watching him. I bet it is. As also Paul McClumpher says, well done to Nathan. Equally, Andy Smith, congratulations, Nathan. What an amazing result. Most definitely fabulous performance there. All of those drivers did a wonderful job. Poor old Josh trying to hide from the wind and the rain down there, I can see, waiting for these guys to come through. And I don't know whether you can hear in the background, but that wind is just insane.
I think you've definitely got it worse over your side of the track than I have here, because I think I'm just sheltered by the sort of copse of trees just to my left here. I think that's probably taking the brunt of the wind, and it's not quite as extreme down here. But I expect if I open the door, it might be a different story.
Yes, I bet. Copse of trees. You managed to even make a wooded area sound posh as well, mate.
I was getting mixed up with Silverstone there as well for a minute, didn't you? So there you go.
I did. Right, I'm just trying to look to see whether I've got time to quickly whip through this grid. I think I do. Front row for the BMW Car Club 750 Motor Club, 47 Niall Bradley, 28 Brad Sheehan. Second row, 2 Rick Kerry, 61 Lee Pearcey. Third row is 26 Paul Cook, 80 Mike Eustace. And I'm going to stop purely because they're out in the rain, and I'll carry on through that grid in a second. But instead, I'm going to bring Josh in, and he's got himself wrapped up and some winners down there, hopefully.
Yeah, they are, Chris. We've got Ollie White. Ollie, a great start, and then you seem to be able to manage the gap okay.
Yeah, I got a really good start again, and I managed to get a gap to the others. And it was a tough race though, because it was getting wetter and wetter as the race went on.
Because obviously you haven't got much tread on the tyres, so
right,
aquaplaning out there? Or?
A little bit, yeah. It was actually fine for the first sort of 5 or 6 laps, but it was getting quite bad. Plus there was the back marker traffic as well, which had to pass. And it was a tough race, but Brian Toad did an awesome job with the car. Again, it was on rails.
You doing the full season with us this year?
I am, yeah, that's the plan.
You haven't done a full season of anything for a little while, I don't think, have you?
No, I don't even have tool in Formula Ford actually. It's going well at the moment.
You've won every race, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, so far, yeah.
But Felix looked quick, he was catching you.
He was. I saw him closing up to me, and I didn't actually know how many laps there were to go, so I was just keeping an eye on in the mirrors, but I managed to bring it home.
And very different type of racing in these conditions compared to the dry.
Yeah, I actually prefer racing in the dry. It's more entertaining, but yeah, it was still enjoyable.
Well, well done. And obviously, Rainy Mortaise winner as well this year. So it's a nice. You've had a nice run of wins going on.
Yeah.
Well
thanks for that. Cheers.
Good luck for the rest of the year. Second place was Felix Fisher. We get Felix over, who obviously got pole position, but then not a very good start. And he's making his way over. Felix, you were very quick. You got the fastest lap, you got pole, but the start didn't quite go to plan.
No, the start was absolutely shocking. The green flag start, I got off to a tee, and I thought if I can do that again, that would be great. And I got it totally wrong. So I then had to start fighting back. And in those conditions with the spray, it's difficult. But, fair play to Ollie. He kept his head, and I'm glad I could get back to second and get some decent points.
It got wet really quickly as well. I don't know if you were expecting it to be quite as wet as it was.
No, because we've been waiting around for about 4 hours for it to rain. And then 5 minutes before, the heavens opened. So it was a bit of a guessing game. But full credit to the teams. They've got the car back ready for this weekend. And, we'll go again at the end of the month.
But obviously, your pace is there, so that's positive for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's it. So hopefully we can get a few wins on the board.
Well, good luck with that.
Cheers.
And then in third place was Nathan Ward, so we get Nathan over. I think you're quite excited, Nathan, about that result?
Unbelievable. The car just felt amazing, so huge credit to my dad for the setup and Kevin Mills, everyone at the team. It really was fantastic. It just drove beautifully.
Obviously, usually you're looking for the Class B win, but here it was all about getting that overall podium.
I think so. I could see that Luke and Adam were quite close behind, but I didn't want to look behind me too much. It was just such a hard-fought battle. Every time we came through traffic, I'd seem to get a good lunge through, and then they'd get held up a bit, but then they'd catch me back up again.
And now, obviously, you like the wet weather, or have you done first time you raced this car in the wet, is it?
I don't mind either, to be honest. Whatever it throws at me.
It means you can go over the modern cars a bit more, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Now looking forward to a few weeks' time, the next round.
Yes, a couple of weeks off. We've probably got a few more developments. I've got a new sponsor on board called the Lighting Consultants. They're going to help us move to a whole nother level. So hopefully we can be doing this in the dry as well.
Well, good luck with that. Well done.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So that was our third place car, Nathan Ward. And Chris, obviously my looking at tyres doesn't work very well, so I won't do that again. Back to you.
Thank you, mate. I think no one was going to win from that one in those conditions. Look at it. It's terrible. Now, we may have a slight issue camera-wise in the start of this race because Kevin just reported to me that the cameras over the far side of the circuit are down. And so he's gone hurtling off to try and find out why. And that also means we've lost the person that's doing the camera chasing therefore downstairs.
He's gone hurtling back again now.
Really?
He's come around at moderately high speed, and
Your Honour,
I think he's sort of changed a battery or something by the looks of things, and then gone hurtling back again. So even as we speak, he's heading back to mission control to get into position to direct the next race when that gets underway. But look, they're waiting for him. Clearly, there's no cars on the grid yet.
Well, I was just looking round, and I'm not aware that they're doing any great cleanup here, so I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. Now, what we do have, and this could be the reason why, is that I've read a grid out, and Dave Goddard's also said the same as just after I'd worked it out, is that the grid I read out, although it's linked to race 2, is actually their first race grid, and there is no grid anywhere for this second race. I've looked on the bulletin board on Combe, I've looked on TSL, and there is no grid for what should be, race number 8. So there may be a hold up while we're going, well, this isn't right. Well, here they go. They are releasing them now, telling them to turn their lights on. What is the grid based on for this one, Ian?
Well, I think from memory it is race 1. He said, let me get the regulations out. It's either race 1 result or fastest lap. But either way, yes, I noticed the same thing with regard to the grid that was published, and I had a question mark over whether it was correct or not.
Well, it's certainly there for let me just do another refresh and see whether I get a change. Yeah, sadly, there's as you can imagine with this weather, I think is the biggest issue is that there's all sorts of comms issues they're struggling with downstairs, let alone us. I noticed we got an amended Dave Allan grid as well, so I'll have a look at that in a little bit. I haven't noticed what's different about it, but even just refreshing the TSL website takes a while, so there's a clear struggle there. I heard there's comments that the cable they normally use from this building over to the start line, there's too much noise on the line, so they suddenly had to grab some of Kevin's bandwidth or something, and then that also probably shows why we've had the odd issue here. So it's like, welcome to this lovely weather.
The grids for grid positions for race 2 were determined by the finishing positions in race 1. Is the regulation?
Which means that they were completely wrong, the grid we read out. Hopefully they are going to have it right. Well, no, the marshal's telling that the number 2 car. So no, unfortunately the start line marshals have got the wrong grid as well. And there's flabbergasted. Number 2 should be up on the second row, but he's being forced to start on the third row. So this has gone, as the kids say, Pete Tong.
So yeah, we should. The finishing order from race 1 was 28 Brad Sheehan, 47 Niall Bradley, 26 Paul Cook, 2 Rick Carey, 61 Lee Piercy, 80 Mike Eustace. So that should be your top 6, but I don't think it is on the grid.
Well, actually, now they're doing it where. So let me tell you this: it's 28, 47, 26, 2.
Yeah, that's good.
61, 80.
Yeah, this is looking good.
Yeah, so this is where they're just suddenly doing some jiggery pokery on there. 767.
Correct, yeah.
25, 59.
Yeah. Then we should have 130.
And I think that's why there's frustration. Whatever happened is that there was no grid issued for race 2 on this. And now the start line marshals therefore had what we had. And then they've suddenly gone, no, that's not what it should be. And so they're having to go with possibly what you're just doing there of looking at the race results, to be honest with you. Oh, it's all hard work in this weather, isn't it? So let's have a look. 1 and 30.
Yep, that's right, on race 6.
77 and 8.
On race 7, yep.
76.
Yep, and we should have 21 next to him.
Yes, but they're getting him to go to the wrong place. Keep going, Andy. Keep going, Andy. Yep, he stopped where... Because, again, you see, these drivers are confused because they're going, well, I thought I was going to be on here because they've done what we did. Yeah. Then it looks like, what's that, 23, 60, 31.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling to see the numbers now at my age, you know.
Well, then it should be 68, 37, and if they're there, because they retired from the first race, 83, 19, 66, and 10 will be the last.
19. Well, you got 37 is there, and then there's gaps, and then there's the 19.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I suspect we've lost, because Gary Birthday retired from race 1, and Mark Cullimer and Clive Watson both had... Clive Watson had Mark Cullimer had damage from that start line incident, didn't he? And I don't think Clive Watson really made it out at all, from what I remember of the first race. Anyway,
right, that all makes sense. So we got there in the end. Well done to the start crew, because they had to do that with no grid actually issued. So goodness only knows what happened there. Right, we're off on this, and you'd imagine, Ian, that they'll get 2 green flag laps here as well, won't they?
Should do, yeah. Changing conditions since they qualified and since the earlier race as well. So to give the drivers the opportunity to see where the grip is, more to the point where it isn't, where the puddles are, as they are starting to form now. I think they'll get 2 sighting laps behind the safety car under this green flag before they take up their positions again for the restart. Just looking at how we're doing for time, we are, having started the day a little bit ahead, we're now sort of back on schedule, as it were, with the with 1 or 2 delays that we've had. So just as well we did make that slightly early start to racing, 20 minutes or so. And I guess
Dave
it was always known.
Informed, oh, sorry, Ian. I was just going to say, Dave Goddard's informed us that the correct grids are now on TSL.
Okay, they must have appeared in the last few moments.
Yeah, because I kept refreshing and they definitely weren't. But thanks, Dave. They are there now.
Safety car there, as it came into the S's, found a huge puddle to splash through. Not necessarily one that would be on the racing line, but nevertheless, this Honda safety car, which looks magnificent, doesn't it? That did find a puddle. There's plenty of spray though being kicked up again by these cars on the green flag lap. So it'd be interesting to see how this changes the complexion of the race. This should play into the hands, in theory, of the less powerful cars, so the M2 class cars. We've seen those cars win outright before in wet conditions, so that's a possibility here, I guess. The 6-cylinder cars, again, less powerful cars. 330s of Jim Benson, Ben Pearson, those kind of people. Again, those could come into the equation a little bit further up the order than they otherwise might be with these difficult conditions.
Just as well, we've got a second here. Where's it gone? There's my cursor. Is Jan Walker says, while we're waiting, can Louis and I wish Graham Earl a happy 90th birthday on the 10th of May? Happy birthday, Graham. 90 years old. Fantastic. So happy birthday indeed. And I hope you're enjoying it, Louis. I know you'll be back there with your full setup, my friend. And I do love it that you really go to town with it. And Jan, you always make sure that he's got his picnic and everything else. And keep it going, guys. Keep it going. It's wonderful to see. Well, everyone else knew that it's 2 green flag laps, but Brad Sheehan decided to stop on the grid.
He's just itching to get on with it, I suppose.
Yes, it does say in bright lights on the gantry 2 green flag laps, but he didn't see that. And the safety car had carried on going. I tell you what, looking at the exit of Folly, albeit it should be off the racing. Oh, yeah, it is just about. There's a big old puddle you can see as they start rising up Avon Rise. So it literally is the bottom of the hill there, if you will. And that's a big, big puddle.
Yeah, it's starting to get more difficult, the conditions now, isn't it? As the afternoon wears on, as the more and more rain falls. I mean, I just popped out of the box a few moments ago, and you're right, it is windy. And at that point, the rain was not actually that heavy. It was sort of persistent and annoying. It wasn't really, really heavy rain, but it is falling pretty steadily. So track conditions are just going to get worse and worse. The best we can hope for is that this wind does sort of blow it through fairly quickly. Anyway, cars back around here again for the...
I like your optimism there, Ian. I like that.
Well, you've got to
I don't buy into it, but I like it.
I just feel that you have to have faith that things might turn out for the best. Otherwise, what a dark place you would be. The back passed me again on the second of the green flag laps. I mean, they're not particularly speedy green flag laps, so they'll probably be learning relatively little about how much grip there is because they're not pushing hard enough to find that, but they are at least finding out where those puddles are. As you said, there's one at Folly maybe, and don't know what the conditions are like at Quarry, but we've often had sort of puddles gathering there as well, possibly at other parts of the circuit. 19 car is the last car out there, by the way, which is the Rob Lyons car. So no Mark Hormer, Clive Watson or Gary Burstow on the grid for this second race.
There you go. Double Bubble Disco Queen says positive energy. That's what you're giving off there, mate.
There's a first time for everything.
Yeah, the steady laps there were of no fault of the safety car, were they? They kind of just left the safety car to canter off into the distance, bizarrely.
Yeah, did its own thing.
Yeah, but here they come, all of them obviously with their lights on because they were told to do so. They were also told 2 green flag laps, but that didn't work for everyone. But I'm sure they'll rib him for that one when they get back into the to the paddock. But on to the front row of the grid they come. I mean, again, you can see it on that picture. What awesome, awful conditions there.
It does look pretty grim, doesn't it?
It does a bit. Now, I've got to remember to actually message through to Joe in a second. God, the wind where they're struggling. Looking at the front where they're trying to hold those flags up and it's nearly blowing them over. I told you, I'm not exaggerating. It is genuinely awful.
I believe you. Yeah, we knew it was coming. It's just, the realization of when it actually does hit.
Just awful, awful conditions. So, on to the grid they come. With the splitters on the front of these BMWs and this wet weather, it just looks more like they're going to be sort of scooping it up. The last few are taking a long time to get into place, aren't they? But I don't think there's any issue with tyres being up to temperature or anything. Last one's in. Green flag has now been waved. We've got this 20-minute race for the BMWs. And we look towards the gantry to see what we're going to get now. 1 light, 2 lights. On goes the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. The engine notes rise. Off go the lights and steadily off go the field. Apart from 61, what an incredible start there from Lee Pearcey. Up the inside of our pole sitter already, but he's just been checked there. I think that there may have been a slight bit of contact there to put him backwards, which actually means our pole sitter. Wow, what a second phase he got there because he screamed himself up into the lead, despite the fact that he nearly dropped down to 3rd for a second. But Brad Sheehan looks to me as though he's managed to... Oh, no, it's not, is it? It's the Niall Bradley that's done it. There was white was all I could see through the rain, basically.
Yeah, it is Niall Bradley that's got the lead. Brad Sheehan in 2nd. Lee Pearcey, they're up to 3rd after that good start, as you say. And then 4th is Mike Eustace in the number 80 car, up from 6th position on the grid. So the cars that have gone backwards then are Paul Cook and Rick Kerry. Rick Kerry, I can see, is in 4th, 5th, 6th position behind Jim Benson. And Paul Cook is 7, 8, 9, I think he's 10th at the moment. So he's made a really slow getaway, struggling to adapt to these conditions in a car that is still new to him, as he was telling Josh earlier on. So it's Niall Bradley leading, Brad Sheehan in 2nd place. And 3rd going with them at the moment is number 61, Lee Pearcey.
Well, the front 2 of... the front 3. I was about to say it looks like Sheehan. In fact, Sheehan is trying to sort of find a space to throw his car. But round the outside now goes Pearcey. Surely not in these conditions. There's puddles out on the outside of the camp corner. He somehow made it stick. He's still alongside Sheehan as they go along the start-finish straight. Not managed to make the move yet. Sheehan's got hugging the inside line. But they're going to find puddles through that section. They've gone 3 wide, and I think that into the lead has suddenly gone Pearcey. But I'm waiting to see as they get up the top. It's the black car of Pearcey. He's gone from 3rd to 1st.
Brilliant stuff from Lee Pearcey then. He takes the 2 white cars of Niall Bradley and Brad Sheehan. And after a good start, he's had a good first lap and a bit as well. He's gone into the lead of the race. Bradley 2nd, Sheehan in 3rd. Now, what can he do from here? Can he sprint off into the distance? We've still got nearly 18 minutes of the race left to go, of course. It's a 20-minute race. In 3rd place is Mike Eustace. In 4th place is Jim Benson. And that's just worth reiterating what an amazing performance that is, because he is in one of the 6-cylinder cars up against all the M-Series engine cars that he's ahead of now, including Adrian Williams as well. He's ahead of him. He's ahead of Rick Kerry. He's ahead of Paul Cook, who's still making no real progress. Really difficult for some of these more powerful cars to get any kind of power transmitted through the wheels to the tarmac. Really, really tough conditions for these big, powerful BMWs.
Isn't it just? But down they come towards us to complete their 2nd lap. And deliberately missing the apex from Piercy. Now, there's some serious experience in this drive by the looks of it for me. Not as wide as he went last time round, but definitely missing that apex, and it's keeping him out ahead of Bradley and Sheehan. Those two are possibly, relatively speaking, falling ever so slightly back. Eustace, Benson in 80 and 59 are in 4th and 5th. Then it's the 67 and 25 cars having a great fight, both leading their respective... Benson's leading Class 1. M2's being led by Williams. In fact, Pearson needs to get through to try and challenge Benson, but not yet.
Yeah, also in M2, Wayne Lewis needs to make up places as well if he's to catch the class leading car. He's lost another position on that lap as well, and Wayne Lewis led the championship coming into this weekend by just a single point from Jim Benson, and he was another point ahead of Niall Bradley, who was another point ahead of Ben Pearson. The point system within the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is such that it's going to be really, really tight all season long. A change for second place at Tower Corner. Brad Sheehan got his car up the inside of Niall Bradley, and he's taken the place away, and he's sort of sprinted off after Lee Piercy now as well. Can Sheehan, now he's sort of cleared Niall Bradley, can he challenge Lee Piercy again for the lead in the race? Fascinating stuff.
We just had a big moment there. I missed most of it because I'm trying to get the info through to Joe Lukovic, but 26 Cook had a big moment here at camp. It's got going again, but is way down the field. Legitimately, it kept showing him there in first race, didn't it? But this time it's legitimate. Yeah. He's right at the back. Now, it looks to me as though Bradley, number 47's dropped down to third and is a long way back from these guys. Apologies if you were commentating on something happening with those guys, Ian. But he's dropped quite a bit away from the lead too.
Yeah, so he was passed at Tower Corner by Brad Sheehan, and Sheehan immediately put a bit of daylight between himself and Bradley and was catching Lee Piercy, which I think he has continued to do. Sheehan on the last lap did a 1:25.048, so that's the fastest lap of the race so far. It was only the second flying lap, of course. Got the gap down to about half a second to Lee Piercy. It was half a second faster than Piercy that time, so if he keeps this momentum up, could be right with Piercy this time, and he's heading to Tower Corner where he got past Bradley a lap ago. So can Brad Sheehan, who won the first race of the day here, get up into the lead? Well, he got really close to the back of the black and yellow car of Piercy at Tower Corner that time, but he couldn't make it through. So it is for the moment Piercy that still is from Brad Sheehan, but fascinating to see how this race is playing out in completely different conditions to the first one.
It is, and down come the leaders for the fourth time. Still 14 and a quarter minutes left to go, and again that very different line by 61 car Piercy. The spray coming off of these cars is quite incredible. Big rooster tails as they go down towards Folly there, and you can see that Sheehan sensibly in that white 28 car is going a different side of the circuit to the leader, just so he can see. That's the only thing he's trying to do there. I need to be able to see where my braking point is. Otherwise, he's blinded by the spray. That sounds like a song, doesn't it? But it's not. As they come towards you, you can watch them just taking completely different lines.
Yeah, and Paul Cook, who finished third in race one, he's down to 20th position now just because he's finding that car so difficult to handle in these conditions. The first of the cars is about to be lapped. That is the 68 Cut Plus car of Gareth Thomas. That's by Lee Piercy and Brad Sheehan. And we're going to get him by Tower Corner because I think he's pulling away to the left-hand side of the circuit to let them through on the inside at Tower, in actual fact. Now Bradley is still there in third, Mike Eustace fourth, Jim Benson fifth, leading his class. Class M2, by the way, you mentioned earlier on, that's still being led by Adrian Williams, but looking back at the leaders as they head back towards you, Chris, it's the black car of Piercy with Brad Sheehan putting a lot of pressure on him.
There's a few key runners and riders that are not liking these conditions. I've just seen the 7 car of Lewis losing another couple of places on that lap. Equally, the number 2, the 1 series of Kerry. Rick Kerry went really strongly in the first race, but is struggling like mad in this one, isn't he? Down in 14th position and losing places most laps. But the lead 2 are just carrying on. In fairness as well, Bradley looked strong at the beginning in that 47 car, but he's just let those guys carry on and have their own race. 76 has called it a day into the pits here by the looks of it. But Sheehan is taking the fight to the leader, Piercy, isn't he? Something brilliant. But both of them taking very different lines, not just for what I said earlier, eyesight-wise, but I think that they are trying different lines in general.
Yeah, and they'll both be trying to find where the grip is. Now, whether Piercy, for example, has more experience in karting, where the wet racing line and finding the grip on a wet track is important, because you're possibly racing on slick tyres even in wet conditions. Not sure if he does have that experience or not, but that could be paying dividends here, and that will explain why he might be trying something a bit different to what Brad Sheehan is doing, which might be something a bit more conventional. Bradley still third, Eustace fourth, Jim Benson fifth, but Jim Benson's now being caught by Ben Pearson. That time through, Pearson did his personal best lap, and he is lapping nearly 3 seconds faster than Jim Benson now. That's for the Class 6 lead, and it's 5th and 6th position overall. So they are just heading through Tower Corner. That's going to be, well, that might have changed by the time they get to you even, Chris, because Pearson is having a go at Benson as they go through Bobby's. Just having a look as they come out. I think Pearson's done it. I think he has. He's got past Jim Benson, up into 5th position and the 6th class lead.
Wow, fair shout. That was, and our leaders are picking their way through traffic. I think they're probably on the farm straight towards you. That was looking like a mighty challenge for them, because they need to do it, but they need to be careful about it. There goes Pearson, and not only is he in the lead, he's pulled a long way from the 59 car of Benson, hasn't he? So I'm not sure whether they've got an issue with that Benson car, because we felt it was off the pace in the first race, didn't we?
Yeah, it's a little bit compared to where I'd expect to see it. Lee Pearcey, we've got yellow flags now down at Tower. I can't see why at the moment, but the leaders are just heading into that part of the circuit. And I was just about to say that Lee Pearcey and Brad Sheehan have just lapped Paul Cook. Bear in mind, he was third in the first race. He's been lapped now, within the first 10 minutes of this race. That's quite incredible. Yellow flags have gone in, by the way. So the incident cleared at Tower.
I'm surprised, because the car's still there, so it shouldn't have gone in. The green flag at the exit is still waving. It looks like it's possibly the number 8 car of Red Droppers, basically over sort of against the tyre barrier at the start of Tower. I just saw it out the corner of the footage up there, so you can just see it on the screen now. But that looks possibly more like it's just gone into retirement rather than hit anything. Now, where's that? Is that yellows up at Quarry as well? Was that Quarry that we were just looking at then?
I can't see any yellows up there from my position.
No, it might have been Tower again, but I just suddenly saw where are we looking? Oh, it's Tower Corner, so it tells us Kevin's done a brilliant job. He's put the names on the cameras as well, and still the waved yellows, but we can't quite see. But it does look like it's Red Drop, the number 8 car. Okay,
leaders are back with me again. This is on lap 8 with just under 9.5 minutes left to go, and it's still number 61 leading, Lee Pearcey from Brad Sheehan in second place. They've just lapped Rick Kerry as well, and 21 Andy Abrams as well, who are battling for 14th and 15th position overall. Paul Cook is up into 16th place now, and Niall Bradley, now he's fallen ever further away from the first two. Is he going to come under pressure from anybody? I don't think he is, because Mike Eustace is a fair distance back behind him as well. So
just quickly across the line, there's a great fight. Denwood's just been passed by Harborough in the older style number 30 car, and I saw that was closing down. He's done it all, and we just got our leaders in towards camp, and I thought for a second that Sheehan, number 28, was trying to dive up the inside of Pearcey, but Pearcey just took that wide out sweep across the apex, so it shut the door, and it means he's taken that pace onto the start-finish straight. So heading up Avon Rise, he's under no pressure from Sheehan this time. That didn't work, and I think I just looking the wrong way, missed a potential issue again for Kerry in number 2. Abrams got past him now. But that was obviously very different lines taken by those two. Oh, and we've got running very wide here, and onto the grass goes the number 7. He just absolutely aquaplaned off the circuit there, but managed to get it back on the circuit instead of hitting track furniture.
Well, that's championship leader Wayne Lewis as well, who is down in 18th position. He's 4th within his class at the moment, so he'll be dropping points. It could be Niall Bradley or Ben Pearson that potentially might move into the championship lead after this weekend. Need to work all of that out, of course. Leaders have just gone past me again. Pearcey and Sheehan still quite close together. And just heading back towards you again is that E30 of Dan Harborough, who's up into the top 10 now, having got past the reigning champion, Kevin Denwood. They're back up towards camp as well.
Well, I'll tell you what you're going to see coming out of Quarry very shortly is 2 cars that were side by side, and it is an important battle. It's Travis in 77, Granger in 37. That's third and fourth in Class 6. So only one of them's going to get any silverware. So they're having a great fight coming onto Farm Straight as the leaders cross the line for the 9th time. It's still Piercy who's just putting a new fastest lap of the race despite getting through some back markers. How did he do that?
Oh, great stuff. And you mentioned Granger there in that battle with Travers. Of course, Granger's come through from the back of the grid as well. He finished 21st in race 1, so started on row 11 of the grid here. And despite the fact that this car's well misted up, he has closed in on Paul Travers, and it's a battle for 8th and 9th position between those two. So that's a good scrap going on. And the leaders are heading towards me with a back marker getting very sideways out of the S. It's just in front of Lee Piercy. I imagine that was a slight heart in the mouth moment for all concerned. Piercy's cleared the back marker. So too now has Brad Sheehan. But oh no, I don't think he has. I wonder if the back marker knew that Sheehan was there, because Sheehan all of a sudden has lost a good few car lengths to the race leader Lee Piercy. So that will harm his chances, I reckon, as we go into the final 6 minutes of the race. But yeah,
incidentally, I was going to say Benson's crossing the line. He's about to lose second in that Class 6, and he's lapping sort of like some 6 seconds off of his best time in this race, and he's already lost out now. So Travers up into second in class. Granger, of course, 37, is going to go with him very soon. So Benson, for me, undoubtedly has an issue.
Yeah, that's a surprise. Regular front runner in Class 6 over the past couple of seasons, Jim Benson, but clearly a problem with the car would suggest if he's doing 134s, and the other cars in that class are doing, well, 127s in the case of Ben Pearson and 129s in the case of Travers and Granger. As it is Travers that is coming past through. Yeah, Jim Benson just about managing to fend off Cavan Granger for the moment at least, as they head down towards Tower for their 10th time. It's the 11th lap for the race leaders now. As Piercy, that race leader, does come through. Now he's about to put a lap on Kevin Denwood. I think that'll be 2 laps. No, just the first lap is putting on Kevin Denwood, I think. He's now over a second clear of Brad Sheehan in second place.
Right, so we wait for the leaders to come down towards us. Just notice that 26 Cooks got past 2 Kerry. Of course, those two were embroiled in a great fight in the first race, but they're not where they were this time around. They're in 15th and 16th, 5th and 6th in class. But we'll wait and see. There's the 77 Travers. Granger has done it. 7 is really struggling there again, is Lewis. Just not liking this the camp corner in particular. Here comes our race leader through past that Graggle, and it means that he's got 3 back markers between himself and the second place Sheehan. And in fact, looking at that, I'm wondering whether Sheehan's decided with 4 1/4 minutes left to go, he's not going to be able to do anything about it, so he's going to nurse that one home with still a good haul of points.
Yeah, possibly so, because he, had the victory in the earlier race, second place in the second race at Silverstone after that DNF from a good position in race 1. Possibly just keen not to have any more non-finishes during the course of the season. Good drive this from Ben Pearson in 4th place as well, because he's got ahead of Mike Eustace now. So we've got a Class 6 car into 4th position overall, behind the 3 M1 class cars, ahead of all of the M2 class cars. Great drive from Ben Pearson in the Class 6 car. Did some Compact Cup racing, I think, as well a few years ago. Did Ben. But yeah, coming into the last 3.5 minutes, last few laps of this race. Looks like it's going to be Lee Piercy that takes the win, which we very well deserved after a great start and a great first lap or so of the race.
Looking off into the distance to see where I've lost track. Oh, they're just coming out of Bobby's by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And there goes our leader. Yeah, he's crossed the line now. Such a massive gap. There's no question. Sheehan has backed right off now. And Piercy, I'm sure, will do the same. He's back into the mid-24s. But there goes Brad Sheehan. That seems excessively slow, if I'm honest. Yeah, 131 compared to 123. So we'll need to keep an eye on that. Oh, into the pits has gone the one that I suspect was an issue. Benson, number 59, has decided there's too much of an issue, which is a shame. With only 2.5 minutes to go, you'd have wondered if he could have just nursed that home, but he's obviously decided, no, he can't.
Well, that'll drop him down the championship table, having been second in the points coming into this weekend. So he will have to have a bit more work to do in the rest of the season. Yeah, as you say, all of a sudden Lee Pearcey's got a huge lead now. It's 9.8 seconds over the line. I don't think Brad Sheehan's in any danger of being caught by Niall Bradley, though, because Bradley is, only now heading in towards the S's. Is he? Is he even there? Where has Niall Bradley did go through, didn't he? Past you. Yeah, he is still there, but he's so far behind Brad Sheehan now. It's surprised me exactly how big the gap is.
Yeah, there's a lot of them struggling. We just had as well, by the way, is that 80 Eustace got from 5th to 4th, past the 25 Pearson, primarily because he got held up behind Andy Abrams as they came through Camp Corner, and Eustace took full advantage of that along the start-finish straight.
But Pearson's going to come back at him now, because this time Eustace has been delayed by Andy Abrams a little bit. They've still not got past that slower car. And Pearson, I thought, was going to be able to dive ahead going into Tower Corner, but no, Eustace holds on for the moment. So Eustace back into 4th, Pearson down to 5th with just about a minute of the race left to go.
Well, yeah, that was still a struggle. They're not managed to get past Andy. I don't know whether he doesn't realise maybe that these are faster cars, and I think even with blue flags, everybody's kind of got confused what the situation is going to be here, but I think they're flashing their lights. The number 80 coming down, trying to get past Andy Abrams. He's involved in his own fight. In conditions like this, I think it's a bit grip it and rip it just to keep it on the island, isn't it? And very, very misted up as well. I would suggest you can't see any mirrors anyway because the windows are totally misted up. Takes the apex again. And so 80 Eustace still can't get back. In fact, Pearson stepped away from that fight for now to just keep his powder dry. Yeah, and Andy, sadly, local driver, local superstar, but I don't think he realises that they're faster cars behind him at the moment. I'd be confused out there as well, to be honest.
Yeah, not surprised, really. Pearson is going to try and attack.
Checkered flag. Yeah, sorry, just going through the middle of back markers there, and he's backed off 61. That takes the checkered flag and the victory comfortably in the end. Sorry, Ian, over to you.
No, very well deserved as well. It was too for Lee Pearcey. That battle between Eustace and Pearcey, they are Pearson, I should say. They are in completely different classes, of course. Oh, there's now yellow flags again. I think something down at Tower possibly. Not sure if we can pick that up on the camera. So no overtaking there anyway. I was going to say, though, Pearson in a different class. The points are scored based on your class finishing position rather than the overall finishing position. So, well, that'd be nice for Pearson to finish 4th. Maybe he'd be better off just sitting in behind Eustace anyway. Niall Bradley should be heading towards you to take 3rd, I would think.
Yep, here he comes, just getting past the back marker, and he's going to come through now and take 3rd position. Again, it was managing that race without question, and he takes it. And here's Andy Abrams still sort of keeping himself ahead of these faster cars, 80 and 25. But like I say, you look at the windows, and Andy just is fully misted up. So he's done brilliantly well there to bring that car home in 13th place, 3rd in class. And he possibly just had no idea. And you'd be livid if you thought you were letting a faster, a car that was lapping you through and found out it wasn't. So tricky situation in these conditions. But 80 Eustace takes 4th on the road. 5th goes to number 25 Pearson, which, as you say, gives him the Class 6 victory. And as you called it, a brilliant job in amongst and higher than what, from what you're saying, should be faster cars in reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Great drive from Pearson to get 5th position overall. Good drive from Pearcey as well to get the win. First win he's had in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. I think his experience perhaps coming to the fore there with that 14-second victory. It was all really done in the early stages of the race with a good start and a good first lap of the race. But some of the more established names struggling a bit. So Paul Cook, who was 3rd in race 1, finishing 14th in the end. Wayne Lewis, by the looks of it, who was leading the championship coming into this weekend. He was a non-finisher. So too was Jim Benson, who was 2nd in the championship. So it's really going to shake the championship table up a little bit, I think, going into the next round of the championship in a few weeks' time.
I'm just quickly looking, is that we've got an amended result for the last Mazda race, which means we've got an amended grid. Now, can I see car 34 Ian Cameron disqualified from result contact with another car?
Okay.
So that's as simple as that, which obviously therefore puts that car to the back of the grid. And we've got this reversed grid. Now, I'm not likely to be able to get through this before we hand over to Josh, but I'm going to give it a go and see how far we get. Right, front row 9, Ian Tomlinson, 54, Marcus Bailey. Second row 77, Steve Foden, and 43, Declan McDonald. Third row 93, Ben Abbott, 58, Michael Combe. Fourth row 1, Ben Hansey, 71, Ben Short. Row 5, 72, Martin Short, 230, Thomas Holland. Row 6, 67, David Abbott, and 61, Jake Dormer. On the 7th rows, 89, Paul Monteith, and 26, Ryan Lovelock. 8th row, 55, George King, 14, Lloyd Huggins. Row 9, 141, James Winstanley, and 13, James McCann. Row 10, 88, Bobby Andrews, 94, Liam Cochrane. 11th row, 42, Daniel Grist, 23, Stephen Rees. Row 12, 11, Stephen Robinson, 21, Matthew Penfeather-Neal. 13th row, 22, Adrian Johnson, 777, Courtney Milnes. Charlie Brisker in 78 and 98, Alex Lewinson on the 14th row. 96, Sam Moody. 191, Philip Andrew Barrett on row 15. 16th row is 46, Nicola Favo, and 51, David Rickards. Row 17, 70, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher, and 53, Stephen Reed. 18th row, 90, Andy Robinson, 214, John Goldsmith. Peter Griffin in 38 and 92, Jordan Johnson. 25, Daniel Watkins, 66, Hayden McDonald. And then after that penalty on the 21st row, 34, Ian Cameron. And just on cue, I can see that Josh is making his way up. Josh, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We just get Lee here. So he's just taken his helmet off, our race winner of the second BMW Car Club race of the day here at Castle Combe. Well done, Lee. Again, it's wet and you go very well. It might be horrible to stand out in, but it looks like you enjoy it.
It was good fun, really good fun. The car was faultless. Just the aim of the game was to keep it on the island and see how we go. And I was enjoying myself, so no, it was good. It's a good result. Really pleased.
Yeah, it was really close. You had Brad was right up your tail for most of the race.
I was looking in the mirrors. I could see him, and he with down the back, he was far better than me on the brakes. And he kept calling me in, but I was like, he's got me as a marker, you know. And I didn't have anyone else, so he was hanging on, and then luckily I got some traffic in the right places, and I think they gave me the gap, and yeah, that just gave me and say I was struggling with the pit signals, and I don't know how long was left, and I got a few signals in the end, and yeah, it was good. It was good.
Obviously, you had a long time out of car racing doing bikes, which is so different coming back to cars, is it?
It is. It hurts less when you crash. It's good. It's good to be back. We come back doing the cars as a bucket list from my dad before he gets too old, doing the 2-driver stuff, and we've stumbled upon the BMW Championship, and a great bunch of guys, and we're learning. You know, the cars. It's only his third outing with the engine that we got in it and the setup, so we're still learning. So I think it's we've got a good setup for the wet, and we need to find a bit for the dry. So, but that's good.
You doing some more 2-driver stuff this year?
Yeah, that'll be back in the car. Brands Hatch is local to us. Some of the road sport rounds with the 750 Motor Club. So yeah, that'll be back in the car with us. And you know, hopefully the restrictions lift and we get the family along, and that's what we do it for. You know, we go. It's a family weekend, so it's a shame they're not here. I'm sure they're watching at home, hopefully, and that's good.
You doing the full season with the car club?
That's the plan. So far, that's the plan. So we'll see how we go.
Well, well done today. Great drive.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
In second was Brad. Get Brad over to have a chat. Just giving congratulations to Lee. Brad. Sorry to interrupt. You're getting a face full of spray for most of that race, I suspect.
Yeah, I was. And to be fair, I've never driven on those tyres, the sort of rain sport tyres. So I knew Lee knew the tyre quite well. So I thought, well, I'd hang on the back of him, build it up, and see how it goes. And then my heated screen packed up,
right?
So I couldn't actually see. So I literally had a little 6x6 square I managed to wipe my hand on, and I was sitting up in the air trying to look through it for about the last 4 laps. So I was a bit gutted because I felt like I could have got past him in the end, but he drove really well, so fair play.
What were the track conditions like?
Very wet. There's a couple of a big puddle out the back. When you hit it, it was bad. So the guys that weren't on the treaded tyres and on the AR1 sort of track day tyre were in trouble, really. Hence why we lapped them twice. But I'm glad I put the road tyres on.
And now looking when's the next branch action next?
No, Donington 22nd of May.
It's a busy start, isn't it?
This is, yeah, I mean, we've had 6 days off and we're back in. So it's good though, because last year it didn't start till August. So it'd be nice to get a full championship.
How do you like Donington?
I like it actually, far more than here. So I'm quite happy with the result. First in the first race, and obviously finished my lead in this one. So I'm really happy.
Looking good for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah. The guy I needed to beat, I beat. That's the main thing.
Oh, well done. See you next round. We got. We're going to have to get Niall Bradley in for a chat, who was a bit behind these two in this race. Third place, Niall.
Hey, Josh.
What was it like for you?
Yeah, it was leery enough. I couldn't see, man, with the fog in the window, and it just couldn't see from about lap 2 in. But to be fair to the two boys, the pace was brilliant in the wet. I wasn't matching it today, and something we need to work on, I think, with the car is get a good wet setup for it. But all in all, still happy, points in the bag. So
yeah, even if you can't see and you weren't happy, third place is a pretty decent way to end the day.
Yeah, obviously we all won first, but in regards to the championship, I've only really dropped 1 point to who's coming behind me. I think it's Brad.
Yeah.
But we live to fight another day.
And Donington, it should be another close race there, I suspect.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, definitely. Don't know what the weather's giving. We definitely need to get some practice in the wet, don't we? But no, all in all, good. Can't fault the car. Big thanks again to Dave Rowe, who maps it, IA Motorsport, who does the geometry on it, and Michael at ME Auto Services, who does all the running of the car, all the mechanical work to the car. So yeah, big shout out to them blokes. They're really, really good, really helpful.
Well done, and see you at Donington in a few weeks.
Thank you, Josh.
So more 750 Motor Club action up next. Christopher Mazda's, lots of them on the grid.
Yeah, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Let me just remove that. Thanks, Josh. We'll see him in a little bit. So we just got a slight delay where the cars that went off at Tower just been recovered and some tyres repaired. Lovely to see. I got a message in from someone who unintentionally inspired me to do what I do now, the true voice of Castle Combe. Well, one of two, him and Richard Davies, who I'm looking forward to getting on a Combe TV show very soon. But David George, hello, my friend. Get well soon. Very, very unwell, I'm sorry to report. But it's so lovely to see that he's watching and enjoying the wet racing, Chris. That's because you're there, isn't it, David? Let's be honest. But it's so good to see you racing. I will be in touch very soon because we need to set up that show. And Richard Davies over in Spain, he'll be joining us as well. The true voices of Castle Combe. Always said that when you could blindfold me, take me in a car and kick me out, and if I heard those two suddenly talking, I'd know exactly where I was. No question about it. So, right. By the way, just so you know, Ian, there is a third amended grid for the Dave Allan Trophy. No idea.
I'm not going to hold my horses. That's the last one either. So
no, car
let's
18 withdrawn. That one is. That's what I've seen for the information on that. Yeah, there might even be some that have decided stuff that for a game of soldiers when they've seen the weather conditions. Who know? 18.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's Roger and Mike Good. That's a shame. And I suspect, because I think those cars were running okay, so it may well be they were going to go in the yellow Fiesta that Roger Dad Good raced earlier. But what was that second amended grid? Just double check. What did that say? It doesn't tell us anything about that one. Oh, well. Of course, they've had to extend the pit stop time. It's now 1.5 minutes that they have to stop in the pits because you need to, if you're swapping over drivers, you've actually got to wipe everything down with anti-back wipes before the next driver gets in. All of these wonderful changes. And already, it's not that yet. I'm going to say it anyway, but Laura Bigwood says, good luck, Jamie Bigwood, number 86. Don't panic, Laura. You've got another race yet. We got the Mazda MX-5s out for their last third and final race of the day. Mike Cotton says, wishing David a speedy recovery. I knew that there'd be plenty who would want to say that. What's going on here? He's saying change of driver in car 38, I think, compared to qualifying sheet. Let's have a look. What does that say? Car 38. No, it still says Peter Griffin. So I'm not sure what you've seen, Dave Goddard, because it's still, unless, is it the Dave Allan you're talking about? Sorry, mate, the Dave Allan. Yeah, thank you, mate. I've just seen that there. car 38. Griffin and Williams. Yeah, I don't think it was Griffin in that car, was it? But who knows? We'll wait and see. Don't have to worry about that one just yet. We've got a rather busy race ahead of us. Now, I'm trying to remember, Ian, is this the first time they've been out in conditions like this?
Yeah, properly wet conditions, because it really got wet in the saloons, didn't it? Which was after the Mazdas. So it's their first wet race, so they'll get 2 green flag laps. And of course, we've got the reverse grid as well, with Ben Short starting 8th this time.
It's like the Caterhams, Caterham races are always like crazy levels of excitement, but they still throw in a reverse grid, and then the legends and things like that, and they still throw in these curveballs. I just think it's wonderful.
It certainly mixes things up a bit. Obviously, it's only a partially reversed grid, only the first 4 rows out of 21 rows of the grid, but nevertheless, it'll be interesting to see how quickly Ben Short takes to get to the front, if indeed he can at all, because he's got some fairly quick drivers ahead of him. All of those drivers are, capable of finishing on the podium, so if not winning races, so it should be a fairly tough ask for him, you would think. But the fact that the conditions have changed so markedly since their previous 2 races is also going to have a part to play, one would think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just such a busy grid, this, isn't it? And this is going to be challenging for them. Bless them. They were all in the assembly area with umbrellas basically above the roll cages and holding onto the handles of their umbrella. Someone said, "Hello guys, I wish the Ginger Beast Lloyd Huggins the best of luck." Stephen Craggs, hope the MX-5 guys have a safe race. Sorry I could not make it this weekend, guys. Hope my setup advice for the wet works for Jimbo in car 13. There sounds like there's more to that story, doesn't there?
Absolutely.
Alan Hamilton, he's back home sipping tea already. Leave it out, Hamilton. Don't give us that, sir. As long as it's not a G and T, I'm okay. As long as it's just T, I'm okay with that. And watching the remaining race, and throttle didn't stick open this time. Must have fixed it somehow. And how bad's that? Must have fixed it somehow. Because they were just scratching their heads, going, "Why did it do it?" But he got his confidence back, that's for sure. So well done, Alan. Fabulous race. Well done, my friend. Right, the last few getting into their positions, and it does, as you suspected, confirm on the digital display 2 green flag laps for these guys.
Should be good to go fairly shortly with those as well, because the track is clear down here now after the clearing up work being done at Tower after the BMW race.
That's good. That's good.
It's not long now, Chris. Only 2 more races to go.
It's still sealed. It's still sealed. Thank you, Flirtations Quality Florist, for that again. We got here. Hi, guys. Can you wish Mitch Murray good luck in the race today from his best mate, Jaden? We'll take your word for it that's best mate, but there we go. Looks rather moist on track, says Remy Gilbert. Anthony Cooper, of course, Tony Cooper, as we know him, the silver Peugeot 106, wobbled home in the camper and now watching. Think I gave more than I had today. And I'm not surprised he had to fight through, and he's felt it, and then he's had to hold on for dear life on that camper van, being buffeted in this wind, I expect. Did you know, Ian, because this was news to me, is that I asked Tony Cooper, why is there a for sale sign on the back of your Peugeot that he has such great success in? Mm-hmm. And first of all, he said he quite fancies something maybe like a Honda in the hot hatches.
All right.
But then he went on to say the news part to me was that he actually really fancies, and has since he's a kid, racing Formula Fords.
All right, there you go.
Real change, that, isn't it? So Tony
be.
Cooper wants to go in the single seaters, and I think he had a chat at one point with Wayne Paul Racing. So, that would be cool to see if we saw Tony Cooper out there.
Definitely, but I guess he just needs to move the Peugeot on first if he's going to do that, by the sounds of it.
Exactly.
Find the funds.
Hugo Gilbert, that's Warren Gilbert's son. Warren and Jensen Lund got great success yet again at Brands Hatch in the GT Cup. Thank you, my friend. Good to hear from you. Best of luck, Danny Grist. Dilly, it's rather chilly. Love it. Can't deny that. Pole position prizes. Wishing our brand ambassadors Steve Kite and Matt Allen the best of luck for the Dave Allan Memorial. Always got to check these. Chris Buxton says, "Dilly dilly, Mr. Dawes, loving your work as always. Once again, you've got unenviable weather." I know. I got rained on in the Thruxton pit lane on Saturday. Yeah, it doesn't. It wouldn't have been nice to be out in the pit lane. Incidentally, the other thing I should have announced as well, by the way, is that our driver of the day has been announced downstairs and is confirmed. It is Nathan Ward in the Formula Fords in that Class B car, coming home third overall amongst all the Class A cars. He'd already been doing great guns by dominating Class B, and just brilliant race. So fair shout, well done, Nathan Ward. Because every race day at Castle Combe, the Castle Combe Racing Club Championships, we have to pick a driver of the day. So it is him. Lou French says, "Good luck to Andrew Robinson, doing good at your second race meeting. We're from Middlesbrough." It almost sounds like he's trying to make excuses or something there. I don't know. I have no idea, but well, that's a long old drive, mind, in this weather. Sam Strong, hello, mate. How you doing? Great coverage and comms all day, Chris and team. Good luck, Charlie Briscoe. Enjoy the gin, Dawsey. I will, mate. I've got to try not to think about your offer of being in your teammate's outfit at the Brands Hatch commentary box, mate. No need for that, was there? Let's change the banner as well. I've managed to stay on top of that most of the time, but nearly forgot for a second there. 750 Motor Club, Mazda MX-5 Championship by 5 Club. I hope I got that right, Ian, by the way. Keep myself, I've covered all bases with that one, I think.
Yeah, no, 5 Club are the body that organises this MX-5 Cup, which races, generally speaking, with the 750 Motor Club throughout the season. And producing really good grids. I had a bit of a dip about 2 or 3 years ago, but the numbers are back on the up. They have been for a couple of years now, which is really, really great to see. Pretty full grid at Donington, pretty full grid here. Sort of 40 odd cars, I think, at both rounds. So that's really healthy, isn't it? And these cars, which are now 30 years old, these are proper classics, aren't they? Really, still going strong.
Yeah, and they just look so much fun to race as well. Incidentally, by the way, Fergus Campbell says, "Is there a hard curfew at 6 p.m. or will the Dave Allan race run for 45 minutes?" The answer is 6:30. It's always been 6:30 here at Castle Combe. If they can get wrapped up by 6, then they do, but the hard curfew is 6:30 p.m., Fergus. So hopefully we'll be absolutely fine, he says.
Well, that's torn it, as they say.
Yeah. I realised that halfway through the sentence. I went, nope, I've committed. I'm going.
Oh dear. Just about how much fun these cars are to drive. I did have a chat with James Winstanley, who's raced in the Compact Cup before, and he has also raced historic 750 Formula as well, in a one-off meeting at Anglesey about 4 years ago. But he was saying that these MX-5s are much more fun to drive than the 318 Compacts that race in the Compact Cup. Just a lot looser, not as much grip, much more fun to drive. So I think the consensus is that they are a bit of a hoot.
A bit of a hoot.
Yeah, I'd say so.
You're getting down with the kids now, are you?
Is that what they say? They might have done about in the 1950s. I'm not that old, by the way. But yeah, it's a good, enjoyable car to drive, and as evidenced by the fact that there's 41 of them we started the day with.
No, 100% agreed. And it looks like the full quota in certainly the top half are all here. Not quite such a hoot with the open top in these conditions, to be fair, but once they get going, I'm assuming that won't really be an issue.
Well, at least it's not happened until the third race, so they're not sort of sitting in a soaking wet race suit all day long, which would have been grim if it had happened in qualifying or something. Anyway, looks like most of them are ready to go, Chris.
No, you must be kidding.
Okay.
They're not even past.
I can't see them round the corner.
You can maximise your screen if you need to. By the way, the bottom right-hand corner of yours is the box.
I'll stick with the size I've got, as it were.
There's no need to settle, mate. Right, that should be the last of them now. Oh no, they're still just edging in, so waiting for the green flag. Are we there? We had yellows waving. There's the green flag. Right, 5-second board goes up. This is a 15-minute race. Race number 3 of 3 for the Mazda MX-5 by 5 Club. Waiting for the lights. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. On goes the buffeting fifth light. Holds them all creeping now. Off they go. There's number 54. Marcus Bailey creeped a little bit there, but he stopped and then went when the lights went. So hopefully that'll be okay. Abbott's going tumbling back down through this order in the 94. Someone else. Is that Mike Combe again? Possibly just went a little bit further back as well. Again, it's so difficult to see through this spray as they make their way up to Quarry Corner again. Is it the dark red of Ian Tomlinson? No, he's been passed. Is that Foden possibly, number 77? Oh, it's going very, very wide. Is he going to get that back towards the apex? It is, and it is Foden, the 77. Combe's going up the inside of Ian Tomlinson to try and take second place.
Yep, so it's Foden certainly well out in front. There's 3 of them side by side on the way into the S's, but it looks like it's Combe that has indeed made it through ahead of Tomlinson, who is in 3rd, and 4th. Is that Ben Short? It rather looks like it is Ben Short, and it is Ben Short going around the outside of Tomlinson at Old Paddock to take 3rd position. So he's gone from 8th to 3rd within half a lap, but he's got 2 pretty quick drivers, Mike Combe and Steve Foden, to get past, and Steve Foden is already perhaps 2.5, 3 seconds up the road, so he'll have a little bit of work to do in order to make that happen. But Ben Short, nevertheless, up to 3rd position, already chasing after Combe. Tomlinson 4th, and I think it might be Ben Abbott 5th, but we'll get confirmation of that at the end of the lap.
Yeah, which is good by Abbott because it looked like he went backwards off the start for a little while, but he's got himself up there, glued to the back of our pole sitter, the dark red number 9 of Ian Tomlinson. Already Ben Short, the double race winner here at Castle Combe, is glued to the back of Mike Combe. Mike Combe in that 58. I probably was wrong. I thought it was him that went down a few places, but he's up there in 2nd, but under huge pressure. Now, what are they going to do about Foden, who got an absolute belter of a start? I thought he'd gone too wide up at Quarry, but I think it was deliberate, stick off the marbles up there at Quarry Corner, because I think I just spotted him possibly doing slightly the same. Not quite as extreme this time, but certainly not interested in the apex. And up goes Abbott. Abbott's just moved up past our pole sitter, Ian Tomlinson. What does that put him? That's up into 4th.
Yeah, absolutely right. So heading down to the right-hander at the S's, and it is now Foden still leading, but the gap has come down from 1.4 seconds at the start of the lap. It's perhaps 9/10 of a second now from Mike Combe in 2nd, then Ben Short 3rd, gap back to number 93, Ben Abbott in 4th place, then it's number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Then it's the 61 car of Jake Dormer. Now, he had times disallowed in practice, so he's been making his way up the order during the course of the day. We've had the change for 2nd at Tower Corner, though. Ben Short has gone through on the inside of Mike Combe, so Short now up to 2nd place. He's just got Steve Foden left to pass.
That was a good move. Question from Jamie Gray that came in. Do you know the answer to this? Is what tyres do these guys run on?
Okay, so they are on new tyres this year, if I remember rightly, which are, I think, Avons that they're racing on this year.
That's why they're even more welcome here at Castle Combe then. With the Avon Bridge and our massive link with Avon Tyres. So good to be back in partnership with them yet again this year. Long standing relationship. Foden has that lead, but new fastest lap of the race goes to Ben Short, number 71. Now he's got himself up into 2nd, banging in the lap that was 3/4 of a second quicker already than Foden. So you've got to suspect it's a matter of time. But as the legend that is and always will be, Murray Walker said, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass.
It is, but there's 11.25 minutes of the race left to go, so plenty of time for Ben Short to do it. And as Ben Short's gone after Steve Foden, he has taken Mike Combe with him. So we've got 3 for the lead pretty much now as they come through Old Paddock for the 3rd time. Gap back to Ben Abbott in 4th place. Where is Ben Hansey? He's down in 10th. He made up 1 place on the last lap, but he clearly didn't make the best of starts from 7th position. Went backwards outside the top 10. Leaders at the at Tower Corner, and it looks like it's now short. It is now short ahead. So at Tower Corner, Ben Short takes the lead on lap 3. So 8th to 1st within just over 2.5 laps. Fantastic performance from the Wiltshire man at his local circuit.
Yeah, fair shout on that one. And it wasn't him that you were saying was so strong there last time. It was Ben Hansey that was strong. Now, Ben Hansey, that has not worked out on the opening lap. He's down in 10th place. I know that Stephen Craggs was saying Jimbo was in 10th, but 10th is Ben Hansey. and he's going to hope that he can move on. But he was the one that you were saying was really strong through Tower, wasn't he? In the earlier races,
He
a little bit
yeah.
different from now, though, isn't it?
Definitely, completely different conditions to what he had earlier on today.
Well, he's now all over the back of the 54 car of Bailey that was, of course, started on the front row. So that hasn't gone well for him either.
It's not. And just looking at the screen, it looks like Ben Short is pulling out a bit of a distance from Steve Foden now. So the next question is, can Steve Foden, who was well down the championship order coming into this weekend, can he make it up or fend off Mike Combe, number 58, who won round 2 of the championship at Donington Park? Combe getting close to the back of Foden's car as they head through the left-hand kink at Hammer down towards Tower Corner. He's just dropping down a slight slope towards Tower Corner, and Combe has gone through there. So Combe goes through, takes second place. He's dropped quite a long way back from Ben Short, though, having been held up by Steve Foden. And there's quite a long gap from Foden to Ben Abbott in 4th position, and there's great battles going on all the way down the order. There's about a 5-car scrap just coming past me now.
That was wonderful 4-wheel drift up the inside at Tower, wasn't it, by Combe? Fabulous car control from him there, and bravery. And I agree. Jamie Gray says, cheers, guys, with his question about the tyres. Looks like the drivers had a lot of confidence in him. And that really showed that in all its glory there, as Mike Combe just threw it up the inside, 4-wheel drifted, and just felt he knew exactly what his car was going to do, even in these conditions. 4th position on his own is then the 93 car of Abbott, sort of in no man's land. Our pole sitter, Tomlinson, to be fair, in 5th is doing a good place. But are we going to... How long till we see Ben Hansey? He's moved up 1 place in that 1 car. He's up into 8th now. But he's got a long way before he gets onto the back of anybody else.
Yeah, he's 7.5 seconds behind Matthew Short, isn't he? Which is the next driver that's up ahead. So we'll see how things work out for him. Ben Short turning his way through Old Paddock now. And Combe very sideways, almost drifting the car, as you were saying a few moments ago, through Old Paddock there. It's interesting. It's probably the first wet race they've had with these Avon tyres. So something new for all of the drivers to literally get to grips with. Matthew Short in 7th place is with now the number 61 car of Jake Dormer, having taken a 10th or so out of him on the previous lap, but as I say, a long way clear of Ben Hansey, who is 8th, Marcus Bailey, who is 9th, and Declan McDonough, again, another driver who was up in the top 6 earlier on today. He's outside the top 10, or just rounds out the top 10, I should say.
I'll tell you what was incredible to see on the pictures there is that they take a really wide entry into Tower and then sweep across and let them really run out wide. Like, a couple of them looked like they were going to suddenly put their wheels on the grass, which I think is going to be a scary situation, leaving yourself in if you do that in these conditions. But they are clearly all the top 3 all did that, deliberate to take as a straight line as you could on the double apex of Tower.
Yeah, interestingly as well, I mean, I don't think there's a dry line, but there is a less wet line that is definitely emerging now around this circuit as well. So that's quite apparent. Certainly, you look at the S's up towards there, and actually in front of me, down at Old Paddock all the way to Tower, actually, there is a less wet line and a very wet line, I think. Those are your 2 options here. Ben
same
Short,
here,
sorry, go on. Yeah.
No, I was just saying, agreed. Same here over this side as well, exactly that.
Yeah. Excellent. Ben Short's gone past me, and now Steve Foden has got a good run on Mike Combe, who was slightly delayed by a back marker there as they go through Hammer Down and towards Tower again for the 6th time in this race. Just over 6 minutes left to go, and Combe just fends off Foden for the moment. Matthew Short's got ahead of Jake Dormer now and up into 6th position. He did that on the previous lap. Ben Hansey still chasing after him, but I'm not sure he'll catch him. He's still got another 4.8 seconds to... No, read the right line in. 7.3 seconds to make up. He's 2 seconds ahead of Bailey, Marcus Bailey. But Ben Short out front looking good for a hat-trick of wins here. Chris?
He really is. He's crossed the line for the 6th time with 5 3/4 minutes left to go. So we're nearly at 2/3 race distance now. And Mike Combe sort of nearly got compromised coming through the back markers that time round, but some great work staying out of the way by those back markers, to be fair. I noticed even going through Bobby's fabulous job to stay out of the way in what is normally a 1-line sequence of bends, but it's not, Foden's not been able to do enough to really start challenging Combe.
No, it doesn't seem that way, does it? Not since Combe got past. Back with us again. They've got less traffic to deal with on this lap compared to the previous lap. Short going through. I think the next car through, which is the back marker, which is number 70, Jeremy Rivers Fletch. That's possibly got an engine that's not quite as happy as it ought to be by the sounds of it. Ben Abbott going through in 4th. Then 5th place is still Ian Tomlinson, and he is out on his own, really. Is he going to be caught by Matthew Short? I'm not sure he is. Short might be passed by Jake Dormer, though. Short got boxed in by a back marker there. Dormer tried to capitalise. He's going to the outside line for Tower Corner. This is the fight for 6th position. And Matthew Short holds on. So Dormer stays in 7th place for the moment. Could be an interesting weekend for the championship here. Ben Short getting all 3 wins. Obviously will extend his lead in the championship. We'll see if he does all of the rounds this season. If not, Combe, Hansi, the other drivers that are up there. Tom Smith also picked up good points at Donington Park, but not here this weekend. So he's the one who will be using this weekend as a sort of dropped weekend in the championship if he does the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, leaders just coming out of Quarry Corner towards you. Tomlinson's still doing a great job in the number 9 car, holding on to 5th, but it looks to me as though the 72 Matthew Short is starting to reel him in. Yeah, that was 2 seconds quicker on that last lap, and he's down to 2.3. So keep an eye on Tomlinson and Short next time round.
Will do, as Ben Short heads into Old Paddock once again. And out of it with no drama, no one on his radar to lap in the next few moments either. Combe second. 3rd is the 77 car. Ben Abbott is just finding a way past that back marker, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. He's still there in 4th place, a quiet race for the driver of car number 93 from Ashford. And then it's Tomlinson, the driver from Blackpool, in 5th. But Matthew Short is closing on him, as you were saying. Last time through, he was about 2 seconds faster. So we could have a battle for 5th before the end of the race, although there are now less than 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, good point, actually. Yeah, that's kind of gone rather quick, hasn't it? So Short might just be leaving it a little bit too late. But the other Short, number 71, Ben Short, crosses the line to complete his 8th tour of the circuit with 2 3/4 minutes. So we're going to get another 2 laps out of them now by the looks of that. As Combe, number 58, in 2nd place. He's not been able to relax. He's being matched by Foden in that 77 car. Not challenged necessarily, but it means he still can't relax and take it easy and see it through to the end just yet. Here comes that fight we're on about, number 9, Tomlinson, and then the 72 of Matthew Short. Now, there's only 2 tenths in it that time, with 2 seconds left to go between the two of them and 2 laps. I think he's going to not be able to quite do it, is he?
I think you're probably right. I think it's just a little bit too little time left in the race for him. Ben Short goes through. He's just put a lap on number 96, which is Sam Moody, the driver from Northamptonshire. Combe from Leicestershire goes through, ahead of 77 Steve Foden from Cheshire. As then Ben Abbott comes through. All quiet. Then there's a big battle, big gaggle of cars sort of going 3 wide, almost out of Quarry Corner that time. That's a bit further back. Just trying to identify who's involved. That looks like it is Marcus Bailey, actually. And he is doing battle, actually, with the number 26 car, which is Ryan Lovelock. He's having a pretty good race, up from 14th on the grid. He's up inside the top 10 now, just ahead of Tom Holland, who's in another of the BS Motorsport cars.
Last lap ball's gone out to our top 3 now as they cross the line. The rain is pelting against my window again, so any less wet line that, as we were talking about earlier, I think is about to rapidly disappear again, sadly. But they've gone through, and they're definitely all getting more twitchy through camp. Even our leader, Ben Short, was twitchy, and suddenly going through there was the 93 car of Abbott, and he looked very much the same. Tomlinson 9 and Short 72, still too far apart for Matthew Short to launch a challenge, but the lead is coming to you for the final time.
Yep, it's going to therefore be a 10-lap race this time for the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup. Through Old Paddock goes Ben Short. He's just lapped the number 11 car, which is Stephen Robinson. 58 Mike Combe, 77 Steve Foden with the gold stripe down the middle of his white car go through as well in 3rd place. And then it's quite a long gap back, actually, to Ben Abbott, who's in 4th place and Ian Tomlinson, who's 5th. And yeah, he's not going to be caught by Matthew Short. 2.8 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap. Still pretty much the same now. I'd suggest as the leader, Ben Short, is back towards you.
Yep, let's have a look. Where is he gone? I'm looking into the gloom, trying to pick out which one's our leader. Here he comes down towards camp for the final time now. The 71. Oh, and he's suddenly showboating. He's drifting the car round the rear end out. He just had a bit of fun round that corner without question. Checkered flag takes the win. Then it's Mike Combe. Not much gap between himself and 77 Foden that time round, but Steve Foden, just after his brilliant start, still holds on to take 3rd place. Big gap before we get to the 93 car of Ben Abbott. But here he comes round camp, a little bit more sedate than our winner, Ben Short, did, that's for sure. He's very happy with that, though. Punches the air. And then it is pretty close this time round. Number 9, Tomlinson, does cross the line, but that will have come down between himself and Matthew Short. But he held on, and he did it certainly, yeah, it was like a 2 3/4 or something like that, taken out in that last lap. But awesome job. There goes number 1, Ben Hansey. That was not a race that he'll have enjoyed so much. And 54, Bailey from the front row, Marcus Bailey. Whatever happened on the first lap clearly did not work for them too well. So what a shame. Someone else has just pointed out as well, Daniel Watkins, number 25 in 17th place. Up to 17th after starting 2nd from last due to getting caught up in the collision earlier. 2nd ever time out in an MX-5. Great job. AB Motorsport loves the wet. So there you go. Nicky Bray, certainly thank you very much for picking out. You're absolutely right. Watkins, number 25. Sterling job there. Now, Ian, have you got the result there enough to be able to read through them while I just refresh the paperwork over this side?
Yeah, I certainly can do. So let's just run through the order at the end of that 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup race. The win to number 71, Ben Short then. And he did so with a margin of 5.5 seconds over number 58, Mike Combe in 2nd. 3rd, number 77, Steve Foden. 4th, number 93 was Ben Abbott. 5th, number 9, Ian Tomlinson. 6th was number 72, Matthew Short. 7th, 61, Jake Dormer. 8th, number 1, Ben Hansey. 9th was 54, Marcus Bailey. 10th, number 26, which was Ryan Lovelock. Then 11th, 230, Tom Holland. George King. 55 was 12th. Danny Grist, 42, was 13th. Peter Griffin, 38, was 14th. Paul Monteith, number 89, was 15th. Then James McCann, number 13. Daniel Watkins, who we just heard about, in 17th, number 25. Bobby Andrews, 88, was 18th. Courtney Milnes also coming from towards the back, I think. Treble 7, finishing the race in 19th place. And Ian Cameron, who did come from the back after being put to the back of the grid after an incident in the earlier race, he came back to finish 20th, which, considering there's nearly 40 cars on the grid, was not a bad effort. And the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup, I think that's back in action at Croft again from memory in about a month's time. And that will be live streamed by Alpha Live and the 750 Motor Club for those of you who want to watch that one.
Fantastic. Thanks for that, Ian. And I'm going to hand us straight down to Josh to have a bit more time as I just refresh the paperwork, ready to take you through the grid for the final race of the day, which will be the Dave Allan Trophy. So let me bring it up. Josh, thank you, mate. Down to you whenever you've got them ready, mate.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chris. It's Ben Short's just taken his gloves and his helmet off, and then we'll have a word with him. 4 wins, I think that is now from this year, out of 5 races, and 3 today at Parc Ferme in very dominant fashion. There comes Ben. Well done, Ben. I think it took you 2.5 laps to get to the front, and then you just drove off into the distance.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you guys resurfaced it here recently or something, but it seemed really grippy, or maybe that's the new Avon tires that we're using today. But yeah. Perfect race, really. It started to rain a bit harder in the middle, I'm guessing, because I couldn't quite do the lap times I was doing earlier on in the race. But I didn't fluff the reverse grid start this time, so that was nice. Yeah, had a little tussle with Mike, and then raced with Foden for a lap. So yeah, it's a really good fun race.
Is the plan to do the full season for you this year?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'd love to, but it looks like we're going to get busier and busier as the year goes on. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'd like to, and the car's obviously there, and it's in good shape. So we'll have to wait and see.
And you had a good few laps in the Aston Martin yesterday until that broke.
Yeah, unfortunately, we suffered a bit of a glitch to do with oil pressure, so we decided to turn it off rather than make it very expensive. So yeah, unfortunately that didn't go to plan, but I believe there's a couple more events planned for the Aston a little bit later in the year.
You look nice and quick in that, so well done, well done today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Get Mike Combe over to the rain. Gets much worse for our last race. Here comes Mike. You got past Steve, Mike, but couldn't hold Ben back.
No, I'm happy with that. He's too quick round here. But no, it's great to have both me and Steve on the podium for the last one. I've got Steve out in a couple of weeks, so yeah, it should be ready for then. But no, good to have two MTR cars on the podium.
And I suspect you're quite pleased Ali Bray gave you some new tyres for this race.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Massive thanks to Ali Bray. Actually, I'm really good friends with him, both him and Nicky. And yeah, it's just we're just here to have fun, really. And I made a bit of a mistake at the last round last year by not having any. So he came to the rescue for this weekend. And I didn't think I'd need him, but yeah, the rain came finally.
You wouldn't want to be out on old tyres in this, I doubt, would you?
No, definitely not. No, I'd have been struggling out there. So yeah, massive thanks to AB Motorsport, and great to have the two MCR cars on the podium to finish the day off.
Well done on second, and we get Steve over.
Cheers.
Let's get Steve Foden over, who's managed to get himself a jacket, which is quite helpful today. Well done, Steve. Third, you led there for a little bit, but Ben's super quick today, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's his home circuit. He knows this place like the back of his hand, so I thought, I'd best not hold him up and just try and learn the circuit behind him. Managed to keep up with him for a little bit. Inevitably, he just kind of got away, and yeah, Mike got past me then, and I was quite happy, to be honest, with that.
Obviously, a good start to get the lead.
Yeah, I had a bit of a Monty start. It's one of the car park takeoff in these conditions. You really got to be careful on the throttle. So 2,500 revs, just kind of ease it off. I think Ian had a good launch in front of me as well. To be fair, managed to get to the outside of him in the wet, obviously, and just hung it around the outside. Everyone punched up to the inside, and I kind of got away for a bit.
After Donington, you were obviously really quick there. Have you had a problem in the first race?
Yeah, so at Donington, actually, we had a problem. We've had a problem since Mallory Park with the other car, with misfiring. So at Donington, we went out for the practice, was misfiring, and then we thought we'd fixed it again, and then we went out for the race, and it just started doing it about 2 laps in, and I was just like, may as well retire it. And yeah, the second race, that was an awful lot of fun in the second race. I think it was 38 to 4th or something like that. It was really enjoyable, that one.
And now looking forward to the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think we might make it to a couple of other 5 club rounds this year, but we're doing the other championship as well, so we'll see how it goes.
Oh, well done today.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say a big shout out to my dad. It's his birthday today. He's 65 today. And he's the main man in this, so I appreciate it.
Happy birthday to Mr. Foden Senior. Back over to your question. I'm going to go into the drive.
Thank you very much, Josh. I'm still just quickly getting everything sorted in terms of the details on this one, because it's changed several times, and that includes 1 or 2 sort of late entries to this to some extent. So I'm just making sure I've got the right information. Right, let's have a look. The grid for the Dave Allan Trophy is going to be as follows. Now, obviously, this is an annual trophy in memory of the former Honda test and race driver, Dave Allan. And it's thanks to the support of Honda of the UK Manufacturing Limited that we're able to do this. And it's deliberately designed so a wide variety of cars that can race at the same time. Open to any saloon, sports or GT car. 30 minutes qualifying they had, and they've got a 45-minute race with pit stops. Some of them changing drivers, some of them sticking and doing the whole thing themselves. There's reference laps for the classes. Now, I'm none the wiser on the classes at the moment, but presumably other people above our pay grade will know something about that. It kind of tends to be sorted afterwards. Let me just quickly look. Good luck to the Spillers in the Mini. That's father and son together, and the Franks in the Mini. So Darren Duffield's being biased, supporting his fellow Mini drivers. Of course he is. Thank you, Kevin Davies. Great coverage. Praise to all concerned, especially the drivers and not just men, people in orange, Kevin. There's there's both of them there. Jan Walger says, Louis and I want to thank you so much for brilliant coverage all day. Big round of applause for all drivers. Louis poised, ready and pumped for the Dave Allan Trophy. Dave Tyson says, gutted, not on the grid. So are we, mate. We really should have had you out there. Dave, commentator, says, do we have starting drivers? Possibly for some, Dave. I will possibly look at some of them in a minute. Dave Tyson says he qualified P4, but issue with the wheels means he misses out. That is a real shame. So hence that's one of the other revised grids. Right, the grid is going to be as follows. Pole position goes the way of 169. Everall and Scrivens. So that's the 69 car. I'll just check in to see. I've got some with starting drivers. So Chris Everall and Ben Scrivens in that one. And it's Chris Everall that will be starting that car. Alongside them is the number 2, Dave Scaramanga and Will Powell in their Seat Cupra TCR car. That's going to be an interesting beast out there for sure. Then on the second row, in third place, it's Michael Bolt, and Alex Kite has been called in, and Alex Kite is actually going to be starting that one. By the way, Will Powell is starting the number 2 car. Dave Scaramanga will take it over. Alongside Alex Kite in that number 10 car is the number 70, and that's Dan Ludlow that will be starting that one. Stuart Emmett will take it over later. That's the last of the start drivers on at the moment. Thank you for that work, Josh, to find that out. On to the third row, it should have been Tyson and Kite. That would have been interesting. So Kite was possibly going to be in that one as well. Absolutely chucking it down now. There's no question about it. And then it's Spillers, Dave and Pete Spiller, the father and son, out in that one in 282 alongside them. Fourth row, 40 Jazz Sapper and Sonny Gill. 454 Giblett and Edgecombe. Fifth row, 28 Tom Oatley, 86 Bigwood and Tompkinson. Sixth row, 905 Gary Franks. 2 green flag laps again, by the way. And father and son again, 26 Mark and Nathan Sutton. Seventh row, 127 Dan Blake and 27 Ray Ferrari Nut, Race Anything Nut Ferguson. Eighth row, 84 Steve Bracegirdle, 16 Alan and Marie. Ninth row, 265 Jones and Waite and 4 Andy Thompson. And then on the 10th row, 38 Griffin and Williams. So, although I'm not sure which Williams it definitely is, whether it's Dan or Kelly that's out in that one. Actually, I just deleted one of the Williams, but I don't know which one is out there, I'm afraid. But that rain this side in particular is horrific now by the looks of it, Ian.
Yeah, it's definitely looking much wetter than it was during the Mazda race now. There's spots of rain on the on all of my windows now. Mostly the rain has only been appearing on the window to my left, which is the direction the wind's coming from. But now there's more general rain, I think, sort of swirling around. So spots of rain everywhere, lots of spray, really difficult conditions. Whatever those reference laps had been set for the respective classes, I think they've got out of the window now because obviously it was dry for qualifying, completely different for the race. It's streaming wet, and it will be interesting to see how this favours some cars and not others. For example, that 6.3 litre Ginetta on pole position, which is going to be started by Chris Everall, that's going to be a bit of a handful, I would suggest, in these conditions.
Indeed, it is. Go the Sutton boys racing on dries, as that's all they have for the Astra. Goodness me. Chris Hignall says, good luck to Ray, the Goods, the Suttons and the Spillers. Well, sadly, the Goods aren't out there, mate. They've withdrawn. Gerald Howell, don't pull that face. Change the banner. Well, I've actually got to create it. I've realised that I've missed that one out of my list, so I will create that in a minute. Good luck, Craig Thompson and Bigwood's Clio. Come on, Jazz and Sonny. Ali Powell says, my hubby, Baldrick Bryan, is marshalling this awful weather today. Made him a surprise roast when he is home. Sorry, have I just spoilt that? Sorry. That's your fault, Ali, not mine. Future in Oz says, blue flag delight for the crew in orange 20 years ago for me. All the best from down under. Thanks for the commentary, guys. Was racing in the GTs in a battle with Corey and Adam. Looks like the weather has turned. It certainly has. And your race was brilliant to watch, mate. Love that one. Papa Pa says, good luck to the Spillers in Mini 282. I'm glad I'm not in your place, Pete, but good luck. Good luck to Dan Blake. And Mike Cotton says, thanks, Dawesy, Kevin, all the Orange Army, and especially the drivers for everything, not just today, but ever since the beginning of this crazy period. See and hear you all in person soon. Look forward to it, Mike. I really do. Good luck to Dan and Stuart in car 70. Should be out there with you. Damn you, Broken Clio. Sums it up nicely. Baldrick Brian, a.k.a. Stan Blake Arena Banger Racer. Good luck to the Spillers. So, 45-minute race, Ian. In these conditions, I bet you wish that was you, don't you?
No, I'm very glad that I'm sitting here or standing here in the commentary box rather than being out, particularly in an open car. I see Dan Blake's there going solo in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, so one of the few open cars in this race. Pit stops, of course, made between 10 and 35 minutes. That's 90 seconds long, with the extra 30 seconds for sanitisation that's required in these COVID times as well. It should be entertaining fare. I would suggest the pit stops will mix things up a little bit. And
there's got to be a lot of equalisation in these conditions that are going to make it completely intriguing.
Oh, yeah. There'll be some of the
rolling start
cars going well.
Yeah, rolling start down. Very spread out field. No control over this. The front two are together, though. And it is going to be the 169 car that the Giannetta's going to have. The whole Will Powell's in that Seat. Is he going to get one? They're kind of... cars cubed at the moment, and it is Powell that's got the jump at the moment. Alex Kite is trying to now get past. I'm trying to remember, who did I say was starting the 169 car? It's Chris Everall at the wheel of that one, so he should know what's happening. Thank you very much, Emma. I'll change that in 2 seconds. But heading up towards you, it looks like Will Power's got the nod at the moment.
Yeah, out of Quarry Corner they come, and towards the S's for the first time. It looks like it is the Seat of number 2 from the outside of the front row of the grid that's got the lead of the race then, with the Giannetta in second of Chris Everall. Of course, that was lapped in the earlier GT race. In third place, it's number 10. That's Alex Kite starting that car. We saw him on the podium in the Audi in the earlier race. And then fourth, I think it looks like Dan Ludlow in that lovely Civic. Beautifully turned out car, that one. Dan Blake in the MX-5 Mark 1. Looks like he's made up a few places already, I suggest. And then there's a group of cars headed by Andy Thompson's Seat at the back of the field. But the leader's back with you at the end of lap 1.
Not yet, then. Oh, here we go. I was worried then that we'd lost them all when you suddenly threw to me and I saw nothing at all. But Everall's just about to be passed by Alex Kite in that DC5. I'm not sure whether he's even ever driven this thing. No, Everall's coming, backing him up the inside. Alex Kite just gives him enough room there. When you're driving someone else's car, I don't fancy that idea. And in these conditions as well, he just did a brilliant job to give him enough room, and Everall came back at him. And all of a sudden, that means that the Ludlow and Emmett car, so Ludlow in 70, although we got an issue with the timings again, and it's not showing that the 2 car of Powell came through. It did. It's in the lead comfortably. But that'll all refresh itself soon, I'm sure.
I hope it will, as he heads down towards us for the second time in this race. The lights shining brightly on the cars as they head towards me, although only one light I can see on the Integra being driven by Alex Kite at the moment, which is the left-hand headlamp. The right one's not working by the looks of it. But the Honda Civic behind of Dan Ludlow, which I enjoyed watching at Donington, I think it was, last year in a Classic Sports Car Club race meeting. That looks magnificent, that car. I've said that already, but I'll say it again. Fifth place, at the moment, you've got the 454 car, which is the little Clio. Then in sixth, it's another Clio. So they're going well in these wet conditions. That's the Bigwood and Tompkinson car ahead of the Minis, which were faster in practice.
Into the pits, sadly, has already come the 29 car of Tom Oatley, which, of course, is not a scheduled one. So they're having a look at that. Half of that looks to me as though the window, although he's got it open, so he's obviously got an issue with misting up. And they're trying to clean the windscreen now, so that's going to be a losing battle. Will Powell coming through here under growing pressure from the 169 car of Chris Everall. I think they're kind of getting used to it. Up into third has just gone the Honda of number 70. Dan Ludlow's just got past Alex Kite. I get the impression that these are actually still evolving conditions that they are sort of struggling to really get to grips with. 454 has gone through in 5th place. Alan Giblett and Ryan Edgecombe in that Renault Clio. Definitely not a standard Clio, that one, is it? Crikey, it's absolutely flying.
Certainly is. You mentioned that the Suttons only had dry tyres, and that's showing because they're really struggling at the back of the field in the Astra. 17th position, not far off being lapped, I don't think, by the race-leading Seat then of Will Powell out in front then from 2nd place, Chris Everall. 3rd place now, Dan Ludlow. 4th is Alex Kite, and quite a big gap back to the 5th place Cleo. But Dan Ludlow in 3rd place is going after Chris Everall in the Ginetta, and he's right with him as they head towards Tower Corner, only about a length, 2 lengths back at that point. So watch out for that. And was that the... I've got a feeling... No, it was the same order, wasn't it? It was still the 454 car, Clio, that went through in 5th place. And actually, I think Frank's in the Mini has now got ahead of the other Clio, the Bigwood and Tomkinson car.
Dan Ludlow is in 2nd, but Chris Everall was trying to come back at him, but that's compromised him on the exit. There's quite a few of these look like they're struggling with steaming up in these conditions. The rooster tails off of them is huge. Now that means, where is the DC5 of Alex Kite gone?
It's got
here he is.
Looking
it
at
has.
it.
Yeah, it has now. It's just come in. It was behind the media centre, and I'll tell you what that is. That's misted up as well. So Alex Kite's gone, well, I can't see. I find that makes it quite challenging.
Well, I imagine so. Ironically, we do have a team in this race, Misty Racing, which is the Hyundai Coupe 3rd generation car of Matt Allen and Mitch Marie. I don't know if they're suffering from. If they weren't really, compared to the rest of the field, just looking at the leading cars as they all come past. Chris Everall's car looks reasonably steamed up, I must say. The Ginetta in 3rd place, so he might be struggling a bit. First 2 look relatively clear.
Well, the 16 car just nearly ran very wide there at camp, but just dragged it back on. Into the pits has also come the number 4 car, sadly, of Andy Thompson, that Seat Leon. And actually, he's pulled straight into the paddock. He's got too serious an issue or just does not want to play in these conditions. I think that there's quite a lot of them that are struggling, definitely. Who's that? Someone else that is going very slow there, possibly into the pits, although I think that's the Suttons, and that looks like they're heading towards the pits. If they're on dries, I think they probably decided a bit too much of a risk.
You mentioned the Tom Oatley Clio had gone into the pit lane. That's back out again now. That's circulating again. The paxcroft.co.uk entered car. So that's back out into the race. Getting past me now is the number 84 Mini. That's Steve Bracegirdle, isn't it? In the Mini Cooper S. And the Misty Racing car goes past me, and it's not misted up, I can confirm.
Yeah. Still struggling with the grip levels. Mitch Marie in the Misty Racing Hyundai. Someone's just said that he is only just out of Fiesta Juniors. Dave Goddard said that one was. Non-alcoholic celebratory drinks only, of course. Joe Scaramanga says, good luck, Dave Scaramanga and Will Powell. Well, that car's leading by over 2.5 seconds, but Dan Ludlow's just putting the fastest lap of the race, and that was half a second quicker than the lead car at the moment.
Alex Kite's gone back out into the race as well, and instantly has put himself almost exactly a lap down. He's right in behind Dan Ludlow, which is where he was before he went into the pit lane. So it's effectively exactly a lap behind where he should be, and will be lapping, you would think, on a similar pace to Ludlow as the race goes on. It was too early for them to do their driver change, of course. The driver, the pit stop window, between 10 and 35 minutes into the race.
Well, I'm looking down at the Suttons, and it does look like they're possibly, ironically, doing a driver change. So it may be that they kind of go, look, I know it's too early, but I don't care. Let's get out there and just have a bit of fun with it. Alex Kite has taken the DC5 back out as well.
You sure it's have some fun with it and not, I'm hating this, I don't want to do another lap in it. Please, can you get into it?
I went for the cautious answer. It could well be that. And of course, I'm not sure out of those two who it was that started, but
no.
Yeah, we'll see.
So Steve Bracegirdle goes past me again. He's running in 11th position at the moment. Best lap of the race, that has gone to Dan Ludlow, 128.175, but only fractionally quicker than Will Powell has managed, 128.193, his best lap. And Chris Everall as well, 129 dead. So the first three all within a second of one another in terms of their best lap times. And we do have the classes shown on the screen as well, don't we? So
I just clocked that as well, yeah.
So that's handy. It looks like we've got just the two cars in Class 1, which is the Seat and the Ginetta, doesn't it?
Yeah, and for anybody wondering how that gets worked out, one, if we talk about, you can't talk about Fight Club, but other than that, we will give it away anyway. Class 1, reference lap below 115. Class 2, reference lap between 115 and 118. Class 3, between 118 and 121. And Class 4, reference lap above 121. And that would have been when they were in the dry, so it's got nothing to do with it now.
Interestingly, we've got a car that is in Class 4 in 5th position overall, which is the Franks Mini, number 905, which started on row 6 of the grid, actually. So up to 5th place already. Pretty good going.
Alex Kite's back in again in the number 10 car, I'm afraid. So, and I do think it is misting up for that one. So they're obviously struggling there, sadly, aren't they?
Yeah, looks that way. As Will Powell is coming through in the lead of this race. He's among the traffic now, lapping the Sutton Astra that's already been in for a pit stop and driver change, and also lapping Steve Bracegirdle as well. Dan Ludlow trying to go with him, though. But last time through, Powell did a new fastest lap of the race, didn't he? 1:25.855. So that was about 2 seconds or so faster than he'd been before, which is interesting in the conditions that you should find that much time all of a sudden, Chris.
Yeah, because that is quite significant. That's like 2 seconds quicker than anybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, you're always, you've got to assume they're going to get quicker when they've sort of been out there and suddenly realised, you know, what's what and where.
Yeah.
But that's, and he's just gone wide now. Very wide at Camp Corner, spinning across the grass. So that was unbelievable. He was even going slow and was just pirouetting. That goes to show how wet it is, especially off there. Oh, wow. You know what you said about the Suttons? I see what you mean. Just coming around Camp Corner there, even slowly that thing was sort of like squirreling side on. But now the lead goes to the 70 car, Dan Ludlow, from that very crazy moment coming into by Will Powell into camp.
It's always fitting to have a Honda in the lead of this Dave Allan Trophy race, isn't it? So we've got a Honda out in front now, and Dan Ludlow it is in that beautifully turned out Civic, and he has a decent advantage now over the second place car, which is now it is still Will Powell, isn't it? I think, looking into the gloom, into the distance, yes, it is. He's still there in second place, but now it's Ludlow that's cutting a path through the traffic, and actually. Ludlow on the lap before the one that just happened, he did a personal best lap as well into the 1:27, so he went a bit slower that time, possibly because he got the spinning Powell car just in front of him that he wanted to try and avoid if he could. Ooh, the Ginetta is going ever more slowly. It was into the high wanted 33s that time, and I think it's going more slowly. So I wonder if the Ginetta of Everell and Scrivens has got a problem, Chris.
Either that or a 6.3 litre engine in these conditions is not particularly fun. I don't fancy that one in the slightest. Into the pits has come the yellow BMW number 40 of Jazz Sapper and Sonny Gill. Now, the pit window is open, so this could potentially be for a driver change. Alex Kite is out of that white number 10 car. But they kind of look at each other, not sure, whereas the yellow BMW, just looking down, doesn't look like any drivers ready. Pit window is definitely open. Out jumps driver one. Shepherding going, come on, hurry up, get in. I think that's Jazz that's just jumped out. So Sonny Gill's going to be jumping in there this time. And Sonny's going to say, well, I wanted to give you more time in your own car. Honest.
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
As Ludlow comes past me again.
Oh, Umbrella goes down the pit window pit lane, by the way. This is how windy it is here.
Well, there was awnings and gazebos flying around the paddock even this morning, wasn't there? So dread to think what the paddock looks like now after all of this wind.
Empty now, pretty much.
Well, yeah, most people have gone home and told us that they're there and having a cup of tea and watching the racing. Hamilton was, yeah.
There's a question came in from Dave Goddard saying, has that Hyundai got no headlights? I'll have to have a look when I come round, but you've even got like Oakley's going around with no headlights working, and I'm sure that he should have headlights on, but they're off now. The 38 car, by the way, that is Dan Williams that's in the car. It appears that someone's confirmed for me, and Peter Griffin's jumped in place of Kelly. There goes the number 2 car of Will Powell. Dave Scaramanga will be... Oh, and Dan Blake, I've just seen him appear there. He's had a moment at camp here. Now, surely it was far enough off that he's made contact with the barrier. Yes, he has, but not any real damage there. So he's got away with that quite lightly by the looks of it. As through goes Chris Everall. Yeah, 134's now, Ian. So, like you say, even slower, isn't he?
Yeah, getting slower as the race goes on. So I think it's not just the conditions, because he has been 5 seconds a lap faster than that in the early part of the race. So I think there must be a problem with that car, possibly the big 6.3 Chevrolet engine as well. That's not necessarily helping things. The engine note didn't sound right when it came past me a couple of laps ago. Just looking at the Spillers, they are going past me now, up to 8th place now, and 3rd within their class, which is class 3, which is being led by the Giblet and Edgecombe Clio, followed by the Bigwood and Tompkinson Clio.
So the yellow 40 BMW's gone back out after driver change. The number 10 Michael Barr Alex Kite has been pushed to the other side of the barrier, so they've decided that they're not staying out in this anymore, whatever the conditions are. So unlike Oakley that came in and they did the wiping job on the inside, they've left the window ever slightly open so that they're getting a bit of fresh air in there to try and give themselves a fighting chance. There goes the number 2 car, Will Powell. See, I mean, that one's lapping considerably slower as well, isn't it, to be honest?
Yeah, sort of 5 seconds off its best as well.
And there's no less wet line anymore, have you noticed?
It's just wet, isn't it? The whole circuit, pretty uniform, even with the cars circulating, which ought to sort of dissipate the water a bit. Well, the rain's coming down faster than the cars can clear it, really. Is the problem. Did you answer Dave's question about the headlights on the Hyundai, by the way?
No, but someone else has.
The
It's got orange covers.
Yeah, exactly.
That's and as Dave then says, madness, and I agree. Although they're day glow orange, so it kind of stands out a little bit, I guess. But it's not great, and the MX-5 hasn't got them, and then Oakley just doesn't have them turned on. So
interesting. Oakley's rear lights, which are the ones that they're really concerned about, are on, but there's nothing on the front.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Franks is into the pits, as is the 38 car of Dan Williams and Peter Griffin, so they're changing drivers, but the 905 car will just be Gary Franks, so no change is going to be going on there.
No, so we've got 28 and a half minutes of the race left to go. So the pit window's been open for 6.5 minutes now. It's open for 25 minutes in total, so quite a generous slug of time to be able to make your pit stop and driver change.
Do you have to say slug of time? That makes me want to take a slug of gin.
You've got it on the brain, haven't you? It's a real concern. You ought to speak to someone professional about this.
Yeah, it's more worrying that my nickname is G&T. That should probably say a bit, shouldn't it, really?
Oh, dear.
Through goes the Spillers, by the way, and that Spillers car was getting quicker and quicker the last few laps, not so much this time. So whichever one of them's out there, and we'll be able to tell once there's a change, they're getting more settled into these conditions. Sorry, Ian, you were going to say something else.
I was going to say about Ludley, but Spillers, that must give you a real concern. You know, think about spilling your gin when you say that. Yeah. Anyway, Ludlow's gone through. A long way clear of Will Powell now. What's the gap? It was about 20 seconds when they came through last time. But yeah, the lap times have dropped off, particularly for Powell, because he's gone from 125s to 131s. The Genetti's gone from 129s to 138s. The Clio's gone from 130s to 136s. So I think that's just an illustration of how much wetter it's getting out there actually now as the race goes on. And I can see it's sort of falling diagonally, as I look out of the window towards the footbridge. It's not pleasant at all.
Well, just past you, I've noticed that Chris Everall was about to be passed by what looked like a Clio. Now, that probably is third and fourth then, is it not? Yeah, Giblet and
It
Edgecombe.
is. It is actually, yeah.
That's and that goes to show you how much Everill's struggling in that big 6.3 litre. The point being is he's not going to be able to get his foot down properly in that car, you'd assume, in these conditions,
Well,
wouldn't you?
absolutely not. The Clio is all over the back of him, and as they come out of Bobby's and up towards you, will there be a move made into camp, perhaps?
Yeah, they come down towards us now. The Spillers, Mini is just ahead of them, not at the moment. Oh, twitchy all the way round camp by Everil there. That just looks an absolute monster in these conditions. And I can imagine, I mean, I've done it like on the motorway when you're driving along and then suddenly you come into this torrential rain. And not only is my hands grabbing the steering wheel, my buttocks are grabbing the chair, to be honest with you as well. You're like, oh my word. And these guys are doing it out this in just really powerful cars at pace. It's just phenomenal what they're doing.
That's a graphic illustration. Thank you for that.
Sorry
Chris.
about that, mate. Couldn't resist it.
But yeah, everyone is still there. He's not let the Clio get past just yet. As you say, they've lapped the Spiller Mini, which is
in the. Oh no, sorry. I thought you'd come into the pits. It's not. That's the Bigwood and Tompkinson cars in the pits.
Yeah. So that's interesting because that means that third and fourth have lapped now the sixth place car already. So only 20 minutes into this race. So that's an illustration of the sort of disparity in lap times down this field. As we see, about half of the cars have been into the pits now, haven't they? I think some of them twice. Some of them probably also never to return, I would think. Looks like we've lost 3 of them probably.
The 265 Mini is in as well of Morgan Jones and Steve Waite. So they're in to do their driver change. Oakley's in now for what will show us the second time, this time for the legitimate stop. Still this battle, 169 and 454 goes across the line. Absolutely wonderful fight that for those guys. And that is, of course, for third and fourth on the road. But they are in different classes. Everall is second in class 1, whereas the Giblet and Edgecombe 454 car is leading class 3 ahead of the pitted Bigwood and Tompkinson Renault Clio.
Yeah, as the 40 car comes past me, that's been into the pits, hasn't it? So that's probably Sonny Gill now at the wheel of that, we think. 905 car comes through. That's the Franks car, which was up in 5th at one point, now back to 11th, having made its pit stop. So we'll see if that climbs up the order as drivers ahead have yet to make their stop. And of course, it's got to be a minimum of 90 seconds stationary. So it'll be a good 2 minutes or so by the time you've got in and out. So a lap and a bit in these conditions.
Picking up on your comment as the Misty Racing Hyundai comes into the pits as well. Oh, and Will Power still struggling to keep that thing in under control as he comes through camp. But talking about what you were saying earlier about the number of gazebos and awnings and what have you that were being having issues in the wind earlier today.
Yeah.
I was just suddenly thinking they've got to actually try and take it all down in these conditions. So it's not just the staying up. It's like, how do you try and get that down? I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm feeling right wussy that I'm not liking the idea of having to walk from my car from here, you know.
So you're not going to be offering to lend anyone a hand then in taking theirs down on your way back to your car?
I'll have to wear a disguise now, won't I? But yeah.
That's what face masks are for, Chris.
Exactly. They don't know it's me. You ain't seen me, right? So we're down to just under 23 minutes left to go. Oh, the standing water. Dan Blake coming onto the start-finish straight. One of our local racers here who's about to go off in the MX-5 elsewhere this year. And he's just gone down the start-finish straight and kicked up so much standing water. Spiller's Mercedes Mini even is into the pits. And I'm trying to look down. Right, that was Pops that was in it at that time. So well done, Pete Spiller. An awesome job there. And he was getting quicker and quicker. Dave Spiller's now going to jump in that one, and it'd be interesting to see what sort of lap times that we're going to see there. I was joking, saying to Pete, right, you got to beat the lad's time, and he went, that ain't happening. Into the pits has also come our leader, of course, which is the Dan Ludlow. So that means that now that number 70 car is going to be controlled by Stuart Emmett, but the Ruppin and Ludlow Engineering Honda Civic Type R. Now that means that the lead goes to the way of the number 2 car. Before that's handed over to someone who knows this circuit quite well in Dave Scaramanga, doesn't he?
Yeah, very experienced now, particularly in the local Saloon Car Championship. So Be interesting to see how his lap times compare to those set by Will in the first part of the race. Will got down to a 125, which was the best lap of the race, 125.855, but more recently was lapping in the sort of low 1 minute 30s brackets, which is as good as anyone is managing at the moment, to be fair, in these difficult conditions. Dan Blake actually just did the best lap of the race. You mentioned him there. Done a 137.771, which isn't necessarily all that quick, but it's interesting to see that drivers are improving their lap times as well.
And yet there's, oh, goodness me, he just runs a little bit wide as he comes out of camp, just onto the curbing, and the standing water on the curbing there is quite staggering, and he must feel that car not feeling quite so nice as he does it. Yeah, as you say, last time round he did a personal best. The conditions are definitely not improving by any stretch, so you can't say that's the reason it's doing it. But fair shout. I mean, these people are just driving beyond belief, to be honest with you. Jumping out the pits there is that Steve Bracegirdle came in, didn't have to change, but he's managed to jump ahead of the Spillers. Now, that will be for position, and that will be for Class 2. They were 3rd and 4th, respectively, in Class 2. Well, that's suddenly round the opposite way, but Dave Spiller's going to be behind the wheel of that Mini, and you think he's about to suddenly pedal that thing quicker. In fact, I think he's changed it around already. Coming towards you now.
Okay, yeah, just heading down towards me, as you say. It's interesting as well to see that Dan Blake was lapping there the 38 MX-5, which is the Griffin and Williams car. Here's Spiller, here's Bracegirdle, and here are Bigwood. They are all together on circuit. Spiller and Bracegirdle are on the same lap, of course. Bigwood are they're a lap behind, I reckon. Trying to make sense of the time screen there, and Emmett's now out in the Honda. So 20 minutes of the race to go. He has rejoined, I think, in about 4th place after all of that. But the first 3 cars have still yet to make their stops, and they've got another 9.5 minutes or so to do that.
I'll tell you what, we're going to have to keep an eye on this. I'm looking at the when they come round Camp Corner, the standing water that is being sprayed, even on round the bend itself. There's no doubt about it. It is increasing, so it's getting worse and worse conditions for them out there as we go through. And we've still got 19.25 minutes left to go. Into the pits, by the way. No, it isn't. Sorry, that was an optical illusion. I thought into the pits was coming the number 2 car there, which of course is our race leader. But no, that was just taking it steady. That TCR car, it looks a beast, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I think it's just as well we didn't get the rain until probably a little bit later than we thought we might, sort of middle of the afternoon rather than perhaps early on in the afternoon, which was when it was forecast. Otherwise, you know, it could have been these conditions an hour ago and it could be much worse now, if you see what I mean.
I did think that, but I didn't want to say it because I was probably be unfair to some people, but it's exactly what I was thinking as well. Into the pits has come that fabulous 2nd and 3rd place fight, the 169 Janetta, and that's Ben Scriven's going to take that one over. Definitely missed it up there. And that 454 Renault Clio, that is an absolute pocket rocket, isn't it? That 454 car of Alan Giblett and Ryan Edgecombe, the Edge Motorsport Clio. So they're both changing drivers at exactly the same time. And whilst we don't necessarily fully understand the dynamic change that we're going to get, i.e. you normally get one driver quicker than the other, you do kind of think, well, these new drivers have got to get used to these conditions, haven't they?
They have, yeah. And it might take them a few laps to familiarise themselves with these because they qualified in the dry. They probably didn't get that many laps in qualifying this morning in very different conditions. So, yeah, bit of time required to get used to their surroundings and so forth. Looks like everyone has stopped now, apart from Will Powell, doesn't it, on the screen? There's a 1 in the pit stop column, or a 2 against all of the drivers now.
Yeah, because Dan Blake has brought himself in as well. Here's the number 2 car. It is in now, so it's decided enough is enough. And just having to really pick their way through this winding pit lane there. And That's going to be Scaramanga taking over as well. Oh, jeepers, it's getting worse, that rain, because you can hardly see the circuit now through the mist that it's causing, which I think you reported you had earlier today, but I've got it now where it just is really hard to see the circuit, certainly seeing Camp Corner at the moment, but that will be everybody has pitted now.
Yeah, I was just about to say there's been a spin for the BMW of Jazz Sapper and Sonny Gill, but the car actually didn't go all the way round. It sort of jackknife back round and ended up facing the right way again. So BMW goes on its way without losing too much time. That was at the S's that moment. That car is running in 10th position, and I think we've got 15 cars still circulating, haven't we? Having lost the Suttons, the Bowl and Kite Integra, and the Thompson Seat very early on in the race. Indeed, yeah, that does look like the last of them. Dan Blake now makes his way out. He'll be relieved because, of course, he was sat stationary in that MX-5. And there was no point putting an umbrella up above him because they're all getting destroyed down here. I've seen about 3 destroyed umbrellas down here. I know Goose from the Quarry Hardcore was saying is that, okay, maybe we are glad that we're not sat out at Quarry because the umbrella would be in bits. Absolutely right, because they're all getting destroyed down here and they're giving up on them. Yeah, Double Bubble Disco Queen says, is that an open top car I see? He must be blooming soaked. Yeah, there's 2 of them out there, 2 MX-5s that have enjoyed that. And of course, we had a whole field of the MX-5s out there, but it does look an almighty challenge. It's all down to where is Emmett now at the wheel of the 70. He's understandably lapping a good, 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds a lap slower than Dan Ludlow at the moment. Not sure if how close he'll get, but it's what we were saying. He's got to get used to it first, hasn't he? Yeah, I remember when I saw this Geo in action at Donington last year in the CSCC event. I think Dan Ludlow was a fair lick faster than Stuart Emmett in that race as well. So, yeah, bit of time required to get used to the car. What's the gap? 126 between Powell and Emmett as things stand. Or Scaramanga, we should say, and Emmett as things stand. But really, it's looking fairly well spread for the majority of the positions. There is one gap. That's between Bracegirdle and Bigwood and Tomkinson in the Clio, 8th and 9th position. Is that going to emerge into a battle, possibly? We'll keep an eye on that one. And also further back between the Alan and Marie, Misty Racing, Hyundai, and the Griffin and Williams Mazda. They're reasonably close together as well, I think. Yeah, it's just trying to make sense of some of this, though, isn't it? Because I see that the Ludlow and Emmett Honda has just gone through and is a massive, almost a lap in the lead over the Scaramanga and Powell TCR car, which is quite bizarre. That quite surprises me. And the Spillers, and exactly as Dan Williams has just said, is that is absolutely flying. It really is, but they're back in 6th place. They need to, if they're in Class 3, if they want to win the class, they've got to catch up and pass the number 454, the black Giblet and Edgecombe Renault Clio. Lap time-wise, we don't know yet because that was just their outlap last time round, but it'll be interesting to see whether that's possible. It does look like there's probably too far to make up at the moment. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how these positions have played out on screen. Yeah, 1 minute and 3 seconds the lead for the Honda of Emmett over Scaramanga in the set, and that's because that was the first lap of out of the pits for Scaramanga. Which that lap in the pits took 4 minutes and 5 seconds, so about a minute and a half for the actual lap itself. 90 seconds stationary, and probably a minute in and out. That's pretty not too far off, actually, is it? About 4 minutes. You could probably get it done in 3.5, but that's about as quick as you could do your pit stop in these conditions. I'm just sort of looking at the fact that the Giblet and Edgecombe 454 car went through and is lapping 7 seconds quicker than Ben Scrivens in that 169 Ginetta with that big 6.3 Chevy engine in it.
it's struggling like mad. And in has come in the 86 car again, and that's the Bigwood and Tompkinson car. So they've already done their pit and the driver change, but they're not happy with something, so they're coming back in again. That's the other thing that is interesting here, isn't it? That you know, one of the drivers is probably the owner of the car, the other, more to the point, isn't. Now, if you're scared enough when you're out there and you're now driving somebody else's car, that's not nice, is it?
No, it's not a particularly comfortable position to be in, that's for certain, as we've had all of 8 cars pretty much together, amongst them the leader, Stuart Emmett, go past me on various different laps of the race. That's more than half of the surviving field. I think we're down to 14 now, probably, aren't we? If Bigwood and Thompson have gone back in again.
They've gone back out again already.
They'll
so
back
it's only
out.
a flyer. Yeah.
Okay, so that's still 15 cars in the race then. The Spillers, that time, so that's Dave Spiller there now. He's done a 1:30.542, so his personal best lap of the race, better than any lap set by his dad, and comfortably the fastest man out on circuit at the moment.
That's interesting. That is impressive, isn't it? I've always said Dave Spiller really is one heck of a racing driver. He is very, very rapid. He's like one of the guys that deserves to be in. If you think about it, in the tin tops here, we're kind of blessed where you've got the likes of Dave Spiller and Alex Kite, 2 of the quickest young drivers in tin tops that kind of could, if with a fair win, get themselves in something pretty impressive. But we're lucky we get them here. So really feel blessed by that. 10.5 minutes left to go, just over at the moment. It's still the number 70 car of Dan Ludlow and Emmett, number 70, Stuart Emmett at the wheel of that car now. Dave Scaramanga at the wheel of the number 2 TCR car, coming down towards Camp Corner at the moment. He's in second place, but a long way back. Is lapping a little bit quicker than Stuart Emmett, but there's an awful lot to make up, although he's just about to be passed by, there we go, it's what we're talking about. Dave Spiller is now getting past Dave Scaramanga in that very powerful Seat TCR car. That goes to show you just how quick Spiller's going.
Yeah, and the other driver setting a good pace at the moment is Tom Oatley in the Clio. He just on the previous lap did his personal best of 1:31. That time he was into the 1:33s, but he's lapping much quicker than Dan Blake, who's ahead of him on the road by about 3/4 of a minute. But he's lapping 9 seconds a lap faster, so could catch Dan Blake for 9th position before the end, I would suggest.
So the pit window is closed now. Into the pits is coming. I think that's Ben Scrivens, is it not? Let me just wait. Yeah, it is. So that Ginetta, it didn't look like Ben Scrivens was particularly comfortable. Let me tell you how uncomfortable he is. That's gone straight under the Avon Bridge.
Oh, right.
He's out.
Not even bothering with the pit lane.
No.
Another driver to go quickly is the Sapra and Gill BMW. That's just on 1:31.062. That's the personal best lap for that car.
Which I can only assume that I've possibly made a mistake in thinking it looked like Jazz that was jumping out, and maybe Jazz has jumped in. So, because I'm pretty sure Sapra is the quicker of the two there. Might be wrong, because Sonny Gill races loads and loads, and it's his car, I guess. But Sonny's just Jazz is just, you see him racing and winning everywhere, don't you?
So Scaramanga on the screens is now showing in 5th. And now 6th. So is that car still circulating?
It is. He's just gone across the line. Sadly, it's another TSL glitch. We had it at the start with that race, didn't we? And they sort of popped it up, and it's now showing us in 6th place. Now that is weird. I'm not sure that's right.
They lost. I think they've lost a lap for it somewhere along the line. Yeah, the last lap. Look, it's showing us a 3:05. So that's 2 laps they've put together as one there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it should be they've missed a lap, and it should be a lap up. So perhaps TSL will sort that out. Otherwise, that will confuse the heck out of us. Here's the car coming towards me now, and it's well, I was going to say chasing after the Spiller Mini, but
no, they got past. The Mini
I was going to say,
yeah.
Looking at the lap times, Spiller's done another 1:30 that time through, and Scaramanga, well, we don't know because they put 2 laps together last time through. But Spiller's not got away too far from the Mini, I wouldn't say. From the Seat, I wouldn't say. But I think the Seat is in 2nd place rather than 6th, as it's showing on our screen. So the car in 2nd on the screen, so 3rd actually, the Franks car, that could be challenged for the final podium position before much longer, couldn't it? By the Giblet and Edgecombe 454 Clio in the Edge Motorsport car.
Yes, which would be a Class 3 victory if it's able to do it. So up into 4th overall now goes Dave Spiller. There goes Dave Scaramanga. As we say, on the timing screen, bizarrely, it's showing 6th, but it's not. It's 2nd. But, 147, but not for long. I mean, that's... Oh, no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. We need to wait for that to go. So sadly, that one's got a transponder issue, so we're none the wiser on that one, even what its lap times are. There we go, 1:32. So, we go. It's up into 2nd place now. There we go. Cool. Well done, guys. They're having to work so hard with the signals being lost downstairs that it sounds like they're having to do a lot of it manually. When you're in conditions that you can't see very easily, that's not great, is it?
No, not very easy at all, I shouldn't think, for them to deal with that. So Spiller goes past me, and Tom Oatley's now got one headlamp working of the two, which is one more than he had earlier on. And what's he doing? Because last time he had a very slow lap, a 151, so he must have had a spin or something out of our sight, I would think. But he is in close proximity to the Scaramanga TCR car at the moment. But must have lost track's position to the Scaramanga car with the spin on the previous lap.
Which one was that?
The Tom Oatley Clio in 11th place.
Where did he spin then? I missed that.
Well, that's me surmising. It was a slow lap, a 151.
I see. Okay.
Well, he's been doing 131s recently, so I think he had a spin and we missed that.
Maybe he got surprised that his headlight came on.
Maybe. He was dazzled by its reflection in the rain.
Razzle dazzle. But I think Dave Scaramanga's just been passed by one of the Mazdas there, but that won't be for position, of course. Down here comes the Jazz Sapra Sonny Gill number 40 car. That sat in 6th place, 3rd in its class, getting past the Bigwood and Tompkinson car that has obviously been in with some kind of issue. Ray Frying up Ferguson still flying in the 27 car. He's getting more sort of new fastest lap of the race. Just suddenly went to Oatley that time round, 1:11.790. How did that? Can't be right.
That would be a phenomenal lap time, wouldn't it? Well, maybe then it wasn't a slow lap the previous lap then, and that was an error as well. And they've now caught up on that error by giving him a. I mean, if you could do a 1 minute 11.7 in the wet, that would be something.
Mazda in the wall at Quarry. I've just had a message from Gareth Haycock. So yeah, there we go. Oh, it's Dan Blake because it's the light blue with the yellow roll case. So Dan Blake is into the barriers up at Quarry. Now, what have we got left? 4 minutes 15. I got a feeling we may find that this will come to a premature close if that is the case, because there's no point putting the safety car out there, especially as the safety car was at least about to make its way in. But you just wonder whether they're going to go early checkered flag. I'm watching the officials. There's nothing at the moment. But that's not in a great place up at Quarry at the end of the day. So
no, I can see Dan's out of the car, so that's good news. He's okay. But there'll obviously be yellow flags up there to cover that instant. But there is only 3 3/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Steve's just voiced through the window that they're gonna call that a day. So as we wait to watch, they're gonna get the checkered flag ready in a second. Here comes the number 70 car with Emmett at the wheel. So Stuart Emmett brings it through. There's the checkered flag. Might be a bit surprised. Hopefully he can see that the checkered flag's waving. Probably not going to be surprised, is he? The 905 car of Franks goes through. He's in 3rd place actually, and wins class 4. There goes the 454 car. He's going to be 4th on the road. That gives them the class 3 victory. For some reason on the TSO it's not showing that the checkered flag went to Ludlow and Emmett, but he definitely grabbed those guys first. As I say, we hope, keep an eye on whether he is slowing down or not.
Yeah, he has slowed by the looks of it.
That's all right then. Steve Bracegirdle 84 takes the checkered flag as well. That's 2nd in class 4, 7th overall for him. There goes Dave Spiller. Now, what has he gone? He's actually finished 5th overall, which gives him runner-up spots, 2nd in class 3. Every class gets class, they get the trophies for all of those as well. There goes Dave Scaramanga, 2nd overall, which of course gives him the class 1 victory as well. So fair shout there.
Just worth noting that both Spiller and the Sapra Gill car both did their personal best laps right at the end there in the 128s. So they were finding some pretty impressive time in difficult conditions towards the end. Possibly the conditions slightly less wet than they were early on in the race.
Yeah, and they're both in Class 3. And that Sapra Gill car has just taken the checkered flag. 6th on the road, 3rd in class. Bracegirdle, 29 Oatley in 8th. 9th was 86 Bigwood and Tompkinson. In 10th place, number 16, Alan and Marie. 11th place, 38 Griffin and Williams. 12th is the 127 car of Dan Blake up in the just in the recticel barriers up at Quarry, and he just wouldn't have been able to rejoin. 13th, number 27, Ray Ferguson. 14th, 169 was the sort of pitted and retired Chris Everall and Ben Scrivens, but just behind that, because it couldn't unlap itself, the 265 car of Jones and Waite. So well done. The victory goes, and like you said earlier, rather fittingly, to the number 70 car, which is Dan Ludlow, Stuart Emmett, wins in the Honda Civic Type R. So that's pretty nice, I think, to be honest, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a very fitting winner. The other interesting thing I noticed looking at the results is the top 4 in the race were also the 4 class winners as well. So that really showed that the conditions in the race so different to those in qualifying, because those classes were decided based on lap times. So to get Class 2 winning from Class 1, Class 4 and Class 3, it shows how much the rain had an impact on that race after the dry qualifying session.
It did. Now, I suspect we're not going to get any interviews down there. I'll keep an eye on the camera just in case, but that may be the last we've heard from Josh. I'm not sure he'd want to be out in this, and the drivers aren't going to want to stop. But in which case, he is. He's opening up there, so he's hoping to be able to grab the winner. But Ian, I'll allow you to say your piece. Oh, hang on. I did press the wrong button. Ian, thank you very much for your work today, mate, and I hope you've enjoyed it over there in the old paddock box.
Yeah, it's been some good racing today. We had this horrible forecast, and it was a sort of feeling driving down this morning to the circuit. You thought, it's going to be a bit of a shame. It's really going to spoil things. But we got about 5 or 6 races in before the rain really hit, and we've had some very good and entertaining races in spite of the weather as well. Some great drives as well. Ben Short dominant in the 3 Mazda races that we had, and good entertaining battles in other contests too. A bit of unreliability that enlivened the hot hatches. BMWs were quite exciting as well. So lots of good stuff, and it's looking good for the rest of the Castle Combe Championship season as well, as we move into the next meeting here in 4 weeks' time. I'm not here for that one, but I will be back in June for the event then, so I shall look forward to that. But yeah, from me down here in the old paddock box, it's good night. Nice to work with you again, Chris, and see you all soon.
Thanks, matey. And just at the right time, I can see that Josh. Thanks, mate. You got our Victor down there with you.
Yeah, got Stuart Emmett. Stuart, it looked like the car was going really well. We beat in touring cars and GT cars as well.
Yeah, the Civic was good in the rain. We chose the obviously the full wet tyre. The team, good work from the team, adjusted the suspension. Dan went out, really done all the hard work. So all I had to do was try and keep it on the grey stuff. And yeah, here we are, race win. So really happy with that.
And I'd imagine that's easier said than done because the conditions look pretty horrid.
Yeah, it seemed to be the last 5 minutes I was out the back of the circuit was really wet, lots and lots, and the wind I could feel pushing the car across. But yeah, no problem for the Honda.
And a great for the Synchro boys to win the Dave Allan Trophy.
Of course, yeah, it is good after the what's happened with Honda. Perhaps the last time as we go. And it's a Honda winning the Dave Allan Trophy, so I think a good finale to the weekend.
And obviously it's a fantastically built car to beat the TCR car, which is a factory-built car with more power and everything.
Absolutely, yeah. It was an ex-Synchro car, but Dan and I and the team that we've got look after the car put a lot of effort into it. So yeah, a really good car, and days like today show that in the results.
Well done, I'll let you go and get dry.
Cheers.
So that brings to the end of the day. Just got the winner this time, Chris, because it is pretty horrid out here.
Yeah, it looks it, and I've got to say, fabulous work again to bring us all the interviews down there in those conditions. I hope that you've managed to still enjoy it, Josh.
Yeah, it's been good. There's some great racing. The last race, there's a lot of people very cautious, as you'd imagine, but we had no real incidents, I don't think, which, considering the conditions, was really good. And hopefully now we can bring spectators back for the next meeting. The sunshine will come.
No, absolutely. Thank you, mate. You take it steady. Have a safe journey home. So thank you to Josh Barrett. We'll see him later in the year and he can get himself on the dry. Also, as well, thank you for all of your comments. I know Papa Pa says driver of the race has to be Stave Spiller from that last one. Great result, guys. Absolutely, it was amazing. But so was whichever one of the Sapper or Gills was in that number 40 BMW. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments that have been coming in. Thanks, guys, for some excellent coverage today. Hopefully be back for the 31st. Look forward to it. So from myself up here in the commentary box, Chris Dawes, thank you very much for taking your time to be with us. And I'm going to see us out with just a very quick message. Those of you that actually fancy, probably less after watching that race, but if you fancy going racing, don't forget, you can actually get your ARDS test, your ARDS license here at Castle Combe Circuit. From myself, Chris Dawes, or Dawsy as it's more known, I'm going to get myself home. I'm going to have a gin and tonic. From us here, good evening. Thank you.
Becoming a racing driver has never been easier with Castle Combe Circuit. Book your ARDS novice drivers training course at the Wiltshire venue today. The easiest and quickest way into competitive on-track action.
Welcome to Castle Combe. My name's Alan Cooper. I'm the Chief Driving Racing Instructor here at this circuit. We're here today to do the Novice Driver Training course, often known as the ARDS course, which is the first way to start off and get your racing driving licence. So, no further ado, let's get on and show you what's involved.
So you've seen the format. Everyone here today passed their tests and now have their racing licence. Who knows? The next time I see them could be as I commentate on them in front of the usual packed house of racing fans here at Castle Combe Circuit. All you need to do to be next is to visit castlecombecircuit.co.uk and select Become a Racing Driver under the Racing tab. Becoming a racing driver is easier than you think with Castle Combe Circuit and Motorsport UK.